We'll start by seeing if we're connecting to the studio, and then we're going to make the call. Let's make certain that I'm registering on online broadcasting software myself. Alright, now we're going to see if, oh shit, the computer recognizes anybody else. We're going to do that by starting the infinite call audio. There we are, dear Aristides. Okay, we are live. And thank you so much for responding. Let's check how we're doing in studio. It says we have an excellent connection. And everybody who's listening, let us know. Give us some feedback. And we're just going to probably go straight into blurb and take it from there. So, how T-Take Berry says, "Good evening, loud and clear, brothers. 100. God bless you. Love you so dearly, T-Take Berry." Let's take a look at our online broadcasting software and say hello, dear Aristides. Let's see if this is registering.
Hello, I hope I'm registering.
You are. You are. Excellent.
Great.
Excellent. Okay, then. So, are you in the mood for a blurb?
Always.
Excellent. Excellent. So, I'll be right here with you. I'm not going anywhere. So, yeah, take it away. And then as soon as you're done, I'll just start rambling.
All right. So I have just clicked on the little pop-up. It was handy to get me to the program. We will talk about that first. As soon as you do get there, please hit the thumbs up vote. It's very important to do right away and get some upvotes in there. There are downvotes placed by people who are real a-holes, but you don't see them. YouTube hides them. But that does affect the algorithm and Douglas's ability to reach people. So please hit that upvote. Make sure you're subscribed. That button is nearby, also underneath the program window. And turn on the little notification bell that brings up the pop-up I described. It's a good reminder. I mean, hopefully by now you know when to find us, but life gets busy, or if the show gets cut off and Douglas has to restart, it takes a while. So click all those things. Need an account to do this. That's how it works. It shouldn't be too hard to make one if you don't have one. Once you do have one, you can actually go under your account settings and create channels underneath your main account. If you do that, each of them is capable of an upvote as well. You don't have to use them for content, but you could just leave them there. And just remember to switch back to your main account, that you like to use or chat with or whatnot. So I've just done that. Just placed two upvotes already as one person. You could do that too. And then we will get the PayPal link right into the chat there. So I'll do that now. And so please find that. Try to keep that visible. Please contribute if you can. Douglas will give us an update on this tough funding month. I'm guessing it's probably a ways to go, considering the burdens he has this month.
You guessed right. You know me too well, or know
Yeah.
my situation too well as well. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, please find that. If you cannot find the link, or you're only listening on audio and don't see the chat, it's PayPal.com. If you just search there in the search bar, Douglas D. Dietrich, spelled Diet Rich, Dietrich. So one word, Douglas D. Dietrich, and you should be able to find him. And I believe you can send a contribution even without a PayPal account. There should be a way to click in and do that with a credit card. And let us know if that does not work. So beyond that, you can grab the YouTube link right out of the browser bar, youtube.com or something similar on your device, and save that. That stays the same after the live. So that is handy. You can keep that for your records, post it somewhere, send it to your friends.
Yes.
And also, I find if it's after the live, when it's just a regular YouTube
video.
Sure how it works on the how it works on a phone. I know, like on the PC, if you're listening to it, if you want to send okay, they are very long, transmissions. So if you want to send somebody a certain point in time, if you're at that point in time and you right click on it, you can copy the link. It'll copy the link with a timestamp built in, and you could send that to, save that or send that to someone. It'll bring them right to that point instead of like sending them this 8+ hour long thing. Be like, go to hour 5, and so
Great.
Should mention that more often. That is handy. You can send a timestamp link.
Thank you, and don't forget to write these things down. You can always write them down in little notes to yourself. That's great.
I could. That one I don't usually bring up, so I will. The rest, by now, if I don't know it, so
great.
Should mention it.
Excellent.
Right, I'll remember to do that. So I think that is about. What else do we usually? Oh, as far as thumbs up, also please. If it's after the live program, YouTube will enable the comments underneath the window. It's different than the chat, which you may see replaying. And Douglas will put a pinned comment there with his crucial info. Please upvote that as well for similar reasons, so that it doesn't disappear or whatnot. So I think that is about it. Let me check that. I think I did that on the last. Yes, I did, because I was just listening to the end of the last transmission there. So,
oh, excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate that profoundly. And so is that you feel you've closed it?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, thank you. That was beautiful. And as always, everything you touch turns to gold, dear Aristides, and I am privileged to have you on my team. Certainly without Aristides, this program would not be possible, and we can't get started without him. We couldn't get started right, that's for sure. And so, dear Aristides, thank you so much for being here. As always, you always are here on time with your shit together, and you're a great man. And with that, we want to let everyone know who supports us how much we appreciate you. We are in code Vanta Black as far as I am concerned. I have something like maybe, I would guess maybe like in certain amount of money in my wallet. It's very small comparatively speaking. It's going to get smaller with Juneteenth. We've got a lot going on Juneteenth with the lads at the estate. So I'm going to basically make this a comparatively short night. I'll start rambling right away, and that way we get some critical analysis in of the current situation. Obviously, the situation demands such. But after that, I'll, close relatively early. We might hold on long enough to basically be here if our man George Knight checks in from England when he wakes up. If we close the stream before he shows up, then well, we'll we'll be back on Sunday. So as it is, the reason that I didn't tell anybody, hey, I got something to do on Juneteenth that's monumental, and I definitely have to just not show up tomorrow, there's no point in doing that, because you're going to get half the audience that listens to us doesn't get that message, and then they would show up and wonder where I was, and that would be counterproductive, because then they would spread the word that I stopped showing up. So it's you just show up and let everybody know that you'll shorten the episode. That's the best way to handle these things. Now, all such being said, I'm not quite sure about this incoming news. Whether I'm experiencing a Mandela effect, or whether I'm like, yes, our dear friend John Doe who is, of course, T-Tank Barry. He's given us some incredible images that are pretty profound, and I appreciate that. I'm downloading them, actually. I download many of the images that he sends. And so in this case, he sent us one of the Americans and the Iranians confronting each other in the desert, so to speak, symbolically represented by their flags. He's got another photograph of the American flag burning in the riots. There's just a lot going on everywhere, and so I'll do my best to put that into some modicum of analysis. We'll get some context for the situation. Before I go into that, dear Aristides, how about yourself? Do you have any impression of the world around us that in particular stands out to you before I go into the latest news report that came in literally maybe about a day ago at the absolute most? That strikes me as odd because I know I reported on this 10 fucking years ago, but it seems to be cropping up just now. So,
That sounds pretty specific. I mean, other than that, all hell rained down on Israel. And I'm not even sure what is going on currently. I think there's supposed to be a retaliation, as if we didn't kind of know this was all coming.
Yes, that's right. So true.
What was it? How many years ago they thought we're going to take out all these countries, and and this is our plan, and I'm surprised it took this long for take out Iran.
Yeah. So what Aristides is referring to was what was called I think it was called you're talking about the Neocon Project for a New American Century. That's what it was called. What Aristides is referring to was what was called the Neocon Project for a New American Century that came out around the time of George W. Bush. And so so Aristides is very attuned to geopolitics. I'm actually quite impressed. I
just remember seeing some video. I forgot who the guy was speaking, but there was a couple, but there's been talk about it for some 20 years now. So
yeah, and like you said, how come it's taken them so long to get to fucking Iran? What the what the fuck is the deal? By the way, for what it's worth, full disclosure here. The Iranian regime of the mullahs is so vile, so just plain evil and degenerate, that regime change in Iran is something I have no arguments with. How it's coming down, of course, is not what I would wish, but it's, whatever it takes. It's like, this is like, a war in which you pray for both sides to lose. We know it's not going to happen when it comes to Israel and Iran. Israel has all the upper hand. We know why it has the upper hand. It's got the Western world under its fucking dick for reasons I've articulated in the past in great depth and great detail. And the United States looks now under Trump like it's barreling right in there. But do forgive me. Obviously, I have to sleep sometime, and there is a factor of psychological health as well, where I just have to tune out. So when you said all hell raining down on Israel, are some of their paper mache drones and missiles actually getting through? They're reaching Israel. People are actually dying in Israel, or
there's been video of, unless it's all some kind of grand fake of some pretty serious damage.
Wow.
Going. Yeah. I mean, surprised you're not caught up on this.
Forgive me. I mean, I'm just like, well, let's put it this way. With the Juneteenth thing coming up, I've got a lot going on. So it's, this was in the past 24 to 48 hours. I know they've been exchanging salvos over the past several days, but I was just assuming that what with everybody, and I mean everybody is basically a buffer for Israel, everybody around Israel. That means the Kingdom of Jordan, the House of Saud, the United States and Britain. Everybody's pitching in to basically intercept, as much as they can. And obviously something's going to get through, but, the last time I was on, which was like Sunday night, by that time, pretty much just one crazy cat lady had been taken out. So apparently it's all changed in about the last 24 hours, where we've had a lot more damage.
It's more the past couple days.
48 hours, about 48 to 72 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And we're getting a nice image of an icon of the Archangel Michael taking down some poor sinner from our dear friend T-Tank Barry. And so I want to acknowledge these images, of course, and I thank Aristides for bringing this to my attention. I mean, believe me, This is why we have to operate as a team. This is why I need a team around me. So, Wonderboy9 says, could Hattie... what the fuck? It's like, okay, well, here's what we'll do with that. That's just non sequiturs. It's just some other creep. Taking down the Antichrist. Excellent, thank you, John. Because this is one of those things. By the way, Victoria, don't be afraid to come on. He says, behold, I will make those of the synagogue of Satan who say they are Jews and are not but lie. Behold, I will make them come and bow down before your feet and will learn that I have loved you. And they will learn that I have loved you. Excellent. Thank you, Victoria. Don't be afraid to join us on the call. Let me send her a bunch of hearts her way. Give her a nice symbol here. I take care of other business first. See if we can yeah, I'm dealing with a lot of incoming messages right now. When it rains, it pours. And here we are, hide user on this channel. Okay, I don't even know who this son of a bitch is, but whatever they are, they're gone now. It's all they had to say was pure garbage. So then it must be like one of these pro-Edomites because he's on the side of Iran. Who would be on the side of Iran under the mullahs? You're talking about people who publicly flog young girls to death when they're found wearing lipstick. It's bullshit. These are creeps. Anyhow, Victoria Loves Jesus says Revelation 3:9. It's chapter 3 verse 9. Thank you, honey. Let me see if I can get her a good response. And if at all, there we are. Get that going first. Get that out of the way. Then put this up in here. And I was going to say, this is one of those cases where you remember we had that young lady on named Christine, who was a friend of Victoria, who was doing her best to help this young lady who was in dire need. Yet the young lady was very abusive toward Victoria and everyone else. Not that I mind. I mean, she was no threat to me. But she just went on the attack. Maybe Victoria was saying she was in a lot of pain and was lashing out. Of course, there's no excuse for that. And it all in the end just becomes rather bizarre. But Christine, when I asked her about her stance on Israel, because she came on real hard and heavy, out of nowhere for no reason, as I'm a Jewess, and this was her whole identity, and just started slamming us with this I'm a Jewess and everything. Fuck you, you're, fuck you, and fuck you. She was just saying fuck everybody. I mean, fuck the Chinese, they're all Nazis. Fuck the Japanese, they're all Nazis. Yeah, fuck you, you're a Nazi. And it's just like, it was so offensive, you couldn't take offense. It's just, this person obviously is not, they're not processing. Victoria says, I would hardly say friend. She was the stripper witch who stole my boyfriend of 3 years. Yeah, laugh out loud. True. And you're far too nice a young lady to, you kept helping her because you're such a lovely young lady. And, we love you for that. What Victoria was trying to be was a good Christian. Victoria was trying to be a good Christian and showing this kind of Christian love towards this young lady. But when I confronted her, very tactfully, of course, about, so what is your stance on what's going on with the Gaza Strip? I didn't approach it confrontationally by saying, what do you think of the genocide in the Gaza? I just said, what is your stance on the current situation of the Jewish intervention in the Gaza Strip? I presented it in the most neutral manner possible, and she said, oh, that goes back to, she went the whole false Jewish trip where they say, oh, it was our land thousands of years ago. It goes back to biblical times. Anyhow, Victoria says, people are just brainwashed that gas chambers are real, laugh out loud, or that Hitler was into using them. And so I'll say to that, I'm just going to put the thank you for that, Victoria. And she says, wooden doors, there we are. And at any rate, when it came to Christine, Her response was, of course, to obfuscate. She was going all the smoke and mirrors route, where, oh, you have to go back thousands of years, and I said, no, no, you really don't. Yeah, this is not a situation where you go back thousands of years. The Israelis are wiping out a population right now, in front of everyone's eyes. We're in a world where all of this is instantaneously seen. She says, or that 6 million is a valid number, and so I'll just give her a nice thumbs up here to show her that I adore her. Here we are, dear Victoria. And at any rate, we got good numbers now. So when I was talking to Christina about that and said, no, this isn't a historical situation, this is a current situation. And no matter what the context, no matter what the history, nothing justifies what Israel is doing right now. They're wiping out an unarmed population. And if anyone just doubts and says, oh, they're not unarmed, there's all this Hezbollah, and they've got thousands of rockets, and all of that is true, it's still the equivalent, comparatively speaking, in terms of the ratio of force projection. Hezbollah has nothing, and Israel has everything. And she says genocide is genocide, and in that regard, yes, quite so, honey. And so with that, we're going to put a nice 100, yes, and more hearts out to her. But in the case of what Aristides just brought up, when he says this has been going on for the last probably 72 hours, as he said, where apparently Israel is beginning to find out what real war is like, where they're fighting somebody who apparently now has the capacity to fight back. Then, okay, actually, when you think of what's going on between them and Iran and America getting involved, then what we have is something that goes back to biblical times. This is something that, as astutely observed by both T. Tank Berry and our lovely Victoria, this is revelatory. It is like, it really is. So that brings us back to we're in apocalyptic times. And this is something that people need to realize and come to terms with. In other words, when a doctor approaches you and tells you that you really should get your affairs in order, this is your time to do that in a social sense. Do I believe the world is going to end? Well, the world is always ending. But it's an old world that dies. And as Victoria would say, consulting her Bible, God would say, for behold, I make a new heaven and a new earth. This is why I've been working on a gazetteer of my own projection as to what the solar system will look like in the future. And or my own ideas for a social engineering of the solar system, but basically extraordinarily terracentric or centered on Earth. That goes without saying. It's just a human colonization of the solar system in the future, but I look at it very, very differently from Elon Musk. Elon Musk is an idiot, and he has no concept that it takes entire states to conduct a space program. You have to mobilize a society. This is something like what John Fitzgerald Kennedy did with the United States when he landed a man on the moon. And yes, I take the stance that America landed on the moon. Of course, I contextualize it in a history that most other people do not have the context of, and think of it in the same sense as when Columbus, or rather the Zionist Christopher Valbo Columbuenos, landed in the Americas. This was an individual who proceeded to conduct a genocide that wiped out the indigenous population, ultimately the largest genocide in history. But before him, we know for a fact that the, how do I say this? The Viking, their actual name, is instead of Vikings. Vikings is kind of like, remember, to Vic is a verb, and it means pretty much to go out and kill, rape, plunder, mass murder, torture, and do all this other evil shit. And it's not a good word. It's actually to say Vic is like calling somebody. It's like calling somebody uh, a pathological sadist. and, uh, and the fact that an entire people got that name shows how they were perceived by the rest of the world. But they would do this the way other people would go shopping. so, well, they're a warrior culture, and they had a great impact on history. And now they have this incredibly socialized structure up there in Scandinavia, and they have some of the highest quality of life in the world. Well, when you go out and you steal everything from everybody else and bring it all home, I guess that's the reward for the wages of sin. That's after everybody they raped and stole from and plundered and killed, you can afford to have a great socialized structure to spread everything around in a nice, orderly society. But anyhow, Viking is an anglicization. Their actual name they were referred to was Viking, so with the Viking, ironically enough, for all I've just qualified, when they landed in America, they and the Indians pretty much hit it off. It wasn't that there were no violent encounters. There were initial violent encounters, but they quickly established a respect for each other. So, as a matter of fact, it's very, very likely that the Indian sweat lodges were introduced to them by the Scandinavians, the Norsemen. The Norsemen, which is probably a far better way to refer to them than calling them Viking, because, like I said, that's like calling somebody a pathological sadist or on the level of Hannibal Lecter, which isn't far from the truth. But their conduct of violence was very different. In other words, their conduct of violence was far more tribal. The best way to consider them would be as indigenous Europeans. Think of the Viking people, or the Norsemen, the Norse people, the Norse folk, and the Scans, the Scandinavians. Think of them as indigenous European peoples, which of course they really weren't. There were tribes before them that they completely wiped out, but that's going way back. And there was an anthropologist, a female. Oh God, I'd have to find her name, and that would be almost impossible. But she amassed an enormous amount of evidence that the concept of the little people, or the Fae, the leprechauns, these were the real indigenous tribes that were wiped out by man as he invaded their lands, and all of this is quite true. Of course, she was excoriated and scrubbed, and this was long before the internet, so it's probably going to be impossible to find anything on her. But when it comes to the situation with the landings in America, we know that the Norse peoples, the Scans, were in America long before Columbus. And we have irrefutable evidence based on pottery of the Native Americans, such as the Zuni tribe in particular, but many other tribes on the Pacific coast, that the Chinese and the Japanese were here long before the Norse and the Scandinavians. So obviously there were many people here before Columbus, and these gradually become irrefutable axioms, meaning they're accepted as true by conventional archaeology and anthropology, and nobody argues with that fact. There's nobody out there saying the Vikings didn't come first. There's nobody out there saying that the Chinese and the Japanese didn't come first. Rather, in the case of the Asians, they simply ignore it. Of course, Troy Bellamy is welcome to come on. He could add the African angle. And obviously there are incredible stone faces of the Olmecs in Mesoamerica that look very Negroid. They're enormous stone structures, and some archaeologists or anthropologists might argue that they're stylized, but I don't buy that. They look black. They're just black faces. They're very Negroid. So obviously there were Negroid peoples that were in the Mesoamerican region, thousands of years ago. So all of this was before Columbus. It's like everybody was here before Columbus, but Columbus is demarcated because that Jewish pig, and by that he was literally called a Marrano, meaning a dirty pig, this crypto Jew, who claimed to convert to Catholicism and hid his practice of the Jewish faith. But this son of a bitch launched the greatest genocide in history that has never really ended. And the Native American peoples are, of course, still suffering terribly from the after effects of Europeanization. And so when it comes to the horrors that this individual unleashed, his damage was so great that he's the demarcator. So when it comes to landing on the moon, sure, the Americans landed on the moon, but there were others there before them. The first being a Japanese astronaut, and then the Reich followed. Then the Americans just put up a token man on the moon, but all of this requires entire national mobilization to get something like that done, which is what I envision for the future of the solar system. Okay, let me shrink this down, see if I can read what this individual is saying. He says they keep trying to start an apocalypse, but it keeps sputtering out. My hope is the demonics are best this time round and are beat this time round, and they're done. We finally paid our dues from Atlantis. Fingers crossed. Okay, so let me heart that, and okay, I appreciate that profoundly. Now there's Resurgam75. Resurgam75 had a coherent message, and it's not satirical. It's quite relevant. Okay, so now we've got some incoming messages. He says, Brendan saying, this is the future. Hopefully he's able to join us. He's apparently able to get online. Okay, point of view, it's the early 2000s and you're seeing this.
Hey,
uh,
Doug.
yeah, oh, welcome aboard, Sammy. It's so good to have you. So, give us a update with whatever you're comfortable sharing about yourself and your family first, and then please, by all means, give us your own lowdown on the current affairs. Please.
Hey, yeah, no problem. Hey, Mercedes, what's going on? Um, uh, no, my family's doing all right. We're doing all right. We're riding the ship, and you know, like everybody in this country, you're seeing, the results of, you know, this current administration, or
Yes.
misadministration.
Yes.
Um,
Excellent.
it's very interesting now that you mentioned Iran. I was kind of listening, um, a little bit.
Hmm.
I was running errands, but this is very much in the playbook of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Um, I was really assessing what you were talking about when it came to, uh, Israel really outing Biden,
Yeah.
because Biden was not giving in to their demands as far as initiating conflict and all the other um, you know misadministration that Israel has in result of Putin. Putin is really just Trump, but
Yeah.
circumcised, if that is, um,
Yeah.
if you can even call him that, right?
Yes. Right.
But what we but really is I've noticed that everything really is implied deniability when it comes to anything Trump does. Um, Starting with the head of ICE, not Christy Noem, not her. I'm talking about
The czar,
Homan.
Homan,
Yeah,
the
the
so-called,
czar,
yeah,
the czar, where he's acting. It's always acting. It's always implied deniability, and it goes down even to all these bounty hunters or quote unquote ICE agents, which they're not really ICE agents. It's just bounty hunters
yeah,
that refuse to identify themselves.
yeah.
They don't want to show their badge, their credentials,
That's
to
right.
the point of even elected officials that have tried to conversate with them, they act very violently. They are very much they're very much acting scared.
Yeah.
Even with the general public. This is not the type of operation where it involves actual law enforcement. This is flat out thuggery.
Yeah.
And you see that in their demeanor. And it even goes down to law enforcement. Law enforcement has taken this approach because at this present moment, it's allowed. They're not really policing. And the problem is the reason they're not policing no more is, and what I mean by policing is keeping things calm.
Right. Maintaining the
peace.
Peace
Maintaining
enforcement.
the peace.
Right.
Right. And one of the reasons why the peace enforcement is not necessarily there no more is because what Trump has done is, this sounds like a broken record, but I have to remind people that the site of not only ICE, but, you have military on the ground, on U.S. soil, in a city like Los Angeles, you're inciting more and more chaos because people have to understand the optics. And I'm not saying people don't. It's just people that
I don't think they understand it enough. So go on.
Well, what I mean by it's people not in civilization. People in that are not in near metropolises. Like Los Angeles, is the second largest city in the
United States. Yes.
The optics of it's not good because what it really implies is authoritism, and you have now a population that is being racially profiled. Not that they weren't. It's just now it's just blatantly racial profiling. They are they're pretty much abducting people.
Well, let's put it this way. It's racially profiled throughout the past several generations, but now it's racial persecution. Go on.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Now it's just racial persecution, and it's really a very much labor workforce. These are people that do backbreaking labor-intensive workforce to the point where you had these European refugees that we called Americans. This Eurotrash that is complaining now that their workforce is gone, and they wanted Trump to kind of quote unquote modify ICE's role in who they want to take. The problem is like anything, things don't happen in real time. Even now to this technology, you can't tell you can tell an ICE agent who has taken pretty much illegal orders and plausible deniability to stop bounty hunting, people that are brown.
Yeah.
Because, and the problem is nothing is being confirmed or denied. They haven't came out and said, look, we're sounding bounty hunters. These agents are getting a quota. They're getting some type of commission for every quote unquote illegal or every brown person.
Yeah.
Nothing's being, there's no news about it. There's no official statements. It's all, it's pretty much left to plausible deniability to the point of Hetzig. I can't pronounce his white trash name. Yes, I can't. Sorry, I can't pronounce.
No worries.
It sounds like an STD in my opinion.
I love that. That's perfect. Yeah.
Where the point where he got questioned, I believe today. I'm not sure who the congressman was, but
is it this individual? I just put a photograph in the text box. I don't know if you can access it. Brad Lander, the New York comptroller, the comptroller of New York, who's running for mayor. Oh no, we'll talk about that later. You're talking about congressman who got questioned. That's right. It's basically they're taking anyone they can and ethnically.
Well,
yeah. Go on. Yes.
Well, what I'm referring to is, I believe today there was a hearing
Yeah.
with
Okay.
Hetzik,
Oh, that's right. Yes.
about
So continue. Yes.
ICE not identifying themselves, and
Right.
also the protesters.
Yeah.
Trump giving the order to shoot on sight the protesters,
Right.
and
Maniacal. Yeah.
this is what is coming down, even with law enforcement. This is all really connected because law enforcement has been militarized the last 30 years. So it kind of shows the military junta how far it connects to even the local constabularies, because most of them are all ex-military.
That's right.
Um,
Yeah.
and this is what LPD now is doing now with protesters. They're going on horseback. They're they're abusing. They're assaulting now protesters, and this is what the hearing was with Hetzek, as far as, did he give the order? And he said something very interesting, where this congressman or this elected official told him, one of your predecessor wrote a book about having the military on ground, that it's not something, this is not what the military was made for. It's having them engage with the general public, which is paying them.
Yeah.
And then she said, can you confirm that you did not give the order?
Mm-hmm.
And he pretty much said, well, his answer was in something in the likes of, well, you shouldn't believe everything you read except the Bible, which is to me very comical, because, well, you did not, and the one thing I have to note is he did not mention which Bible, though. So
Thank you.
that falls in line with
Yes.
his Edomite culture, and who he really is.
Yes.
And it's definitely not the King James version, even though that's still questionable, but
in its own way, yes.
In its own way. But I mean, can you at least say which Bible?
Thank you.
And this is also one of my biggest problems is, and I have to give blame to Democrats. They're just starting legislator to not have law enforcement cover their face.
Yeah.
Well, it's a little too late for that.
Thank you.
It's a little too late for that, because we're getting the blowback even as we speak right now, as far as the cost of everything's going to rise because of it. Our labor force is being stripped to the bone.
Yes.
And we're going to see the cost of everything rise, because it's just going to be a blowback. Yes. Nothing goes unchecked. It's going to happen. And I have to, circle back to what Iran represents. And this is what I've noticed about what you talked about even a couple of years ago. I mean, really, you've been talking about this ever since Trump, got into power in 2016.
Thank you.
And that is, Trump knows he's going to have to pay the piper as far as lawsuits. There's a lot of lawsuits pending now.
Yes.
Because these raids cannot go on forever. And I say that because once, good old boy, non-melanated person starts seeing the cost of his, strawberries, of, his, I don't know, his mayonnaise. I don't know what they eat.
Mayonnaise! White men are infamous for mayonnaise. Go on.
Right, and I'm being facetious, but you guys get my point, right?
Yes.
People are going to want answers, because why is my mayonnaise, costing triple? And, people ask, well, Sammy, what are you talking about? What does mayonnaise have to do with, this? It's really just the cost of everything's going to rise. And Americans only care if it hurts their pocketbook. We're really, what this really is, teaching anybody is the demographics that don't care about this is really, they don't care because they don't see the effect of it right away. Their loved ones are not being kidnapped and not being seen ever again.
That's
And
right.
their rights haven't been violated. And this also goes with everybody. Women right now have not been being kidnapped, at least women that matter, according to, the U.S. judicial system or law, or, what we
Or
call
just
justice.
what we would call general sensibilities of the
Right.
majoritarian white public. Come on.
So,
Yes.
the white public their women are not being taken yet. And not yet. And I say that not yet in the sense of it's still happening. It's just not at the rate of what we're seeing now as far as,
Right.
this working class. It's not happening yet.
Right.
And this is just really
Yeah,
go
just to
ahead,
put
brother.
that into perspective for our listeners, what Sammy is referring to may sound outrageous, like someone is simply venting in such a way as being hyperbolic or histrionic. But understand that one of the most popular series in America is based on this novel written a long time ago about the persecution of the handmaidens. It's basically called The Handmaid's Tale, and the only thing that makes the white public respond to it with this great sense of, oh, this is a horror story, this is like something we have to watch, this is it's socially relevant, is the fact that it's showing everything happening to white women that has happened to colored women in America for hundreds of years. And
Right.
but suddenly, when it's portrayed as happening to white women, suddenly it's a great violation of the sensibilities,
Of
and
course. Of
that's
course.
that's what makes it such an offensive series that I analyzed in depth for that reason. But back to Sammy, yes. So yes, just to
Of course.
reinforce what you're saying. Thank you.
Of course. Just like Auschwitz was terrible, and Dunkirk, and all these horrible atrocities that, the the Jewish part of the Jewish diaspora went through. But the one thing you have to give the Third Reich is they never hid their hands.
Yes.
The Nuremberg race laws were there. There's still record books till this day.
Yes.
Um, the final solution is pretty much documented. Um, so a lot of the times, what people want to refer to as, well, this is 1930s Germany. Well, not necessarily,
Thank you.
because the Third Reich was never hiding their hands, and a lot of it was in reaction to what the Americans were doing. Um,
Exactly. Thank you.
uh,
Yes.
People need to understand. This is the one thing that I've learned from Doug is, the suffering of human beings is not just delegated to, the J people. You
Thank you.
know,
Yes.
it is not delegated to Americans. When you know when we talk about Pearl Harbor, you got to also talk about the Philippines. You
Yes.
have to talk about Korea. You have to talk about all these places that we were pretty much pirates, and it's
Yes.
all under the cover of plausible deniability. Going back to uh, Perry, what's that? What is that guy? Not
Oh,
Herman Perry, the
Commodore Perry.
Commodore Perry. Yeah,
Yes.
Commodore Perry, where he had that pirate flag, and under that pirate flag, it was pretty much a psyop to or an operation where to pretty much test the waters.
Yes.
Is exactly what's going on with ICE. None of these agents that I see are not law enforcement, and if they are, um, they're terrible. But really, they're not.
Yes.
It's there's no they're not identifying themselves. It makes me sick to see someone of Hispanic heritage. Those are the ones that really just make my stomach turn, because they don't realize you're next.
Oh, thank you. That this is
No,
what's so disgusting. As a matter of fact, let me bring your attention to this. I don't know if you can see it, so I'm going to just do a little screen share here to validate what you're saying. And if you take a look at this individual right here, you'll notice that the ICE troopers around him, it's so outrageously offensive. First off, this guy right here, it says police right on his jacket, and but he's wearing a New York Giants baseball cap, and he's got a mask on. Like, what kind of a
right.
uniform is that? And you can see he's a
It's
nigger. And you can see this guy is brown. This guy's probably some, really misguided
Right.
coconut spick, brown on the outside but white on the inside, or maybe he's Pakistani or South Asian. They all got that kind of hairline where
Doug,
they.
either way, Doug.
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I had a Pakistani coworker who was telling me, are you ready for the raid? This is about a year ago, and I told him, do you realize you look like me?
Yeah,
They can't tell the difference.
yeah. That's the thing that blows my fucking mind. But what's with the chink? How come he doesn't care? He's still masked. What?
Well, Doug, you have to sprinkle in, they have to sprinkle in a little diversity when it comes to their their banana. He's the banana. If you're gonna have a coconut, you gotta throw in the banana. Come on.
Yeah, that's right. So it's a fruit salad, but what's the thing here? They're all colored. They're all melanated. All the ice troopers.
That's the inversion.
Yeah.
That's the inversion, Doug. And that is what I'm trying to tell you, where you have heads saying, well, believe the Bible. Yeah. That's just the inversion. That's really all it is. It's an inversion of the psychological war. It makes it to a person of color, the worst thing that can happen is someone of your own race is a person that's raping you.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
He's raping you of your freedom. He's raping you of your security as far as a human being. That is the worst. That's the ultimate form of colonization. This has been happening going back to the Spaniards, what they did to the mestizos in Mexico.
Yes.
This goes back to you name it. This goes back to the Chinese and the railroads. Yes. This all goes back to that cycle of colonization, and it's just really a rerun. Now back to go ahead, Doug.
It is. I was just going to say the one thing I want to point out is I believe what's happening is these people have been guaranteed that they themselves and their families won't be touched so long as they ethnically cleanse America of their own. And they bought into that. They believe that. And they think that they will receive this immunity. In irony of this horrible situation, one more police individual is seen in back, but he's actually facing outward to act as rear guard. And I do believe, ironically enough, this white guy is trying to stop them from bothering this Brad Lander, who's the comptroller of New York and is running for mayor against the house nigger, the head nigger in charge, who's really running New York to the ground. And so Trump said, take him down. But the white guy is trying to stop it, and the black guy who's holding rear guard here is holding him as at bay. It's like, again, just the fact that they sent in purely colored goons to take this man down, claiming he's the illegal immigrant, and that way no one can claim that the whites are racist in their policy. It is so sinister. Anyhow, back to Sammy Romero, and continue with what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, that's the irony in a sense that Trump does not care. Trump will slit his own wife's throat.
Yes, it's so true.
Okay,
absolutely.
And what you're seeing now is, that's the one thing I have to commend Trump in foresight. As deranged and as old and senile he is, the man's pretty much 80 years old. Okay, he's. I mean, people talk about Biden. Okay. Yeah. They're pretty much, two
peas in a pod. Yeah, two crackers.
They're two crackers in a bowl of chili. Okay.
Yeah.
And I have to use this rhetoric because to kind of get people's attention in the sense that you have to pick the evil of two. Okay, if I'm going to pick the evil of two, I'm going to pick someone that's evil in contrast to someone that's insane.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
That's one thing I've learned about Doug and his background. And what people need to understand too, and I have to put this in this context, Doug is also he's a product of his upbringing, but also his education. Okay. What I've learned about Doug is a filtered version of what Dr. Aquino gave Doug. Okay. I didn't have to witness the phenotyphage. I didn't have to, witness, babies getting spit, on open fire, or, I didn't have to eat brains. But what had to understand. There's a backstory to that. Any new listeners, I don't mean to give Doug more work, but that's a totally different. Tune into next transmission.
Yes.
That's just a little nugget. What I'm trying to say is, what's really important when I'm trying to tell this, any new listeners, is it's an inversion of what everything is. Okay. This is very much psychological. When Hetzek talked about reading the Bible, it's really fucking with any so-called Christian. Okay.
Yes.
It's getting that out there. So, well, Hetzek mentioned the Bible, so that means, it's God mandate. And I say that because most U.S. Christians do not read the Bible. Okay.
That's right.
And this is obviously a separation of church and state, where they're pretty much, raping. I can't even say taking a dump on, because you can actually grow shit with crap.
Yes.
That would give them too much credit. They're pretty much, sodomizing it.
Yes.
And they're this is really what we're at, and it's.
And by the way, the traditional theological term for this would be sacrilege. They're
sacrilege. Yes. Thank you.
Sacrilege. Yes.
And to circle back to Iran is going to be Donald Trump's excuse to not respect elections.
Yes.
We're going to go to war with Iran, but this was already in plan. And one of the reasons why, because the shoe's going to drop, and because everybody for the most part in Trump's administration is acting, whether it's acting Secretary of State, acting, you have Linda McMahon, which is hilarious, ahead of our, Department of Miseducation. It's not even education, really, but whatever. All these appointed positions are all acting, and they're strategic in the sense of plausible deniability. And when the shoe drops, and we're going to see the corruption, because the thing about all this conflict, someone's going to have to be responsible, whether they like it or not. Someone's going to have to, whether, whatever's left, someone's going to have to try and put back the lie. Someone's going to have to rebuild the lie. The truth is not necessarily going to always come out, but what I'm trying to say is they're going to have to reconvince the general public that everything's back to normal. Because do I see the truth coming out completely? No, that would be insane. Because to me, the truth, it's so, it's not watered down. It's just, it makes too much sense.
Yes.
And you have to go back to even with Reagan. Reagan took out the Fairness Act when it came to media, where, media doesn't have to adhere to any policies as far as journalism, no fact checking. Yeah. All it is based on, people's opinion. Yeah. And opinions is great, but when it comes to these times, people don't have a fair understanding on what's really fake and what's really real, and it's by design. And when I see what I see with Iran is really just going to be another quagmire when it comes to our military conflict. But I'm not really worried about Iran. I'm really worried about, I wouldn't even say worried. It's to me, the wild card to me is Israel.
Yes.
Israel, in the sense of they're far worse. And I wouldn't even say worse. It's just they're like our little brother who, finally got an erection and doesn't know what to do with it.
Yes.
Where they have these nuclear arsenals. They have they obviously have the dirty bombs, the nuclear dirty bombs, the neutron bombs, which would turn everybody into The Walking Dead. But that's another nugget for any listeners that Doug would get around to.
Yes. But
what really is, it's really the wild card is Israel, because they're also an extension of Russia.
Yes.
They're aligned with our current policies, but they're very much they're as demanding as the Russians in the sense of getting their agenda and getting the backing of the United States, because obviously we don't see Biden in power. We don't see Kamala Harris because of election fraud. And, you know, if someone wants to take me to court or that, please, you know,
yeah.
there was election fraud, you know, that it's something nobody, you know, really wants to touch right now because, and it's really just a distraction. And what I see is, the idea of, you know, a U.S. born citizen, the idea of having rights, it's really a non-existent.
Yes.
And it's going back to the color of your skin.
Yes.
And it's always been this way, but what Trump is targeting is the backbone of our labor force. You take that away and you create a financial market where our consumer goods are too expensive. And, you know, he comes and saves the day by initiating this war. And all of a sudden, the U.S. has a reason to understand, well, the reason why things are so high is because we're in war.
Right.
And it's generated because we're at war. And, you know, this is what we have to do is we have to, you know, what was that stupid quote that Kennedy said? Do to your country. Don't say do what your country is, and you know whatever that quote is. That retarded ass quote.
Yes.
Coming from you know.
Yeah. Think not of what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country.
Except my parents were bootleggers, you know,
bootleggers, gangsters,
and gangsters,
yeah.
and you know, we're part of the Irish mafia. Yes, but you know, that's a different story, right?
That's right.
You know, you know, it's you know this idea, and this even goes back to Trump. You know, Trump's connection to all the 5 families of New York, and it's like, my point is. This is so blatantly, just grossly, just you have to shake your head in the sense of this can't be real, but it is. And the problem is you have the Democrats scrambling to pass legislation. It's like this should have been done 4 years ago. And in my opinion, this is what I would do. I would have to charge all the old Democrats along with you know, the Republicans.
Yes.
They have to be charged as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Because you know the Pelosi's.
Oh yeah.
The old Irish fart. I mean, not Irish, but Jewish fart.
Schumer. Yeah.
Yes. You know, no matzo ball soup for you. No pastrami for you.
Thank you.
You know. No Boca Raton, you know, that the Boca retirement home in Florida, that gets taken away.
Yes. I would reopen the concentration camp at Gila Bend for those old Democrats. The Gila Bend, which kept the Japanese in during World War II, and I would take a lot of the Silicon Valley motherfuckers and put them in there as well, and just say, okay, the guard towers have men armed with rocket launchers to take out any helicopters that try and come in and medevac them out. Go on, yes.
Well, hold on, Doug. I'm in America too, so you know I can be bought too. So come on, I'm. What I'm trying to say is this, okay? I loved your solution, okay? You know, I'm the type when it comes to certain things it's not, yes, you're screwing me, but you know, please use some lube.
Yes.
You know, to a certain point, you have to understand you're an American and you're gonna get screwed. So I loved your proposal about Elon Musk.
Thank you. Yes.
Creating use his wealth and distribute to America.
Thank you.
Give everybody a share of his wealth. Americans are stupid like this. We really are.
Yes.
We're stupid. Give us 20 grand and we'll forget.
Yes.
Give us money. We don't care.
Yes.
But that's my point is this. It's so easy for Trump to really fix this.
Yeah.
because it really is. It's just this is credit to his insanity, okay?
Yes.
Because he really does not care, and he knows the shoe's gonna drop. There's gonna be lawsuits flying, because this whole machine runs on this corruption on both sides. Really, both sides don't really want this gravy train to stop.
That's right.
The problem is, it's going to get to a point where the Republicans are going to have to react, whether it's dragging their feet like they did with insurrection.
Yes.
They were appalled at the beginning. They switched real quick.
They did.
You know, when their lives are in danger,
Oh yeah.
They care. Oh well, this is America. This is a republic. You know, we want to hold Donald Trump. We'll just wait 4 years to reelect them again. My point is this, okay? Most adults, okay, this is really just childish act. They're children, really. They're overgrown, old, elderly children.
That's right. It's so true.
But once they realize elections are about 10 months away. Well, less than a year away, because really they're gonna the game they play, they're gonna start wrapping up midterms. Okay, this is why Trump also is understanding this. This is why he's kicking off this war with Iran.
Yes.
Because when election starts, the troops are not going to leave.
Yes. That's right.
They're going to be at election polls. He's going to have this propaganda of fraud, stop the fraud. I'm going to deploy the military to, I don't know what they're going to do, count the votes. I don't know. Are they going to? This is my point. It's how stupid this is.
Yes.
When you fire people that are hired to do all this, you fire everybody, and you appoint the military, you might as well, have a bomb doing it. Okay?
It's true. It's true.
Because the military runs on military contracts. It runs on people on corporations like Lockheed Martin, like Boeing. They run on military contracts. There's no such thing as an enemy now. It's really just a welfare state.
Yes,
okay?
Absolutely.
That's all it is, because it's professional. The American public, the only investment the American public has is the tax money.
Yes.
That's the only investment. Our military is just another welfare state.
Yes.
Obviously, you talked about this with the VA.
Yes.
My point is, Trump is really, this move is going on schedule because midterms are coming. The shoe's going to drop. Lawsuits are going to be flying. Someone's going to have to answer. And Trump's going to be cornered. His best way of getting out of this, or really delaying until he can escape to Russia or they kill him.
Yes.
or they might spike his fish fillet or his cheeseburger with some type of drug that gives him a heart attack. I don't know.
Well, Viagra. I mean, all you need to do is pump enough Viagra in an old enough guy.
Well, point taken. I'm giving him too much credit. My point is, Trump can drop dead tomorrow, and the problem is because the government's so much in shambles. See, the government relies not just relies on his orders, but the blame. Okay, that's another crutch that Trump provides with the Republicans. The Republicans can blame him, along with the Democrats as well. They're going to get a piece of the shit by too. They can blame Trump, but what makes it grossly just disgusting is this really is just a rerun, and they should have done this. He never should have got elected a second time to begin with.
Of course not.
But
and he was not. He actually was not. And you can tell people the details on that. Yes.
Well, he wasn't supposed to, but when you have, the Supreme Court, the judge Gorsuch, literally giving him a dab in his first address to the nation. He was on a hot mic time. Thank you for making this happen. So the corruption's there. I'll put it this way. To put it in my world, it's like a bunch of dirty diapers have been stacked up. They're leaking of crap. Okay.
Yes.
You're in a closet. and you have dirty diapers of shit. It's 120 degrees in this closet, and you're in this shit-filled closet, and they're just stacking up on top of you, and you have to figure out, how do I get out of this, and which is the first diaper I have to move? Okay.
Yes.
And they're catching on fire. You might as well say they're catching on fire.
Yes.
And I say this to say this, okay? There has to be a moment where, the shoe's going to drop, but, how much damage is going to be there, it's not even, there's no question that it's there. It's just, what's going to be the end game, and it's one of these things where you have to laugh and you have to joke about it, because there's really no answer. And this is how the psyche of the American public, they don't even want to think about it. As long as it's not happening to me, I'm okay. And you're not really being an adult at that point, but anyway, that's just my little 2 cents for now.
Oh, well, it was beautiful. It was beautiful, and we so much needed that. And I always encourage you to jump on, and honestly, certainly let Isaac know. So it's not going to take, because I can't have too much time tonight because of my preparations for Juneteenth that I have to tend to. I won't be on too long tonight, but I'll do my best to try and address the situation in Los Angeles and with ICE and everything else. But let him know that we'll get back to that subject in much greater detail. Probably it'll take Sunday and Wednesday of next week. It's just going to take several days, and it's an ongoing situation.
Of course.
And I do pray, without giving away anything that would compromise your physical security or his, that both you and he and both of your families have been as safe as can be, considering what's going down in Southern California, which is so outrageous and egregious right now. You're under military occupation, and you're under the basically a police state enforcement. There's a curfew in areas of Los Angeles.
Well,
Come on.
of course it is. And the thing is, what makes it very dangerous is, see, the public hasn't gone violent yet.
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
I keep saying that. Because there's a sense of, it's like saying fuck it. Okay. If you're gonna have me in a prison, I might as well go to a prison.
Yeah.
Okay, because at least I can. When prison seems more orderly, when there's more direction in the prison, that's not good.
No.
And it's going to. And I say this is a trickle down effect to this. Okay. There is definitely a trickle down effect. We're not seeing it yet, because certain things don't happen in real time, as far as, obviously the fact. But when it does, the people that are not feeling it now are going to feel it, and this is where Trump knows he's going to fail, in a sense of, it's going to hit the fan.
Yes.
It always does. Just like Musk turned on him, quote unquote. They had a little boyfriend, little fight,
Yeah.
Then maybe they made up.
I hope they don't, but Musk is trying. Oh, he's crawling back on his knees.
Well, the reason why I say they probably didn't, because once Trump ego is hurt, he's never the same. He doesn't feel the same. He's not that emotionally mature. Okay, the man has pretty much 3 marriages, 3 divorces.
Oh yes,
that we know of.
Oh, that we know of. Yes.
And obviously this arranged marriage that he has.
Yes. Yes.
The man does not do good with relationships with women, and obviously, we think he's straight. Let alone,
I think he's another Peter Moon. He's not. Yes, that's why Peter Moon was so obsessed with Trump and talking about his relationship with Cohen all the time. But go on. Yes, continue.
Right, but like I said, Donald Trump is not emotionally a mature man. He's not. No. So that relationship is pretty much, in the rocks. Okay.
Yes.
So when he's gonna have to have he's gonna have to be responsible, or there's gonna have to be somebody who's gonna be responsible. And obviously, he's the head figure. He's going to be cornered, and when he's cornered, his insanity shows, and he's going to use this war with Iran, which is going to happen.
Yes.
And he's going to try to introduce martial law.
Yes.
What's happening in Los Angeles, it's going to happen everywhere.
Yes.
And he purposely choosing Los Angeles because a bunch of brown people there.
Yes.
And as long as they don't go, anywhere past, Normandy, where all the Jews are at.
Yes.
And the white people are at, as long as it doesn't hit Orange County, at least the white areas, nobody cares. The problem is when it's your turn, and I'm also talking to our African Americans, brothers and sisters.
Yes.
Okay, yes. They're no different either. They're worse, in my opinion. Yeah. They're double screwed because,
yes.
And I hate to say this, and I have very close friends who are African Americans. A lot of them feel like, well, it's not our fight. The problem with them is it's like you're already on a losing team.
Thank you.
And
the horrible historical precedent for this was they thought that it was a good deal for them when the Japanese were interned, because they thought that they would be basically hired to pick the fields for the white man, now that the white man was stealing all the Japanese land in Central Valley and all the vineyards and the farmland.
Right.
And that didn't turn out to be the case. But continue. Yes, please.
Here's what I see when it comes to that, okay?
Yeah.
Because they're and I don't mean losers as in they're losers. I'm talking about, the race, okay?
Yeah.
They have their colleges, which, are barely existing. Yeah. They have their pockets of education. Every ethnicity has that. I'm not saying ours doesn't. The difference between our ethnicity as far as the Mexican community is we have a country. Yes. Just like...
Yes.
That says a lot. Okay?
Yes.
What's going to happen is a lot of people of Mexican descent, as long as they're going to self-deport and they're going to take the resources.
That's right.
What a lot of people don't realize is manufacturing industry it's been gone from the United States. It's been gone since freaking Doug was in high school.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And it's going to Mexico.
That's right. And the drones, the military drones are manufactured in fucking Mexico. American drones.
That's the point. What I'm trying to say is, agriculture is really the last vestige that the United States actually had.
Yes. Okay,
and California really is the breadbasket of the world.
Yes, absolutely.
When you are taking your backbreaking labor force and you're illegally deporting them, and that's the one thing. People have not yet been physically deported to Mexico. That's another pile of shit right there. Okay.
Right. That's right. They're being interned. But go on. Yes.
They're being interned. They're not yet been transported to Mexico. And people ask, well, why? Because Mexico is not in shambles as what people think. Yes, there are cartels, just like there's Proud Boys, just like there's a Klan here, just like there's Pfizer, who is another legal, drug cartel here. We have drug cartels here. They're just called pharmaceutical companies.
Yes.
They're legal. They're just legal cartels. I mean,
yeah, it's true.
That's all true. It is.
Yeah, they're legal, and they're pushing legal drugs that have been legalized. Yes,
but the white faces are making a profit. God forbid, we have brownies and wetbacks doing it, right? God forbid, they can be in pharmacy and they can own a pharmaceutical company. I say to say this, okay. This is what the dominant effect is I'm trying to talk about. And people say, well, get out of here, self-deport. Like I said, the Japanese left after the internment camps and after the persecution, and they took a lot of their knowledge, a lot of their valuable knowledge to Brazil, and a lot of them went back to Japan. And since this is what we see, and I'm not saying Mexico is Japan, but we live in we're part of an empire. I have to remind people this is a global empire. The United States is a global empire. We're not the good old US of A of No, we're a global empire.
That's
Our
right.
soft power in the world has been affected. It's pretty much in the shit can.
Yes.
Um, a lot of our reputation, as stupid and corrupt as it was, we had a great soft power in the world.
That's right.
Our generosity with our
USAID and
resources,
others. Yes. Yeah.
right? It
Yeah.
was helped us a lot. We're like this retarded kid that his parents are rich.
Yes.
We're I hate to put it that way because I'm insulting mentally challenged people, but we're just they have some sense of creativity and they're special, but we really are that. We have these resources, but we're just hated in the world. But we're tolerated because we have these resources. We have this sense of the idea, and the world bought into it until you come to the States and you see that the only time you're really an American is when you're in another country.
Yes.
You don't feel like an American when you're in the U.S. as far as colored people.
That's right.
If Doug goes to Tokyo, which I'm sure he would, at the beginning he would feel like an American. Obviously,
Right.
you'll be
Absolutely.
fine. You'll be fine assimilating. You'll do great, obviously.
Well, I'm not sure about
But
that. Simply because I've
you
been
would.
so Americanized, it would be difficult. But go on. Yes.
Trust me, a little pretty 25-year-old Japanese girl that wants to be a girlfriend, you'll simulate.
Yeah. True. Point taken. Yes.
Give you the right amenities,
Yes.
you'll fall in love.
Yeah.
You'll fall in love with the culture. You'll read, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And that would be ignited because it's in you.
Yes.
My point is, the world, in some points stays the same, but we're literally living through history right now, like we are, and the blowback is going to be, in some ways, there's obviously going to be something good of this because there always is. Even
Yes.
in World War II, there's things that came out of it that were good, but at the present moment, this is really what Trump is doing. Is he is making concessions in the sense he's giving a contingency plan. To in case he's cornered, he has that war with Iran,
Yes.
which is going to make him, it's going to be very difficult for him to leave, quote unquote.
Yes.
Or in other words, he can use it as a bargaining chip to, maybe leave the U.S. and go to Russia.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
This is what I see because none of this to me is designed for another, unless it's some type of dictatorship.
Yes.
It's not designed for another election for him to win.
Yes.
You're pissing off a lot of people. You're pissing off people that voted for you,
Yes.
So, and he's going, and people are not understanding that now, but he's going to do that. It's just a matter of, when you piss off a billionaire and the billionaire calls you a pedophile and you were in the Epstein files, when you piss off a billionaire who really should not, really, I mean, think about it, most incompetent in the point of, how are you even fucking wealthy?
Thank you. Well, he's losing a lot of that. He's losing a lot of that now with everything going on with Tesla. But go.
I mean, yes, but I mean, there's levels of being broke. Okay,
Yeah,
his levels of being broke are far better than us.
Yeah, true.
True. But my point is this: he's such a lame.
Yeah.
How can I say? He's just a lame. Okay.
Oh, there's no words. No words. Such a loser. He's a loser. He's a fucking loser.
Yes, right. That's obviously your point. He's just a loser, but he just he has a couple of dollars. My point is, why are you stressing? Who do you have to prove? My point to him is, what do you have to prove? Nobody cares.
Yes.
The American public doesn't give a shit about Mars. We can barely, we don't even know where Mars is at. Most of we're so far gone from space travel. A lot of people don't even know that we landed on the moon.
Yes.
That's how far
It's true.
That's how far we've gone. So my point is this is somebody that is stressing about his money and how he looks, but my point is, when you stress out a billionaire and he pretty much calls you out of your name, that kind of shows you his, Trump's level of, keeping the peace or any level of decorum.
Yes.
We're screwed. We're screwed.
Absolutely.
But in a lot of ways, we already been screwed. It's just, this is just really, revelation coming to true. We're in the second tribulation as it is. Okay.
Yes.
We're in the second tribulation. Okay.
Absolutely.
And this is happening in real time. Obviously, that congressman or that senator being shot in Minnesota, you see how numb the U.S. is. The American public are numb to this. Elected official got shot
in their own home. Yes.
You know what? This really was. I could already hear you saying this. Okay.
Yes.
In my head.
Yeah.
This was an occult ritual.
Yes.
She got killed on his birthday.
Yes.
A white
breeding age woman. Yeah. Well, little past breeding age, but still prominent.
She's a prominent.
Yeah.
Her blood was spilled. Okay.
Yes, that's right.
On his birthday. There's no coincidence.
No, it's not.
This is very occult ritual. Absolutely. And blood had to be spilled. The problem is, if you see that stupid ass parade that was our dollars pretty much, you know what? It's like Trump wiping his ass with our tax money.
Yes.
Would have been better.
Yes.
Why? Because you can use it as compost to grow
something.
Something. The one thing I don't think Trump realizes, our soldiers do not know how to march in unison. Yes. This is not North Korea. You had dumbass soldiers waving to the crowd.
That's so fucking lame. Oh, shit, that's so
fucking. And Trump was pissed off because the tone wasn't right. Well, you idiot. This is not that type of army. Most of these soldiers are playing PlayStation.
Yes, they're just drone dispensers. Yes,
that's the one thing Trump doesn't realize. His old senile 19th century brain of his didn't realize this, and he got embarrassed. The No King protest there was more people in that.
Yes, there were many more orders of magnitude. Yes. Oh.
So in a lot of ways, it's very heartwarming that Americans don't give a shit about their military.
That's right. Thank God.
We really don't.
Thank God. Yes.
We really don't, because we're dealing with the product of our military, where all these mass shooters are indoctrinated to kill us.
Yes.
So I say this. This obviously I kind of have to step out a little bit, but Anybody else in Team Future want to step in, give their 2 cents. But I have to do some daddy duties.
Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Share our love with everyone in the family. And with that, we'll bring someone else on. But always join us whenever you wish. And so that's Sammy Romero. Thank you so much. And I hope Brendan is still with us. And so, Brendan, by all means, without exposing anything about your security, cyber security, or any other kind of security, I pray that your situation is well with your network. You're apparently able to get online. So let's see if Brendan's able to respond at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes. Are you on your way home, or to the warehouse? I mean, did you make it back to the warehouse alive, or are you still long way before you get there?
I checked in on the warehouse, and then I am now currently active.
Okay.
Elsewhere.
Oh, thank God. Well, your online status is okay. Everything with that, as far as can be ascertained.
As far as I know, it seems to be working.
Oh my God! Thank God that resolved. It's gut wrenching. Oh my God! And It's all because of me.
I think the most offensive part is, like, if they're gonna do all that, then why, at least refund my fucking $50.
Yeah.
But if I call them, it'll take like months to get the money back. So we'll see what happens.
Yes. Oh my fucking God. So, aside from that, help catch me up here. Aristides brought to my attention that Israel's actually been taking it to a degree that some of these drones and missiles are actually getting through. Maybe the Americans in Israel. Aristides can.
Yeah, they're running out of interceptor rockets, but that's not our. I mean, that's That's why they have to call in, of course, the Navy, the U.S. Navy.
There's our tax dollars at work, saving Jews.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah. Yeah, but like you said, at this point, I let them blow each other up.
yes. Let them fight.
Like the world would save trillions of dollars if they blew each other up. It's not like it's just kind of like it's gonna be like the movie Idiocracy, where there's like one Palestinian and one Jew fighting. That's like it's literally gonna be yeah, because in that film he like goes there and he's like, what happened to Israel? And it's literally they're like fist fighting in like a Mad Max wasteland. That's what it's gonna be like. Yeah, so it's if that's what they want, that's what they get. It's just I don't think people have the stomach for it, really, honestly. Like the people in the comments, which are just normal randos, like no one's falling for this shit anymore. Like, sorry, but and it's like you can't. What are you gonna call 7 billion people like anti-Judaic? I mean, it's like it's impossible. But it's just strange. It's strange times, interesting times, man.
Yes, and
but we know. But well, I guess we don't know. But we can reveal that they just want to do the apocalypse thing.
Yes,
so it's nothing,
they do.
It's nothing to do with anything legit or like strategic, let's say.
Yes.
Yeah. Nothing strategic. So.
It's literally a religious war in which they're trying to bring about the end of the fucking world, and that's their ultimate military objective, if you can call that a military objective. At this point, of course, it's a theological objective. It's what we would call, as a matter of fact, eschatological. The correct term would be eschatological. They're trying to realize their eschatological narrative. So, such having been said, it was very astute of Sammy to bring up that this was an occult sacrifice on Trump's birthday. And you do have any impressions of that yourself? I'm sure that the thought also passed through your own.
You're talking about the initial attack?
The attack that killed that woman, the politician, the female legislator, the lawmaker who was.
Well, it was
on his birthday.
I don't think it was ordered. I think just that cultist guy felt like he did it for his master. That's all it was.
Yeah.
I don't think it was deliberate on his part. Not that I'm defending him.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying. Does that make sense?
In a sense,
it was a birthday gift. It was a birthday gift.
Interesting.
Yeah.
A birthday gift sacrifice. Like, this is for my Lord and God, my Edomite. Yeah. And my Antichrist. His Antichrist. He was so.
Yeah. So the guy thought this is the best time to do it.
Yeah.
I love him. That's all it is.
Yeah. And so we have a interesting statistic from our man T-Tank Berry, talking about confidence in Israel's winning the war is going down a bit. Yeah, some might say plunging beneath the waterline or heading towards it at 54%. Among Jews only, confidence that Israel will win the war. The Jewish People Policy Institute has taken some surveys here, and there you go with that.
There's no question that they're going to. It's not in question that they would lose. Because the mulocracy is failing. It's a failing state, but
yes, it's a failed state. It's not failing. Yeah. It's been failed for it's like Somalia trying to build nukes.
I think the sad part is once they both it's like, what is it called when they both blow their loads, they're gonna both be they won't be able to finish without support from the outside. Does that make sense?
Yes. And that may already be happening.
So both sides are already saying that.
Yeah.
That once they run out of the initial.
Yeah. Yeah.
When they run out of the initial waves of attack, then it's gonna be too long to restock and all that shit.
Oh yeah.
The military.
So like you said, it's gonna be down to throwing stones at each other.
Right. So both of them are gonna have to call in foreign stuff, and then.
Well, then it becomes a world war.
Then it's a world war. But China's already said we don't have the stomach for it. Putin doesn't want to get involved because he's already expended most of his fighting force. So it's kind of like the worst they can do is destroy the economy, which is what I think that's the intention behind this. they'll close the Strait down for a couple months. It'll reset the global economy so they can reset they can play the cup game and reshuffle a few things, and then they re-release the digital currency. So it's
Oh my God.
and none of these wars are like natural or spontaneous. These are all planned events.
Interesting. Okay.
So and the astrology backs up my claim. So it's just you can have any kind of that thing.
And
explanation, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the astrology. Tell us a bit about the astrology.
Yeah, so Leo conjunct Regulus, which is, Mars conjunct Regulus.
Mm-hmm.
So Leo is the main star, the ruling star of. Regulus is the ruling star of Leo, the lion, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the star of royalty, the star of kings.
Mm-hmm.
And Mars has conjoined, and they're literally on the same degree right now as we speak, the last few days. So they waited to start their war on probably the best placement for Mars, the Martial planet, when it's direct and visible in the sky, and also in Leo, another fire sign. So it gives them, they feel that they have the advantage when that happens.
Yes.
That's why it was done. So,
Thank you. Yeah, that's it makes sense.
And it's also Trump's ascendant.
Yes. Okay.
So he feels like he's the king of this new thing.
Yeah.
That's why he's walking around like, he thinks he's calling the shots. Like that's
yes.
Whatever beings are like having him do this thing is like they've convinced him that he's calling all the shots, so he's just doing his thing. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That's
it's
incredible.
Like when you give the kids like a hall pass and
yes.
like a hall monitor pass, it's like that.
Yes. Yes.
So he has the hall monitor pass right now. So, and everyone else was told, all right, go along with him.
Yeah.
Just let him do his thing. Because like what Sammy said earlier, it's like they're just gonna blame him at the end of it.
Yeah.
Say, oh well, we were just going along with this guy. And the Iranians are. I sent you the thing, did I not? The Iranians are pissed at the Germans.
Oh, how? Wait, no, maybe you sent it to me, but I didn't. No, I didn't see anything like that.
Oh, here, I'll just read it out.
Okay.
Respond accordingly. It says here. 1 second, it's loading.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. The Federal Reserve. Who cares about that? They're a bunch of scammers, anyways. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so it says Iran summons German envoy after mayor's pro-Israel comments.
Oh God.
The German chancellor said that Israel was doing the dirty work for us all. Meanwhile, Trump said he may or may not get involved, and so the Iranians summoned all the foreign ministers because they were upset.
Of course.
So yeah. There you go. But it doesn't sound like, obviously, if Merz is talking like that, it's not going to be, he's not on their side. They're gonna, and as per the astrology, like the Babylonian astrology, they're gonna do a regime change.
Yes.
So that's guaranteed no matter what.
Yes.
So whether the war starts or not, the mullahs are out.
Yes.
Or these ayatollahs.
Thank God. Thank God. I mean, it should have happened.
It just is.
Yeah, generations.
How quick it happens.
Yeah. And so
I don't know, like, karmically to even say this because it's not, it's not really my place, but I hope they just precision strike the Ayatollah. He needs to go.
Oh, of course.
He's had his time.
Oh, him and all the mullahs.
Yeah, they're just the whole shebang. Like.
Yeah.
And apparently BB's hiding in Greece, which is funny. I think that's hilarious.
Is it? So is he like staying there?
Allegedly.
Oh, okay. That's
they have like maybe like I don't think it's a military base, but like some kind of compound.
Yeah.
Maybe like diplomatic compound or something.
Interesting.
But allegedly he's hiding in Greece.
I believe that.
But it's probably just a beach house. So I can't imagine it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But definitely it's altogether. What else comes to our mind? We get some more interesting information here from this is like the old yeah, there we are. the crossing out of some of the old Iranian flag is just a meme that was provided by T Tank Berry, and of course that's not quite the Iranian flag that's used today, but I get the message definitely.
Oh, I can't see any of his images, so my thing is totally interdicted.
Oh God, yeah. It's well, tell people about like the troubles we've had even trying to communicate with each other. They're really were slamming into us, and strangely enough, not that I want to. We don't want to say any specifics because we were on the Microsoft Teams call and we got some messages from Real Tech Geek, and we started addressing these messages just between ourselves. We were talking about it, and then they just shut us down. And after they shut us down, it was like I had to sign back in. In other words, so either somebody was trying to break in at that time, or they, or what we were speaking about triggered some kind of program. And yeah, but it's like they're really fucking with.
Yeah, they just shut it down completely.
Yeah. It's just a lot of strange things going on, and so when it comes to our communications, we're just lucky to be here, and we'll take as much advantage of that as we can. And by the way, take advantage of this time to vent. I mean, if you want to vent and cathart about what's going on at work, please do so. Go ahead. I mean, it's the hardest work in the world.
Oh, I try and bleep it out because it's just.
I don't blame you.
I've just given up on them. It's like, look,
yeah.
Look, if you don't want to work with me, then I'm just going to do the bare minimum, and that's it. And I think they got the message at this point.
Yeah. And so...
and then the old bag that's, like, messing with all the schedules, like, she's the new sports director.
Yeah.
And she's totally fumbled the ball, dropped the ball and everything.
Yeah.
But now it's like, now that everything's calmed down, she's trying to say that I don't like her or something, and it's like
personal. She's personalizing it.
Yeah, she's personalizing it. Yeah. She used to tell my coworkers, "Oh, I don't think he likes me," and it's like, well, yeah, you're right, but it has nothing to do with you as a person. It's just you suck. You made everyone else's life harder.
Yes.
And then tried to basically. She tried to throw me under the bus and shit many times over. So it's like, I'm the yeah, I should hate you, bitch. But I don't. I just don't want to work with you. And I've actually known this lady for years, since I was younger. Believe it or not.
Wow! Holy shit!
So it's
Is that from just the California school system or something, or
yeah,
okay.
exactly.
Incredible.
But Americans have no sense of loyalty or honesty or anything. It's just so offensive.
Yeah. Now, you've been listening to me for years, and so has Sammy. So if Sammy is listening, feel free to butt in on this and give me your own impression. I said earlier, and I'm still getting some incoming communique from people asking me to follow up on what I said earlier about my feeling that this might be a Mandela incident, involving the Mandela effect. But it's like 10 years ago at this point, I told people about the septic tank full of almost 1,000 dead babies inside of this Roman Catholic nunnery, where basically all of the young girls who had been sexually assaulted by the Irish police department, the Irish nobility, if you will, anybody in the hierarchy of the Irish society that was abusing their servant girls would rape them, and then once they got pregnated, because they all were diehard Roman Catholics for 1,000 years, they would never allow them to get abortions, so they turned them over to a nunnery where they could deliver the baby that theoretically was supposed to go up for adoption. And the nuns, of course, had no such network available for adopting out the infants, so they just flushed them down the toilet, quite literally. So they found basically a septic tank full of 1,000 dead babies at the So did I not say this 10 years ago?
This was in Australia, but the newest one is in Australia. Is that not the case?
Oh, okay. So that's.
So it was someone probably heard you and was like, "Oh, that's a good idea." Either that or this is a common practice. Unfortunately.
So it says, but wait a second. It says nun-run Irish unwed mother. So is this in Australia or in Ireland? Can somebody find this out for me?
Just let me look. Yeah, just give me a second.
Yes.
But I'm pretty sure.
They said, in this
somewhere.
case, they said 796 babies, so nearly 800 babies. Yeah, the remains of 800 babies.
It definitely sounds like something you would have brought up in the past, but I don't remember like specifically like the episode or something.
Yeah. Well, I brought it up. During the time that the discovery was being made, I was following it and gave people the news over a period of months. But I, brought this up 10 years ago, so it sounds like the same story over again, or is this a different facility run by the same nuns? Because nuns can have several nunneries, and so they had a network of nunneries. It's definitely something's going on.
Looks like the report got scrubbed. Yeah, I don't know where.
So let me give you the search here. Let me see if I can renew the search.
What is it? What is it called? I don't want to type this shit in.
Dead babies found in septic tank. Look up dead babies found in septic tank for your search, and it should.
They called it a mass grave in septic tank. Just feels wrong typing it in.
Dead babies found in septic tank. Those words exactly. Use those words exactly. Dead babies found in septic tank, because that's how the titles are. That's how the headers are on all the articles.
800. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so it is. Oh, it is in Galway. So there you go. It is in Galway.
So
Ireland.
Yeah. So
it is in Ireland. Yeah.
Okay, and like, what the fuck is this? So is this a different building, or have I just like experienced, Peter Moon's time travel effect, which we could go into again.
Okay, so there's another article from 2023. I think maybe they're just now exhuming it, or this just happens all the time. Like if it's happening every couple of years, then someone needs to really figure this shit out.
Because these latest stories are from literally 10 hours ago, 9 hours ago, 20 hours ago, 21 hours ago, a day ago. It's like, so, yeah, and I know.
Oh, okay, so I think maybe they've known about it, but they're just, it says 2012, the concern was raised in 2012, but they probably just recently got to.
I don't understand. I exposed this 10 years ago. In detail.
It took them 20 years to fucking go there, okay? This is Ireland. Everything is rustic there. No offense to the Irish, but when I was there, it was like slow. Like everything, like the airport looked like a college dorm. There was like beer, like solo cups of beer everywhere and shit. And I was like, what kind of fucking place is this? And I guess that was normal. Yeah, it was just strange. Yeah. There's an old like I think it was Family Guy or The Simpsons or something where it was like it shows like some futuristic society, and it's like Ireland, and then it's like, look, I discovered whiskey, and then it just devolved.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So that's how I imagine Ireland. It's like it used to be good, and then they found alcohol, and it just fucked everything up.
Oh, shit.
Or someone brought it over.
Shit. Oh yeah. Well, the way they it was Polaris, the H.P. Lovecraft story Polaris, pictures an academic Platonic utopia at in the Arctic Circle, and then the Eskimo, as he refers to them, the Eskimo come in and massacre them all. But the whites are, he portrays the whites, of course, as sympathetic, and it's just a sad, tragic horror story. But that's the Family Guy episode shows Ireland like that. It was like this ideal, and then one of them invents alcohol. I've invented alcohol, and then they all start.
And then they just immediately start brawling.
Yes. After they start imbibing it, of course. So Holly,
I thought that shit was a joke. Like where they show up, they like land. Like the dog and the baby land there, and it's like they're landing into like a bunch of beer bottles. But that was literally like what happened. I was like, what the fuck? And then my shit got delayed. I was like, no wonder it's delayed. Everyone's drunk. And it was like this bizarre. I don't know. People said like, oh no, What was that? What's the Dublin? They said, "Oh no, the Dublin airport's real great. It's easy to get around." I thought it was like a nightmare. There was like they were throwing me on shuttle buses and taking us to like this middle of the tarmac shit. And I'm like, this is like Hawaii. I saw more advanced shit in Hawaii, and like on an island in the middle. Like Kauai, when I was on Kauai, it was more smooth. And it was like this little, there was like a coconut tree on the runway. Like literally. So I don't know what's going on there, but it's like, my point is it's just slower. It's a different, more rustic place. And I'm sure Irish people will get super offended, but you know, deep down, you know it's true.
So again, just so anybody's listening, and I don't think anyone really doubts this anymore. The reason I knew about this was through Michael Aquino. And so 10 years ago, I was talking about this in detail, right down to the number of the babies in the septic tank. And I think that may have triggered the investigation that led them to finally, oh man, hey, look, there really are 800 babies in the fucking septic tank. It's like, okay, so why am I not credited? Hey, yeah, you know, we were inspired to investigate this because, you know, this Dietrich guy used to work with Aquino who told him about this. But no, it's like no, I
of course they're not gonna, because then they'd have to pay a reward or some shit.
One would hope, no,
like, but you know that's like that meme where it was, you know, we were making fun of people saying I could get a reward. It's like you'll never get a fucking reward.
No, it doesn't work like that. No, it never.
No. I forgot what it was, but someone thought they were gonna get paid out.
No, that was for turning in Luigi Magnoni, the cunt who turned Luigi Magnoni at the.
Yeah, you know that bitch never got paid.
No. Oh, if in matter of fact, she'll be paying the rest of her life for what she did. That's she's, you know, been doxxed and outed, you know, fucking cunt, and deserves it. So it's but there you go with that.
Yeah, I'm trying to find when the initial investigation.
Yeah.
Okay, so it says HSE, the Health Service Executive, voiced concerns in 2012. Right. So that was from what you said.
Yeah, because I started talking about it. I was talking about it and say, hey, you know, and
it took them 10, almost, like, what is it, 15 years almost? To get to it?
Yeah, I was talking about this longer than 10 years ago. That's right.
So it says the ministry only became involved after revelations in the press were revealed in 2014.
Like that, revelations in the press. That's because my mother died in 2011. I was already speaking on the circuit about this. And so
2012 is the earliest. The earliest when people were saying.
Yeah, it was the year after my mother's death because my mother died in 2011, but I was already publicly speaking.
Oh, here, listen to this shit. The large archive of photographs, and this is in quotes, large archive of photographs, documentation, and letters was revealed to only be 2 passport photos. And the original source witness had no evidence of trafficking babies. However, so this was an Aquino cover-up if I ever saw one.
Yes, thank you.
When basically you saw the box of pictures and
yes,
there you go.
Thank you. And
then he had to clean it up because you said something.
Yes.
You know. And then now that he's dead, it took another 10 years, basically. 2 years, however long it's been since he died. Yeah. And then now they're saying it's only a passport photo. It's like, really? Really? So, in other words, it's not a Mandela effect. It's just justice is slow. They probably were waiting for the nuns to die, in all honesty. Just like so that, you know, some sick shit like they need their dignity. You know, they thought they were doing the Lord's work. It's like, really, you know, trafficking babies and throwing them in a toilet. Jesus. This is a sick world.
It was a different time. You hear that a lot.
Yeah, they'll say, oh, you know they said that.
Yeah.
It was a different time. Different place. Oh my God. So all those factors combined to the Aquino cover-up. It's just...
Well, and Douglas, you were talking about the rape gangs, and of all places, Scotland.
That's right.
With full police cooperation before anybody else.
Thank you. Thank
At
you.
least in this one, anybody else.
Thank you. Welcome aboard, dear Holly. And you've got a little bit of static interference there, but I can tell your voice that you're talking close to the mic, so to speak, that you're holding the phone close to you, which is good.
Yeah.
Maybe it's too close. But yeah, it sounds like it's stabilizing a bit now. So give us a little status update, situational update about yourself, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, please. And what you feel. Yeah.
Not too much. Everything's uncertain and feels precarious. And I'm under extreme austerity measures this month, I'd like to call it. Extreme austerity measures.
Understood.
Just with the cash situation. And hopefully that'll lighten up. But like I say, I'm in an uncertain time. And so I'm just keeping going, and hoping for the best at this point.
Yeah, that's all we can do.
It could be a lot worse. That's all we can do, and we have to do it, and we have to do it as well as we can.
Yes.
And not make people suffer for our misery.
People
It's a
around
good
us.
trick to learn. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's a lot of it, and that's a challenge. But I haven't done anything horrible.
Now, what stands out to you?
So
in
nothing
terms
great's happened, but
Okay. Well, I was going to say, what stands out
God,
to you in current
I
events?
mean, I don't know, this World War III hype and shit, I guess. I gotta tell you, I mean, they're right with that. You stare into the abyss, and if you oppose evil, you'll become evil. I couldn't help it. But my first reaction was, oh my God, I hope she caught anthrax. I hope she caught anthrax. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Christy Nome.
Christy Nome, Jesus. Oh, yeah.
Christy
What happened to her? What happened to
Nome.
her? Wait, something new that I
She
missed?
went to the hospital with an allergic reaction
Oh,
and
cool.
stayed 2 days.
Oh, cool.
But they said today it was right after she toured some kind of bioweapons lab or something here in the States. So my first reaction,
man.
please let it be anthrax.
Yes.
Let it be smallpox.
Oh, man, your thoughts on this,
I would have
Brendan?
rejoiced.
Yeah, your thoughts
I don't
on
want to be like that, but I am.
Your thoughts on this, Brendan, as to what happened with Christy Nome touring when does somebody go to tour a bioweapons lab?
I don't
So
know
this
if
is
that's
just how
exactly
crazy
what
they are.
it
This is how
was.
crazy they are. This is how crazy they fucking
And I might be spreading disinformation because I only glanced at the headline. But it was something military.
Let's put it this way. It doesn't sound like outside of what they would do. It sounds highly
No.
likely.
Oh, no.
Like,
Great photo op.
That's
She
how
gets to
crazy
wear a
these people
hazmat suit and shit. She likes her little costumes, So she probably had on full gear.
Oh, forgive
But
me.
I don't know what got in her craw. They supposedly let her out of the hospital today.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Well,
But that's what I woke up to.
hopefully she dies out of the
praying
hospital. Yeah, that's,
praying for Chris
Yeah, Christy Nome to die.
to start the day.
Yes, it would be.
it's okay. Here's
Covered
this
with
is from
pox.
Newsweek.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
What'd they say, Bryn? What'd they say?
it says she visited a
Oh, good.
biological
Yeah, read-
hazard lab the day before.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And
Why would you
seized
go
up.
to that?
Yeah. I think
I
I'll
guess
tour.
it's considered a sexy photo op.
Like this is why they don't give people those like security clearances, because people think they're like smart.
Yeah.
They like, curiosity killed the cat. They'll be like, oh, I get to go to this super secret facility. It's like, it's secret because it can kill you,
Right.
you stupid bitch.
You know what? Probably.
So people don't just turn up at the door.
You know what I imagine happened? This is my fantasy, but it's probably completely true. Is that what happened was when she went there, they said, you have to suit up, ma'am. And she said, then they won't be able to take pictures of me. And
Right.
so she said,
Right.
don't
My
give me that
makeup.
suit. So she went through the whole place without a suit and shit, with all the
I
photographers.
don't
for
believe in that.
Yeah, all right, don't believe
I
in
don't
the
believe
church.
in
She
masks.
almost dies.
Yeah, she probably said, my mother always told me what you can't see won't hurt you.
Right.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I'll just shoot those germs.
Yeah, that's it.
As they're going
I'll
through
shoot
the
'em down.
mycotoxins and shit.
Yeah. Hopefully, she'll at least have a long-term fungus.
Oh.
Oh, get this, Doug. Get this. Get this shit. It was Fort Detrick.
Of course. Oh,
Ah.
Fort Detrick.
Oh,
there
my
you go.
Fucking the deadliest of the deadly.
yes. Yeah, higher
What
level
retard.
security than the Manhattan Project. Go on, please, Brendan. Continue.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe it's American Spanish flu got loose again.
We can only
Well,
hope.
whatever happened,
Yeah.
she should know better.
Yeah.
If someone's in that high
Yeah.
of a position, you don't
Yeah.
visit. You don't visit that kind of place casually. Obviously.
No.
Yes.
No.
Oh my fucking God.
But it's real hush hush. They ain't saying.
Yeah.
And she went with Rand Paul. It's like, geez.
Oh, that guy's an idiot.
Yeah.
Couple of idiots. Oh yeah, he probably didn't believe in the germ theory either. I don't
Oh,
believe.
there's a photo. Do you guys want to see the photo?
Oh please, please.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm sure
Are
that
they
all the
suited
photographers suited up. I'm sure all the photographers suited up, but those two.
Oh, you know
refused
everyone
to.
is except for them.
Yeah, they refuse to. The
Yeah.
photographers won't be able to. People won't be able to recognize me in that hazmat suit. Take that away from me. Yes.
They're like, ma'am, sir, I highly suggest you put this on. And
she'll
they're like,
have a
"No."
cute belt on it. She'll have a fashion. Have a fashion belt, and she'll be holding the headgear at her side, at her hip, like we're here. You're not. We're fine.
Oh shit.
American labs don't leak.
Oh, I can't wait to see this photo. But while we're burning bandwidth, I want people to know a juicy bit of trivia gossip here. All the paleo reactionaries are they're just jizzing. They're just spermigating all over the place because they said J.K. Rowling's takedown of Boy George was a joy to behold. So.
Oh,
Oh my god! Oh,
I
a
love
has-been
Boy
washed up
George.
like Boy George, really?
oh
That ain't no
no!
triumph.
Oh no!
Like, just leave him alone. He's part of this.
Yeah.
Town. Just leave him alone.
Boy George doesn't need the hassle. He
Yeah.
called the cops on himself for cocaine use.
Yeah, leave the poor bastard alone.
So
Leave
here we
him
are.
be.
Here we are. Oh God, these are a trio of retards.
A trio.
Yeah,
of
trio
madness.
of retards. Yeah, Christy Nome, RFK Jr., Rand Paul at
Yeah.
Fort Detrick, Maryland, and yeah, they're taking photos up the ass, and you can clearly see people are suited behind windows. This is a bioweapons lab. This isn't a biohazard lab. This is a bioweapons lab where they
Yeah.
produce.
The lady has like a full-on. I've never even seen a mask like that,
Yeah.
where her hair is covered and
Yeah.
shit.
Yes.
Like, holy shit! And then they're all out there in their suits looking at it.
Yeah.
Like it's a zoo.
Inhaling. Just.
Go scroll down a bit more. There's a full-on biohazard suit,
Oh shit! Oh yeah. Well, here's what I'll do is
and
I'll-
all the senators and everyone are all in just casually walking around.
Yes, that's right. Oh my fucking God! This is two parts. It's two parts. There's
Yeah.
a lot of photos. They really.
Oh,
turned
and then
this
there's
into a photo op. Yeah.
there's the suits they had
that
waiting
whole
for them.
that poor
that they didn't
brown
put
lady.
on. You see that?
Oh shit! Well, I'll show you what I see. Let me see if I can get back on the call, and then I'll do a screen share here. And so I'm doing a share now. And
The workers all look like brown folks.
of course, the workers all are fucking brown as
Yeah.
hell. It's like Keebler's factory. Instead of producing chocolates, they're
Well,
producing.
they're the only educated people. So let's
Yes,
just-
that's right.
we don't have to mention
Right.
race about that.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, they look like little Filipinos. It's like here. This
There's
one's
some
black.
white people in there.
Yeah, this one's black. I mean, they're all coloreds. They're all coloreds handling the germs. They're like
I see white
Pretty
people.
much. Yeah.
Let's see if this refocuses, and let's see now. When you take a look at this one, it's what this reminds me of. It reminds me of the cartels. The cartels have the women who are all
Yeah.
producing the drugs.
In their clean room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they just got their.
And then they have to
ponytails
take their
hanging out.
clothes off so they
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
so they can't get any cocaine in the creases of their pants and
Yeah.
you know,
That's right.
that might brush off later and go in their nose.
That's right. That's right. Of course.
So we're supposed to like assume that these guys have our health in order when they're holding plastic water bottles. I don't trust them with my fucking health.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Drinking out of plastic. It's like you guys are
but they got them for free.
Yeah.
They gave
they
were
even
free.
That's even worse.
People can walk past something free if they don't even want it.
Oh, so here's some whites.
If it's free, they'll take it.
Here's some whites. They're like
you see them. There you go.
Yeah, but they see all the brownies were doing all the work. The whites are supposed to be the scientists. These are the scientists and the technicians. They're either working on the computers or look at this beauty. You know, she's like she's been chowing down. It's like she's well fed and.
Oh well, you know they're making a lot of money at this place. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah. What? Thank you. This is delightful. It really is delightful, and I
don't understand why they would even visit a place like this. Just let them work.
Thank you.
Leave them the fuck alone.
It's insane. It's like the question would be, why are they doing this? I mean, it's not like, RFK believes in germs. It's like, but he's going there to see things he doesn't believe in. It's like,
who knows, honestly.
Yeah, they're nuts. They're all fucking nuts. It's nothing they do makes any sense. They don't even abide by their own logic. But let me see if I can find a bit more about this tidbit trivia, the juiciness of J.K. Rowling's taking down.
They probably forced them to give them stem cell injections or something.
Something
That's
like
why she got sick.
Yeah. Yes.
Like, we want the good shit.
Yeah.
And then they were like, I assure you, you don't want this. And they're like, we're above you. We're higher ranked than you. And they're like, okay. And then the bitch is in the hospital the next day. I have a feeling it was something like that.
Oh shit!
We want to live forever. These people are like anime villains.
No, it's true. They're like
take on it.
They're like Pete Moon. They think they could live forever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, give me the best of the best. Now that I'm in. Now that we're in.
Yeah. Now that we're on the inside. Yeah.
And they're trying to explain to them like, look, this is untested and shit.
Except on monkeys. Except on rhesus monkeys.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't. But even that was outlawed. I heard it's like they're like frowned upon to use that.
Oh, of course. But do you think
only
they care?
The private companies can?
Yeah.
Do that.
In all fairness, Fort Detrick, they're not using rhesus monkeys. They're using colored kids. But
right.
All that being said, here we are, paleo reactionary rag here. J.K. Rowling's take down of Boy George. I'm screen sharing. I don't know if you guys can see the screen share.
Yeah.
Look at poor Boy George. Look at poor Boy George.
How do you feel proud about just taking someone out that looks like that? It's horrible.
It's so refreshing to see someone schooled, as the youngsters say. And
oh God, who wrote this? Some dinosaur?
Oh yeah. Few things are more delicious to watch than an uneven battle of wits, and it is hard to imagine a more uneven fight than one between Boy George and J.K. Rowling. Rowling asked her followers on X this weekend, which rights have been taken away from trans people? The right to be left alone by a rich bored bully, Boy George responded. We waited with bated breath for the inevitable response from the Harry Potter authoress. When it came, it did not disappoint. I've never been given 15...
What is this rag? What kind of...
This is... it's the worst. It's the worst.
What is this? Yeah. The Spectator? This is like
world.
a rag.
Yes.
This is like what you put your cat litter on.
Yeah.
This is nonsense. What kind of newspaper is this?
It's Australian Trumpists. They're Australian Trumpists. They're all products of the Murdoch machine. It's the Murdoch mass media machine. Yeah, so this is what all
they
this
need
is.
to go back to critical, creative writing class, because I was writing better shit than this in college.
Thank you. What was that, Holly? What'd you say? Oh.
It's the Spectator?
Yeah, Spectator. It's part of the Murdoch machine. It's like when you
Yeah,
asked...
because Britain has one too, I think.
Yeah, but it's
which
Commonwealth.
Figure.
Yeah, it's Commonwealth shit, but it's it's definitely centered more in Australia because that's where the Murdoch dynasty rules. But it's run out of Australia, anything in England is a branch, just like Fox News is Murdoch.
Yeah.
It's just a branch of
Right.
his empire. So what I was going to say was that Holly was asking the other day about the Filipinos, where our man Brendan was saying that maybe they weren't giving me the ice packs because they thought I was a magatard, and he was right. That turned out to be exactly what it was, but Holly was confused because she said, aren't the Filipinos all, generally in that direction politically? Yes, all the men are, just like in Australia. Both the Philippines and Australia, all the men are paleo-reactionary, right-wing magatards,
Yeah.
but all the females
Victims.
are liberal progressive. All that's the
Yeah,
only way
that makes sense.
Yeah. So the men are just sperm donors. That's all they are to the woman. Is they're just sperm donors, if that, and they try to find someone else. This is why Filipino women try their best to hook up with a white guy whenever possible, because the Filipino guys were shit. And the same with Australian women. Can't the
And speaking of the Philippines, they just released like the travel destination ranking list for this year?
I'm sure it went down to zero for the film.
It's the most dangerous place for travelers on Earth.
Oh, thank God!
Wow.
Thank God people
like it has the highest probability, and I'm literally quoting.
Yeah.
For theft, fraud, rape, like it was like the full list. Like,
everything you can imagine.
So don't go to the Philippines. Yeah.
Thank
if
you.
you value your life, don't go.
Dude, you never. To me, that was in my genes. Never to go to the
Oh yeah, that's what I said. I was like, oh well, I was never planning. That was like very low on the list for sure.
Yeah, I mean, people like Daniel Arola came from there. Yeah, it's like anything. Tell
I'd
about.
stay away from a place like that.
Yeah, tell about the video.
Yeah, well, so you just proved the women are cool.
Yeah, the women are cool though. The women are cool though.
Stick with the women.
Yeah, stick with a woman. Whatever you do, surround yourself.
Well, you guys can keep that.
Yeah, I hear you. I
I don't agree.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Believe me. I mean,
they were nice, like when they took care of my grandfather and stuff. But I wouldn't want to spend a bunch of time with them or something.
Let's put it this way.
They're good at their jobs and they're very nice people, but
it's
not my style.
Well, for one thing, the first thing that'll happen is you'll be taken to a Roman Catholic church, and you'll, it's like your life becomes surrounded by their world. It's like, and it's not necessarily it's just got a lot of tackiness involved with it. But, so here's J.K. Rowling. She wrote, I've never been given 15 months for handcuffing a man to a wall and beating him with a chain. A reference to when Boy George was jailed in 2009 for handcuffing an escort to his bed and inflicting what a judge called wholly gratuitous violence. Yeah, she said, you yourself have been convicted of violent assault. The overwhelming number of people who commit crimes.
He must have not
violence.
paid or something.
Yeah.
He must have cheaped out on her payment.
You yourself have been. Sorry.
No good prostitute would turn you in for that. He must have not paid her or something. Or him.
No,
or
it's a
whoever.
little boy. It was some little boy. Obviously not underage, or we'd hear about it. The kid must have been over 18, or what did George tell us? The legal age is 16 in Britain, so the kid was probably about 16. But anyhow.
Oh shit! Well, okay. No.
Well, I thought the kid got loose, and that might have been the time Boy George.
Good, there you go. Well, then. If the kid had to escape to tell the authorities, wouldn't Boy George be guilty of abduction? Wouldn't that be?
Well, what I'm saying is that I think this might have been the time that Boy George called the cops on himself.
Oh,
That
good
happened.
point. That makes sense. Because that way he preempts it. Okay.
Yes, I don't know.
Okay.
I do not know.
Like I've gone
What his
crazy on
rationale
cocaine.
was,
Well,
and
that
it
makes sense.
didn't work out well.
That makes sense because that would be the smart thing to do. Call the cops and say, "I've gone crazy on cocaine. Help me." Does that make sense?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Of course.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, because shit, the kid
okay.
broke loose. The kid
I
broke
get
loose.
it.
Oh shit. Yeah. So he called the cops.
Right.
I've gone crazy on cocaine. Help me. But anyhow, so Then J.K. Rowling said the overwhelming number of people who commit crimes of violence are male, just like you. That's why I don't want to see men identifying into women's prison cells, or any of the spaces mentioned above. Not all men are violent or predatory, but enough are to make safeguarding necessary. I don't see. This is all non sequitur. What the fuck does?
What are they arguing about? What the fuck are they arguing about? Seriously, it sounds like they're both against trans people.
Almost.
Like they can't be arguing about that.
Well, what happened was Boy George was complaining about bullying trans people because he considers himself non-binary or gender neutral or something.
God.
Yeah.
He's so full of himself.
Yeah, the poor bastard. Like you said, look at him, and he's just this old has-been, and it's like, he's trying to stay.
He's trying to stay relevant.
Yeah, just like
all of these people, and J.K. Rowling.
Yeah,
hey, bitch, you made $1 billion. You made $1 billion fucking dollars. I would be chilling.
Thank you.
Like, why do they feel the need to keep doing?
Yeah,
this?
why is she engaging in firefights? Yes, go on. Yeah, Brendan, please.
Like, you guys, they've made it to like, when it comes to materialism, they've made it to the pinnacle, but they're so empty and hollow that they have to do this shit. It's
Thank you.
Good God.
Yeah, and
same with Boy George. He's like been a Hare Krishna for how long, and he still hasn't figured it out.
Yeah, no kidding.
As far as I'm concerned, he's toast.
Wait, that reminds me. Shout out to Heather Holman. Hope you're okay. Anyhow, so
how did this guy come back to life?
Which one?
Oh, sorry, I'm watching an anime.
Oh! I thought you were talking about Stoner. Yeah, coming to beg you for a job. Oh, now that they're taking away his unemployment.
And then he gets mad at me. He gets mad at me. Why is your job not hiring me? You gotta go ask them. What did he say? He said
why they refuse me? Yeah, why they refuse?
Why didn't they hire me? Go ask them why they didn't hire me. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
The fact that you were
First
reeking
of all, I
a
was
pot.
doing
You were
favor.
reeking a pot when you showed up.
Yeah, he came into the interview like, "What's up, man?"
And then fell asleep in the interview chair. What's
going on, man?
And the guy's like,
they're like, "So, what have you been doing for the last year?" "Oh, just skateboarding, Like, oh God.
Last year, what have you been doing for the last few hours? And then when the guy's talking to him, could you please stay awake while I'm trying to interview you? What?
Jeez. And there was some other place that was hiring him. And then he said, "Oh, I got to go take a drug test." And so obviously that didn't pan out. Because he can't just put down the weed for a couple of months. It's like, dude, that's all you got to do. That's it. Stop smoking for a couple months. That's it.
Well, he can't do that. They can't.
It's impossible.
Yeah, that's their life. They got So here's this paleo reactionary goes on to say this. Oh fuck! It's what is he saying here? He's saying God. Aside from this stuff, which is just stuff we don't need to know, the author who's writing this gossip column goes on to say, this fits in with my long-standing suspicion that we homosexual men just aren't taken very seriously, or at least not seriously, no matter what we do, good or bad. We are festive and fun, hurrah, which is why we often appear festooned with streamers and tinsel. So he's trying to portray himself as gay so he can shit and piss all over gay people. This is, one of these posits that they do. People will say that, and but anyhow,
do you see the dude? The dude roasted him. The divide in George's soul between his Hare Krishna war is stupid mantra and his exotic whole food fig and brown rice recipes. Like, this dude's just roasting him.
Versus his snappy, snitty, salty persona.
But again, if the person he handcuffed and assaulted had been female, we would not find this mismatch such a big chuckle. This is actually funny. I mean, it's so horrendous and badly written that it's actually funny.
That's deep.
It's like three idiots. It's like three blind mice. Like, it's just horrible. It was awful.
Oh, that's delightful.
And this guy keeps saying, as the youngsters also say. It's like,
he's fascinated by youngsters. He's fascinated by youngsters. He keeps saying what the youngsters say. It's like,
is this a male or female writer? Can we find the name?
Let's look at the name. Then again, that's not necessarily going to help us. We don't know how they're presenting themselves. Gareth Roberts. Gareth
Oh,
Roberts.
he's old as fuck.
Yeah,
you know, he's some
yeah, it
old
sounds
piece
like an
of shit.
old name. Sounds like a dinosaur. Yeah.
He
Oh,
sounds like that guy that got arrested in Australia and that was like, for eating a Chinese meal, a succulent Chinese meal. That's like one of those guys. Yeah.
oh shoot. That's
What's his name? Roberts?
Gareth Roberts.
Gareth Roberts.
Gareth Roberts.
Oh
shoot.
God.
Oh, have you
He's
found
a
his
Brit.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh God. Oh God.
Oh shit.
Holy shit. This guy. See, I'd rather hang out with.
Did they knock him off the call? They knocked him off the call. God damn. Oh, poor guy. They're really fucking with our communications. At any rate, hopefully he's able to make it back. So let me leave a message for him on his private messages that he's been knocked off the call in case he's not aware. And in the meantime, Holly, do help burn some bandwidth because it's difficult for myself to multitask. And you there, Holly?
Okay, then.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Oh, yes. And,
Yes, I am.
yeah. They knocked you off call. So there we are. And
Okay, can you imagine?
yeah, they knocked you off call.
This guy?
They knocked you off call. Did you know you were knocked off the call?
No, that was me. I was trying to take a screenshot. Look at this
Okay.
sick fucker.
Okay.
Look at him.
Okay, let me take a look at that. And
Oh
no,
my
but you would
God.
tell him, Holly. He was literally knocked off the call. Oh shit! Look at this guy. Oh my God. Oh my God! It's like an action figure. Like, remember when they shrunk the G.I. Joe dolls down to 6 inches, and then down to 3 inches, 2.5 inches, and they just got smaller and smaller, so the details of their faces became waxed and melted. It's like one of those little like 2.5-inch action figures where the face has been melted. It's like in the process of molding. They've mismolded the face, so it's like he comes out. There's no neck. It's all double chin. I mean, that's not even a double chin. It's like quadruple chin. It's
like
all
a
chin.
neck chin.
Yeah.
It's like a neck.
Yeah, this is a
His
true neck beard.
His jowls go straight into his
Yeah,
fucking
it's a
chest.
true neck beard. A true neck beard. He's my age. He's my age.
He's younger than you.
Yeah. Technically, it's like
Well,
but
he definitely doesn't look it. But
Yeah,
I'm saying
yeah.
this,
Oh my
this
God.
guy has no.
Yeah,
right to
but
comment
check
about
out-
anyone.
Yeah. Yes.
Check out the caption. He's a screenwriter and producer and shit for Doctor Who.
Oh, well, that says
That's
it
not
all.
It's a
surprising.
square
That's
up
not surprising.
between. It's a fist fight between Doctor Who and Harry
So
Potter.
this guy's so
That's
far.
kind of funny.
He's so far in the closet. He's fighting with his own self.
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah, no, but
Boy,
for those
oh
of you
God.
who don't know,
Imagine his underwear.
yeah, I'll try not to think about that. But
I know
Yeah,
it was too late. So
yeah.
I thought I'd share.
yeah, we
I
are.
couldn't stop it.
But for those of you who don't know, Doctor Who is going through horrific controversy, and it's because of this writer. What happened is for those of you who
I
don't,
didn't know.
yeah, for those of you who don't know, Doctor Who in the past few years has been trying to redefine the character because the character for generations has been a multi-actor thematic where they say, oh, he's incarnating as a different body, and they'll use different white male actors to do that. And in the context of the original core character, it makes perfect sense. And their first social engineering experiment was, well, let's gender bend it and make him come back in the body of a woman. And that was already bad. And then they said, okay, since it's so bad and we're losing so many ratings, let's just take it all the way into the dumpster and have him come back as a black faggot. And so he came back as literally a flaming black faggot. So he's like literally the way he confronts the aliens is he twerks them away. So he shakes his ass. Literally. And it's like, and this is the new Doctor
Holy
Who.
shit.
And they're wondering why the British people are angry. This is the man who wrote that. This is the man who wrote the Doctor Who's now black and he's gay. And he's not just gay.
And this
Yeah, but go on. Yeah, he's like worse.
This is the guy that's hating on trans.
Yeah, and this is the guy that's
At
hating
the
on
same time.
Yes, hating on trans and hating on
So
poor
what
Boy
the hell?
George. Yeah, yeah, because
Poor
they're
Boy
nuts.
George.
Well, they're all. Well, you know why he's doing this because.
And it's also out.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like punching Boy George and Rowling are like, those are low hanging fruits.
Yeah,
I mean, that's all you can do.
Yeah, but he's clearly on her side. Right?
Yeah, he's clearly on her side. He's propagandizing for her, and he's clearly shitting and pissing all over Boy George, probably because he had a crush on him as a kid and grew up. And probably
He probably blames him. He probably like, you're the reason why I'm gay.
That's right. And you know what it was?
I hate you.
You know what it was? It's because Boy George turned him down. Boy George turned him down in the gay bar.
Right.
Yeah, basically when
This is
Yeah, there you go. He probably approached Boy George, will you have me? And look at you. You look like your head, you look like a walking penis. It's like, fuck you, go away and shit. And, then he hated Boy George ever since. So, that's what's going down. It was like I was telling people the other day about that.
so it's
Go on, honey.
go ahead.
No. I
So
mean,
it's a gay it's a gay black
yeah.
it's a gay black Doctor Who punch out with Harry Potter.
Yes.
In his school short pants.
Yes, that's right. A twerk.
It's an
twerk
image.
down. It's a twerk down.
I can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, something.
Twerk off. A twerk off.
Arm wrestle. I don't know.
Yeah.
But a slapping fight.
Yes.
It'd be a slapping fight.
This dude's just like writing multiple articles about the end of the rainbow. Pride can't fall soon enough. It's like he's so flaming. He wants to like extinguish it.
Oh God, he's so
The only
self-loathing.
people that obsessed with that is just the rise of gay shame. This is his book, his latest book.
Ooh.
So the only people that do this shit are people that are like super insecure,
Yeah,
like
this
Peter
person's
Moon level.
psychotic. Yeah, this is Peter Moon level psychotic. This person is.
Well,
They're
and he's
like, I've
holding
cured
in.
my gayness, and now I think it's evil.
Oh God, yeah. There you go.
Most
And that's
people,
why he's all
especially
swole
my
up
age,
like
we
a
just
grape.
It's just like,
Yeah, that's right.
okay, like
Yeah.
no one's forcing you to be gay. You just like ignore it.
Thank you.
Like,
Yeah. Say it again. Finish your thought. Yeah, it's and
no, that was it. You could just walk away and be like, all right, well,
thank you.
I like women and dudes.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
you do whatever you want.
Yeah,
But instead
thank
they
you.
freak out.
Yeah, why do you have to suddenly make a social statement where you're attacking others? But beyond that, like what Holly said about the guy, why he's so bloated, you know what that is, Holly? It's like he's swelling with estrogen like a pufferfish. That's what it is. It's like a pufferfish. He's like, you can't swallow me. Yeah, you can't swallow me. He's swallowed up. Yeah, and but what?
It's like Reiki and armoring taken to its extreme.
Exactly.
Basically.
Yes, I love it.
It's just
Oh.
hideous.
Yes. What else does all this bring to mind? And everybody forgive us. We're just having fun because it's like numbers are good, so people love it.
This fun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it is to me, I think it's better than my going into Fugé to analyze all this shit, because that can get pretty depressing, but we'll get to that point. We'll get to that point tonight. As I told people, Holly, I don't think you were here to hear this. Basically what's going on is that on Juneteenth got a lot planned with the lads, so I'm ending the show early tonight, as I can.
Very good.
It'll probably be like I'll go on for as long as I can. If we last to the point where George,
a mere 8 hours.
Yeah, something like that. But aside from that, when it comes to what else was brought up, let me see now. Oh God, Palantire's CEO. Palantire's CEO throws money behind Andrew Cuomo in the New York City mayoral race. So that's interesting. Yeah, what do you make of that?
Ouch.
Yeah.
Well, that's Peter Thiel.
Used to be. I think he's turned it over. Peter Thiel is so strange because Peter Thiel started PayPal. Peter Thiel started Palantir. He founds or establishes these things and then he like sells them. It's really weird. It's like
Yeah.
No,
don't. There's a term. He's a founder or something, and they're like, worship like gods.
Oh yeah.
for being the first one to market with a big idea.
Yeah.
No matter how stupid the product is. He was first to market. Got to give him that. And probably with a lot of muscle and goons to make sure of it.
Oh, of course. Of course.
I can imagine it's pretty easy to intimidate, geeky postgraduate student geniuses.
No
you know
shit.
what I mean?
No shit.
Imagine.
Oh, not only
Look
that.
what Zuckerberg did.
Yeah. Oh,
cheated the billionaire twins.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
it's a dirty game.
Oh god, they're not like creative. They're not creative or original. They're just very clever copyright thieves. That's what all these people are.
Yeah, and it's white guy fighting. It's like a slapping fight with lawyers.
Yes, slap fights with lawyers. That's a good way of describing it. They're disgusting. For those of you, I am paying attention. Well, not really. to Indonesia. There's a volcano spewing ash more than 6 miles into the sky.
Yeah.
All the dozens of Bali flights have been canceled, so I'm aware of it. Even though I haven't been aware of a lot lately. I've been trying my best for my psychological health to tune out where possible. So, what do you know about the situation with Israel actually getting bombs? That there's bombs actually falling on Israel, that Israelis are dying. Are you aware of this, Holly?
Yeah, yeah. The extent of it.
I'm not trying to drum
changing...
up sympathy for them, I assure you.
I understand. No, the whole situation, I believe, is very concerning, of course. And they're
like
just being so fucking evil.
Yeah, hold on for just a second, Holly.
The meme, the Eric Andre meme where he's like a satirical dude. Like he's just out of his mind. But on his show, he had someone come into his like thing, and the audience thinks it's like an interview, and he just shoots them. And then they took that meme and they said it shows him shooting the guy, and then he says, "They all hate me." That's Israel.
Right.
I'll have to find it because it's hilarious.
Oh,
I'm straight.
Oh, by the way, before I forget, Troy Bellamy, bless his heart. Troy, feel free to jump on if you're listening. Troy sends this into the infinite call. He puts this little link about, this is so distressing. This is so sad. And it's basically the way Brendan described him is perfect. Some Jewish guy who looks like Truman Capote. This gay Jewish guy is going, Israel has nukes. How, and I'm like, Troy, what the fuck, man? Are you not listening to my show? I mean, I made that point. I mean, all he's doing is providing a link, that saying, this is distressing and sad, like he discovered something. And it's like exactly what I've been saying on the transmission, that Israel has no ethical grounds on which to stand. Attack. Iran's going to go nuclear. But Israel, you're already nuclear. You're beyond nuclear. You're neutron. And it's like, oh, yeah, so what? Yeah, I'm Jewish. Yeah, I can do that. I can go neutronic. But, it's like, Troy, what the fuck is on your mind? But I do have...
I'm thinking maybe he's just saying it to reinforce you.
I think you're giving him too much
For
credit.
the proof. If he
were doing that, he would have said, just like Dietrich said. It's that simple.
Well,
come on, the guy's an educator, right?
I hear you.
It's weird, but here I'll give Troy this. I have to confess, and hang my head in shame and disgrace, that basically what happened was all the blood boys, my son first, of course, they paraded me in shame. They all lined up to spank me. I said that, but what was it? Mariah Carey wanted to play Sarah Bartman in a film. It was Beyonce. And of course, this is to me. Okay, I gotta admit, whether you consider this racist or not, I'm sorry. They're both very light-skinned, coffee and cream, caramel-colored mocha ladies who are...
They might as well be twins.
Yeah.
They might as well be clones.
Yeah.
They're fucking clones.
Yes. I'm so sorry, but yeah, to me, they're almost interchangeable, and it happened is I couldn't...
But in their defense, Mariah Carey's more sympathetic of a character, in my opinion.
Okay, yeah.
So you don't want to like make,
Yeah.
Beyonce is just a terrible person.
Well, Beyonce wanted to portray Sarah Bartman, who, for people who do not know, is a member of what I believe is pronounced Khoi tribe, and I would need someone to correct me on that. But it's basically two repetitive words like Chochoa, Kokoi. That's a horrible parallel. They don't deserve to be compared to each other. It's an insult.
Oh
to
God, don't remind me of the evil Keeblers.
Yes, thank you, the evil Keeblers. Yeah, but
I literally have to like delete that shit out of my brain when we don't talk about it.
I don't blame you.
Like, I don't consciously keep it in my thing.
Yeah, I know. I ruined the whole experience of bruschetta for him for life. Yeah.
Yeah, I still don't buy that shit, by the way. Yeah, artichoke bruschetta, it's just, I can't do it. Dude. I can't stomach it. I'm surprised Q didn't try to have me try it. You should try it. Yeah. You should try this. It's really good.
Yeah, because he knows you've been informed. He knows you've been warned. That's why, remember? Yeah,
exactly.
With me, you have to sneak it in on somebody. That's the punchline. Then the punchline's delivered. It's made out of babies. Yeah,
That's sick. That's fucking sick.
Yeah, actually, human ganglia paste, but it might as well have been. We don't know where the human ganglia paste, came from. It might well have been babies, but
right.
For all I know. But at any rate,
it was from the nunnery.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, he's killing me. So yes, it was but when I told this to Troy was actually outraged. He was outraged. It was like, that would have been the same. He said, his words, it would have been the same as blackface. He said it would have been the same as blackface had it been Mariah Carey. I'm sure he would say the same about Beyonce, but I'd like Troy to respond to that. I really would like to hear his response to that. That, no, it was Beyonce, not Mariah Carey, and I'd be interested in hearing if Troy had...
Yeah, but neither of them look like a tribal African. So.
No, of course not. Of course, that's why they're successful. That's why they're so successful, is because by the Western aesthetic, by the white aesthetic, they're easy on the eye. As opposed to someone who looks full-blown, Aboriginal or Hottentot is what they used to call that tribe, which is now considered a racial slur. Just like Eskimo is considered a racial slur. The tribe, originally Hottentot, but it's now Koi, or Koi, something like that. You have to look up Hottentot, you'll find it. then you'll...
Yeah, but her career, she was a big jazz singer, right?
Yeah, Koi.
Yeah, you're talking about Sarah Bartman.
Nomadic pastoralists.
Okay.
Different Sarah. Okay, now I got who you mean.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Well, Sarah
I thought you said Brightman.
Right. No,
but I know
Sarah
who
Brightman.
Sarah Bartman was as well.
Yeah, Sarah
okay,
Bartman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Different thing. I know the other one too. Yeah.
Tribes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I love that.
Okay.
The song.
Yeah, love that. Yeah. It's also, but they're also known for being really big tits and really big ass. I mean, like inhumanly proportioned to the point of caricature. Right. Would you call them? They're like the old fertility statues you find in Europe.
Right.
Like, it's like which I'm sure our man Troy would argue came from Africans being in Europe, and that those were modeled on Africans that were in Europe, which I'm not against. I'm not antithetical to that idea. It actually makes sense that somehow they encountered people who look like that and considered them models of fertility. That would make sense. So there you have that. And so there we are. Brendan sent an image. Let's take a look at that. And here we go. Yeah, that's a really moderate looking picture, but yeah, that's member of the South African.
This is why everyone owned Nat Geos before the Playboys.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Yes, that's right.
It was like the only place you could sneak a Chibi,
Right.
And
when you were 6.
Yeah, thanks for the meme on the guy who massacres everybody in the studio and says they all hate me. Or why do they hate me? Yes.
Yeah, that's basically what
Israel is. Yeah. Israel's like that.
They just
but I
start
guess
shooting
the
rockets and then
Rand's
they're like,
taking
why do they want to kill me?
Yeah.
the whole time with Palestine.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, Holly.
Like they lobbed a couple
Yeah, but
stunts over
this is
there,
like,
and they're
we're
like,
talking like
"How
this is
dare they?"
international. This isn't internal.
Yeah. Well, not that
This is a little
Palestine
bit
was
further.
internal
No,
either.
no, I understand
Yeah.
that, and I understand that Iran's taken significant damage.
Yeah, they have.
Significant. They destroyed their entire energy grid.
Yes.
Like
There you
talking
go.
about, like that's beyond significant. That's crippling. I mean,
Yes.
it's just,
Thank
Fine.
you. Yeah.
I'm agreeing.
Thank you.
it's like if someone
So-
bombed Houston, like we would have no gas
It's
for months.
very serious on their side.
Yeah.
Very serious.
Or whatever city
And-
it is with the
Yeah.
gas refineries.
Yeah. Well, I hope
Right.
it gets. They took him out again. They took him out again.
Yeah, they're showing no sign of slowing down either.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, yeah. They're well. Hopefully.
and
they-
with Trump's all like, maybe I will, maybe I won't, but I know we're loading ammunition, more of it for them.
well, we're sending
They
carriers.
they keep parading that big bomb around now. That new bunker buster, you saw that thing.
Yeah. Yes.
And so that's in the headlines. They're ready to load that up and send it straight to Israel.
Mhm. That's the equivalent of a fucking nuke. You might as well say it's a goddamn nuke. It's just a nuke without the rads. That's all.
I mean,
So they took you off again,
so-
Brendan. Yeah, they took you off again, Brendan. But
Huh.
Holly, continue. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know for what reason.
Yeah, you were
I
talking
wasn't
about...
suggesting anything. I'm just-
you were
it was an
talking about
analogy.
taking the green. Yeah, it's like if they
an
bombed
analogy, yeah.
Houston, we'd be without gas from
Uh.
us. Take him out! Yeah, take him down. They said
It's like I'm not advocating it. I'm just saying it's comparable to that.
Oh.
Like, yeah, stupid, dumb. Like you can't even use like simile anymore. It's just like, geez.
So yes, thank you. Go on, Holly, with what you were saying. It's basically what Holly's saying. These states show no signs of relenting. Though I will argue that I want people to understand that we.
well, as Brendan points out, now
Yeah.
Iran's fighting for its life.
Yes.
It's serious.
Yes.
There ain't no going back.
That's right. Well, I mean,
And somehow they can still shoot every Palestinian with a bowl out at the food
Absolutely.
relief truck at
Oh.
the same time.
thank you. Tell us about this.
So,
What-
yeah.
it's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. I'll try and share what I know about that later. But the situation
Yeah.
it's
I mean,
it's unforgivable. Unforgivable. The Israelis are truly just they're irredeemable. They're irredeemable. And
so now Netanyahu's the world's most popular guy in Israel
oh yeah.
because he's stepping up to Iran.
Oh
And
yeah.
stays out of jail a little while longer. Oh, man. What a shit show. And maybe they got the gas state, the energy company, but they love getting the civilians too. All they can. So, I mean, Tehran took heavy shelling.
So yeah, and any other observations on current affairs that come to mind, dear Holly? What stands out to
Well, between that and Christie, that was about
you?
it.
Oh yeah, I think
My
Chrissy
cup
knows.
was full. I had to go to work, man.
Yes.
And function.
Yeah. True.
But maybe, I'm sure you'll hit 1,000,000 points that I said, oh my God, tonight.
I'll try my best. It's
You do.
I do want to start off with well, there's so much to start off with, and I want both of you to interject anytime you wish. I want anyone. So by the way, our dear Macronomicus says Iran has new missiles that go 1,000 miles per hour. Dome isn't designed for that. Missiles. Okay, so I'm not quite sure if these missiles are hypersonic, quote unquote, but I hear what he's saying, and that's
They're just
appreciated.
ICBMs. They're just ICBM
Okay.
style.
Got it.
Cruise missiles.
And so let me think.
But so did the Iraqis. They didn't last very long. It's just...
Yeah. And oh, good point. Good point. And so in terms of, let me respond to him. Both of you burn bandwidth while I do this because I can't multitask. I appreciate your input as well. So your input at Macronomicus.
Yeah.
There we are.
And it would just be foolish for them to retaliate anyways with something like that, because then that would invite, the Navy, the U.S. Navy, they have, we have stuff that could strike 20 miles offshore and still hit Iran.
But do you think that they have a choice? As Holly said,
well, of course, no.
Yeah,
no, they're backed into a corner. It's like like a cat. If you corner a cat, they'll scratch you. But
And when Trump in the first term dug up the bloodthirsty maniac named John Bolton, and that lasted.
Right as we speak, he's lubing it up. He's
right now. Finally getting off. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because I understand that's why he quit in a huff.
It's the only reason he's still alive, is my opinion.
Yeah, really.
He's like just staying on long enough to see it. Yeah.
He flounced away from Trump after 6 months because Trump wouldn't go all nuclear on him then, and bomb him off the face of the earth.
No.
So yeah, he's definitely jizzing it up over this.
Yeah.
That guy is scary.
True. And I hope Sammy Romero.
Oh yeah, he's already written a hit piece.
Oh, has he?
The Ayatollahs are weaker than ever. Like, dude, come on.
Oh, begging on his knees, and Trump wouldn't do it.
Oh, he says, contrary to the scaremonger, this is John Bolton's column, World War III hasn't broken out, nor will it. But what next? The 1979 Islamic Revolution retains power. It could rebuild ballistic missiles, terrorist networks, etc. But the only lasting foundation for peace is overthrowing the Ayatollahs. There you go. So,
but didn't we help install and got rid of the secular guy before the coming of the Ayatollahs?
No.
You're talking about she's talking about the Mossadegh. You're talking about Mossadegh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what Holly is referring to.
Demonized them.
I'm to say that again, Holly. You got cut off. Got glitched.
Demonized them, but they were women could do stuff,
right,
and all that.
Yeah. So
I don't know. Maybe want to nationalize or something. Like that.
You're talking about how you brought up the demonization of women, but you're referencing the mullahs. Yeah, your voice really has been getting cut off.
Yeah. No. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so go. It's not your fault.
I don't know what to do about it.
Yeah, they just glitch.
Yeah, okay.
But it seems to have stabilized. So repeat what you said about Mohammed Mossadegh and then the Ayatollahs coming in and demonizing women. I'm sure you're referring to them as opposed to Mohammed Mossadegh or the Shah.
Well, no, we demonized the secular guy.
Oh,
that resulted in the coming of the mullahs.
Okay, so by the secular guy, are you talking about Mossadegh or the Shah? You're talking about Mossadegh or the Shah?
Shah, Pavlovi.
Yeah.
Wasn't that his name?
Pahlavi. Yeah. So
we got into a big issue with him, and this was the result ever since.
Excellent. Okay, so excellent that you recall that.
I'm not saying he was a real nice guy or anything.
Oh, well, believe me, I was on his side. I was 100% behind him, and still am.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's
yeah.
Everybody
so we
shits
did
and
this
pisses.
the same way.
Go on. Yeah, we did this the same way.
Okay. Funded Taliban and for all that. You remember?
Yeah, they're cutting you off.
I'm losing. Yeah.
Yeah, but
and I can't think when that's happening.
Yeah, when that happens, that's why they do it. That's why they do it, honey. So
we did it to build up Afghan against Russia.
Right.
And right. So that whole thing.
Yes. So what Holly is bringing up is the fact that America created the Taliban and Al Qaeda for that.
Mujahideen in general.
Mujahideen. Yeah, Mujahideen, which is, of course, just so people understand, Mujahideen is just a generic term for freedom fighter. So you have to use more specific terms just for everybody to understand this.
As is
yeah.
Al Qaeda.
Yeah. Al Qaeda. Well,
Right?
Al Qaeda is specific. Al Qaeda is specific because that was created by the CIA as a computer base of all these known criminals that they were bailing out of prisons to arm as terrorists.
Okay.
And that hence the name Al
Right.
Qaeda. It's simply Arabic word for the base because it was computer base.
The
That
base.
that originally
Oh, good.
yeah, and so I do want people to know that, Brendan and Holly, you're both
Which
welcome.
bled over into ISIS,
That's right. Yeah,
International Security and Intelligence Services.
that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And we had that one guy, but by the way, Macronomica says there's video. They hit them with these new missiles already. I doubt hypersonic, but you can see in the vid much faster and larger than the regular stuff. And again, thank you. I appreciate your input there. And so, such being said, you seem to have stabilized with your technology, so you feel free to keep talking, Holly and Brendan, as well as Aristides. Aristides, any thoughts on everything we've been discussing? Please share them, and then I'll just start in on monologue, and anybody can interject anytime you want. In fact, you're encouraged to. And Brendan's watching.
Do you need any kind of break? Because I will, not last very long tonight.
Why? What's going on?
Nothing, just, long day.
Okay.
Long day tomorrow.
We'll stay on as long as you can. Aristides sent this. The USS
Okay.
Nimitz is being sent to the region for Israel to sink it, for U.S. politicians to blame Iran and then launch direct war on Iran. You never send big targets like aircraft carriers into waters when your adversary has missiles that can easily target an expensive asset. Then,
Ridiculous.
yeah, the aircraft carrier is 50
Sounds
years
like
old.
they took that verbatim from what we said last week.
Thank you. Well, you remember I said that years ago about them sending a carrier into the Persian Gulf. So it's like, what Dietrich says suddenly gets regurgitated.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, are they sending it into the Gulf or into the Mediterranean? Well, I didn't catch that.
I presume they're going to send it both areas, is what I presume. By
Well,
that I
the
mean different
Nimitz
carriers.
The Nimitz is already there.
Yeah.
It's already in the Mediterranean. It's been there for a year now.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So there you go. So it's like these people are just not listening or something. It's really weird.
Or as that post suggests, it's deliberate.
Yeah. But these people are like you said, the if the carrier's been there already, because during the NATO days we used to maintain, I think it was, which fleet was it? Because it always confuses me. I forget, to tell you the truth. Sixth Fleet, I think, was Mediterranean, used to be. And you would have the Sixth Fleet in the Mediterranean, then there was the Pacific Fleet, and they would just sit there. It's like what they, used to do forever. It was just to, in case war broke out, they were there. So that they could be sitting ducks in the Mediterranean where there's no room for maneuver. But go, what's that?
But it seems like they're acting like we're jumping into the water on Israel's behalf. I mean, it's apparently we're wading on into this thing. Clearly on Israel's behalf. We're not going to be, probably shooting at Israel to defend Iran, right?
Oh, of course.
So it is a demonstration that, even, whatever few men it takes to run those ships anymore are now in the field.
Well, it takes a lot more men than people would think, and you really have to, during wartime, certainly this was the way it used to be done, you'd have to overman the ships so that when sailors start dying in combat, then there's others who can take their place.
To my point, it's a demonstration that we're willing to do this on behalf of Israel.
Oh, fuck yeah. Well, that's just...
Whoopee.
America's just totally subjected to Israel anyway. They're just... but, we'll get... so let's get started. Honey?
That Trump's in a little boyfriend fight with Tulsi Gabbard. because she told him that Iran is not a nuclear threat.
Interesting. So
And somehow
Like,
it
she
made
would
the
know.
headlines.
She's been hanging out in all those freaking
yeah.
refineries, or those what is
Right.
it called, the freaking in the nuclear power plants and shit.
There you go. She actually did that, and somehow, and he yelled at her, and somehow that made the press.
Yes, yes, and it's definitely that's appreciated. Thank you for bringing that up.
The articles were all behind a paywall, so I couldn't drill down, but I would have.
Well, as someone who formerly worked with intelligence myself, I'll do my best to analyze that to the best of my ability with what information is out there, and so it's definitely that's again a juicy situation that's similar to what was it, J.K. Rowling's and Boy George. Really. It's at that level of stupidity. These people are like
because they're so crazy. It can't work out good for them.
Yeah.
Because they're so goddamn crazy.
Yes.
Unless the money is enough of a buffer.
Yeah. It's yeah. Well, the money's not enough of a buffer.
They're so goddamn crazy, and they are human, and they're not immortal.
Yeah.
And they're not impervious to all kinds of crazy stuff jumping out, cancers and what all, especially how evil they are, for God's sake. So I just don't know.
Yeah, it is what it is, and we're paying the price for it.
They seem superhuman in a sense.
Oh, in what sense would that be?
They're so elevated and the media elevated to this platform where everybody's paying attention to them.
Yes.
I mean, even if they're ugly. So it's just that dynamic, but they are in the end still fragile. Really fragile.
Yeah. Yes.
So it's, like you say, an unfolding situation for sure, but shit's unfolding fast.
Yes. Yes.
Faster and faster, it seems
like.
In
fact, we shouldn't call it unfolding. It's more like unraveling.
Yeah.
It's unraveling. So with that, let me check into the technology of our call here, make certain everything's still functioning. Brendan's still with us. Again, encouraged to interject whenever you feel like it. Numbers are okay, so let's get them even up higher. Let's start with the monologue and just carry that out for as long as I can last for tonight. We won't be too long.
Thank you.
But dear Holly, stay with us as long as you can, and I'll appreciate your input. Okay, so Israel has successfully, I would say, created a situation that I'll try to put some historical context into with just giving people some, shall we say, a nod to history. Let's give people a nod to history first. So inside of the live stream, I'm going to put this link here to this incredible painting. And this is in the gallery at Yale. Yale has this in their collection. I'll also put the link into our call right here in the text box. And I do want people to access this painting and do whatever it takes. It's not behind any paywall. You just have to fuck around with it a little bit. I think the navigation is a little bit retarded on it. But if you click on the link, you'll eventually be able to uphold the painting, enlargen it. I try to avoid Wikimedia. So I'm just trying to avoid Wikimedia with this link. And sometimes Wiki's all we have that's available on the internet publicly. But I was able to find Yale itself. And so with that link, that is John Trumbull's painting of the Battle of Bunker Hill.
John Trumbull is amazing.
Tell us what you know.
I don't, but even seeing this makes me want to see what he did in life.
Yeah. Well, I want you to...
I bet he died young.
Probably a good bet. A lot of people did in those days. I do want you to know we know his sister did because his sister, Faith Trumbull, killed herself after personally witnessing the Battle of Bunker Hill. So,
wow.
Yeah, she tended to the wounded. This was in 1775.
Well,
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was gonna say he definitely didn't die young. He was alive 1756 to 1843.
Holy
This dude was ancient.
God
Wow.
damn. God
Right.
damn.
Shocking.
Yeah. Yeah, that's because his
What
sister
a
killed.
talent.
Yeah,
My
that's because his sister killed
God.
herself, and he didn't have to take care of her. There you go.
No shit.
Oh,
I mean, that guy is superhuman.
yeah, there you go. Yeah. And obviously witnessed the battle himself, but it didn't bother him like his sister. Maybe he was psychotic. I mean, he obviously didn't provide his
Maybe.
sister much. He obviously didn't provide his sister much emotional support.
Right.
At any rate, Israel and the American Empire should learn from history. The Revolutionary War was more brutal than you ever learned in school. On the 250th anniversary of Bunker Hill, it's worth dwelling on the horrors and anxieties of the conflict that birthed America. The Battle of Bunker Hill killed or injured 1,500 British and American soldiers over a couple of hours of bloody fighting. 250 years later, it's a conflict whose brutalities have sometimes been obscured by hindsight. But for people who are, of course, descendants living in that area, are we joined by someone else? We're getting a lot of feedback there. Oh yeah, go on, Brendan.
No, that was just some some echo. That was an echo because you're the people that watch your show
I actually
that
have the
are on the
computers
call.
on. They're on the call.
They don't know how to turn your mic off. Mute your mic. And we're not talking about Holly. We're talking about the unlisted people on the call.
Yes. Oh my
Like, they don't even know how to use their own freaking computer.
God. Yes.
I'm still going to turn mine off, though, but I'm here.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know it wasn't yours because you've been talking this whole time and it didn't happen.
That's right.
So.
That's right. No, but it was definitely that effect of somebody who's on the call and
I was muted at the time.
Yeah, I know you know. Yeah, I know you both know better. And Aristides has stayed mute. So yeah, it's definitely that. And what happens to our new listeners is we get people who insert themselves into the call. We suspect we even know personally who they are. All such being said. It's dumb motherfuckers just they don't even know how to use technology. They're old. That's why. Are they're old in mind and brain. Such having been said, Israel has successfully destroyed buildings on the surface of Iran's nuclear sites, but it needs Donald Trump's help to have a chance of hitting the important facilities hidden deep underground. Because only the United States of America has the massive ordnance penetrator. The MOP, the MOP, the massive ordnance penetrator, a special kind of bomb that can bust bunkers. And even it may struggle to do the job. For those of you who do not know, Adolf Hitler and his engineers had pioneered bunkering to the degree where the bunker in Berlin was analyzed in computer model simulations by the United States government years later when they had that capacity. But in the 1945, they did have computators. And from what intelligence they had from spies and infiltrators, they did their best to calculate the potential for an atomic bomb deployment on Berlin. For those of you who do not remember, the only reason that Franklin Delano Roosevelt started the Manhattan Project was at the insistent behest of Albert Einstein, who got together hundreds of other scientists saying, we must build a bomb to nuke the Nazis. Something which somehow gets scrubbed from history when they try to rehabilitate Albert Einstein, and as well as his attempt to rehabilitate himself by his claim that if I had known what it would have been used for, I would have been a locksmith. All a load of shit. He was begging Trump to drop it on the Germans. He was begging Roosevelt to drop it on the Germans, just like the Jews are now begging Trump to drop the mop on the Iranians, who are Aryans, and that's why the Jews hate them. But all that being said, when it comes to the Einstein situation, in the days that the Manhattan Project was launched, it was always intended to use against Germany. Why was it not deployed on Germany? It's not like the Americans ever really got to bombing Berlin, by the way, in case you haven't noticed. Berlin was never really bombed. Ask yourself why? No, of course not. No one ever asks why. But you would think that such a question would be glaring. The Americans brag that they were bombing Germany with impunity. How come with the firebombing of entire cities like Dresden, why not just go for the capital? Any students? Now here's where I would ask the blood boys, raise your hands, right? Students, raise your hands, suggestions. Well, the reality is the Americans could never bomb Berlin. For those of you who do not know, Berlin was surrounded by flak towers. Flak towers that were unlike anything the world had ever seen. These were enormous concrete structures that stand today. They still stand today. No one has ever taken them down because they're so immense, it would take enormous investment in place charges to take them down. You would to control demolition. A structure like that would be like trying to control demolition. It would be harder than bringing down the Empire State Building. The Empire State Building is made of stone. It's very solid. At the same time, it still is hollow on the inside, in the sense that's hollowed out so that you can have offices. The concrete structures, these flak towers, are essentially solid. So it's like almost impossible to take them down with controlled demolitions or place charges. It would take like literally, you'd have to nuke them. So with these kinds of structures, with all the flak that was placed upon them at the level of the sky itself, at the level that the planes had to come in order to bomb effectively, the planes were all taken out before they could even reach Berlin. So the Allies could not bomb Berlin. How come you don't know this? How come no one's ever taught this in school? Why does anyone not hear about this? But the Allies felt that with the new B-29s, they could bomb Berlin. And they could bomb it with an atomic bomb. How come this didn't happen? Again, how come no one asked these questions? That the Americans had this atomic bomb. If you take a look at the dates in the war and the chronology of the war, it's not like it was built after, quote unquote, Germany surrendered. Why wasn't it deployed on Berlin? Because they used their computators and their engineers based on all of the information they had about how deep the bunker was, etc. And they calculated then and then confirmed it decades later with high three-dimensional graphic modeling in computer simulations in Cray supercomputer level mathematical runs. It's simulated with 3D graphics. They were able to calculate and verify everything they concluded in 1945 using more primitive math and technology, that the atomic bomb nuking Berlin would have done nothing to penetrate Hitler's bunker, that the bunker was so well filtered that it would have kept out the radiation even when the oxygen was being filtered and processed. Do you know why it was filtered so well? Because they were preparing for gas attacks. So since the Germans had prepared for gas attacks, all air going into the bunker was heavily filtered, and it would have blocked any radioactive isotopes to the degree that people would have continued functioning in the bunker uninterrupted. So that not only that, it was so well supplied and so many tunnels were leading from outside of Berlin to resupply it that they could stay there for years. In other words, it just would have done nothing to end or shorten the war. So the Allies knew that the atomic bomb already was, at its level of technology, a useless weapon. It was not a strategic weapon, could not be used to strategically end a war. Yeah, certainly not in Europe. So it was the Germans who designed the bunkers for Saddam Hussein, and none of the American penetration bombs were able to take out Saddam Hussein's bunkers. So it's the same with Iran. German mercenary engineer contractors were hired to build their bunkers. So even though they're bringing out the big guns, America's huge bunker-busting bomb is not sure to work in Iran. The massive ordnance penetrator, the MOP, may struggle to wipe out the deepest nuclear facilities. Okay, so here's Brendan. So do us a favor and state this history out loud, please. Yes. Excellent. So
I was going to say the Germans invented HEPA filtration,
yes,
which is the air purification filtration using specialized paper products. And if you look it up, it says that the initial technology was German gas masks during World War II that were brought back to the States and reverse engineered. But if you look up the history of HEPA filters, it'll say the Manhattan Project invented HEPA filters to protect their scientists.
What a load of shit. What a load of shit.
So basically, they just stole it from the German atomic bomb research division.
You.
Presumably what Einstein and those people brought back.
Yes.
And told them about.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So this brings us to Trump's trouble with Tulsi.
That was just confirming what you said about the filtration.
Thank you. Bless you. I appreciate that profoundly. So the president appointed an intelligence chieftainess who resents the intelligence community as much as he does, but that doesn't mean she is as quick to dismiss its findings. So let's go into this grudge against intelligence. Back in March, think about what I just said there and let that sink in. Let's go into this grudge against intelligence. It's not just about reconnaissance. It means the MAGA-tards don't like intelligence at all. Basically, back in March, Directress of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard delivered a view of Iran to the House Intelligence Committee that was in line with Trump misadministration policy, hostile toward Tehran, but also skeptical of the need for American intervention. Unfortunately for her, however, things have changed in the past 3 months. Basically, the Jews have put their dick up Trump's ass and squirted their semen into his that empty gaping void that leads directly to his heart cavity. And he's now regurgitating everything they say. Jew sperm spurting out of his mouth as he says Tehran must go. And is demanding, World War II terms, unconditional surrender. No, we'll get back to that. At any rate, Gabbard said Iran continues to seek...
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yes, go on.
I noticed that earlier when they brought it up.
Yeah, believe that shit.
Well, he's saying unconditional surrender.
Yeah.
Well, he's all juiced up and because the Japanese think that they... he thinks the Japanese... Yeah, made concessions with the steel purchase. Of the steel company. So the Japanese finalized the purchase of the steel company. And just to humor that idiot, they said, "Oh, you have veto power. We give the president. He has ultimate veto power against what our board members do, and you get to choose someone to put on the board, on the board of directors." And then meanwhile, they've completed their business transaction. They don't care what the fuck he says. It's just to it's like patting him on the head. Okay, good job. Yeah. So it's the same trip they used with the peace treaty where they said, we're forcing Japan to trade with our companies.
Which is what they fought the war.
We're forcing.
Yeah,
exactly.
To force the Americans to open their market.
Right. But then the peace treaty says, we're forcing Japan to trade with the West. They have no choice now because this peace treaty demands it. And shit. Yeah, so it's just so funny. So they did the same thing with the steel thing. They said, oh no, we get to buy it. Oh yeah, but you call all the shots. Don't worry.
So long as he thinks he's in charge. Yeah, it's yes.
But in the Japanese media, it says. Here, I'll read it. Let me pull up the article.
Sure.
It literally says they completed the takeover of U.S. Steel. So this is no concession on their part.
Yeah. So. And it's basically...
Yeah, because that's Amy's...
Go on, honey.
That's Amy's other town, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, tell us about it.
What's going on in Pittsburgh, Amy's other town.
There you go.
Yeah, but they haven't
right?
made steel.
I think so.
Years, I don't think.
Well, that's the thing.
So it says here.
They're not going to hire the local guys on the street corner out front of the bar. They bring in their workers as they have in the car companies they nominally run here. Car manufacturing plants.
To a degree.
So nobody's going to get jobs.
Oh, no, I hear
where
you.
They can be trusted.
Well, guaranteed that nobody's going to get jobs to the point where it's going to impact the economy in any significant way. But such being said, the Japanese have effectively purchased America's steel industry. Don't think of it as a company. Think of it as they're
Pretty
purchasing
much, yeah.
America's industry. And America needs it. America needs this Japanese intervention because America's, it's dead meat in the fucking water. So,
and maybe some local boys will get work, like shoveling out the rust and corrosion.
That's it. Yeah.
Those plants have to be burned to the ground. I mean, melted down.
It's true.
It's just gonna basically the Japanese are providing like robotics and automation.
Oh,
it says here.
Wow! The locals are gonna love that. Oh,
they don't care.
shit!
They don't know.
They will.
It says building on our. This is the Japanese, the CEO of Nippon Steel, not U.S. Steel, because it's now called Japan Steel.
Yeah,
with the original,
what a deal!
The non-colonial name. So that tells you how much they won.
Yeah.
His name is Hashimoto Eiji, and he says, building on our investment, the transfer of our advanced technologies, and the unwavering efforts of management and employees of both companies, Nippon Steel is committed to working together with U.S. Steel to solidify its position as the world's leading steel maker. There you go.
Good God.
I love it.
Here it comes, Pittsburgh.
The statement also said they entered into a national security agreement with the U.S. government that the domestic production, trade matters, and governance would include a golden share to be issued by the U.S. government. This allows the U.S. to veto important decisions related to the management of the steel company. There you go.
Right, but they just cleared any air quality control regulation off the board. That's all gone.
Yeah, but they don't care if it pollutes America.
Oh my God! Right there in the Great Lake, Japan can pump shit out all night and day. All night and day. God, Pittsburgh. Wasn't that one of those towns that used to be all black from the fucking fallout raining out of the smokestacks?
Yeah.
I don't know. This advanced technology.
They can have it.
Yeah.
They can have it.
They're going to get it. Oh, boy, are they going to get it.
Oh, well, there you
And they'll still be getting food stamps.
Yeah. Well, maybe not under Trump, they'll cut those food stamps. So, at any rate, so when it came for Gabbard said, Iran continues to seek to expand its influence in the Middle East. Nevertheless, she said, the United States IC, or the USIC, the United States Intelligence Community, continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khomeini has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. Now, presumably she was referring to Ali Khamenei and not his long-dead predecessor, Ruhollah Khomeini. That may have been President Donald Trump's view in March as well, but this week, Trump told reporters after his Judaification that Iran is on the verge of getting a nuclear bomb. When asked about Gabbard's testimony, Trump simply dismissed it, saying, "I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having one." Now, this kind of harsh dismissal of American intelligence has always been a hallmark of Trump's first midterm in office. Shortly before his inauguration, he compared intelligence agencies to Nazis, and somehow things got worse from there. He infamously sided with Russia's Vladimir Putin rather than the intelligence community on the question of Russian interference in the 2016 election. But of course he would, since the Russians hacked him into power. You'd think it'd be all rather obvious. He instead accused former officials of treason and reportedly clashed with the DNI Dan Coates over his unwillingness to take his side in political conflicts. By the way, Holly, I don't know if you caught it, but the last episode was really a wah, wah, wah moment. Remember how, the punchline, you'd hear that music in the background? Wah, wah, wah. And it was when George Knight is talking to me about Trump wouldn't expose his tax returns because it would expose his being paid by the Russians. And I was like saying, I remember talking about him not returning his tax returns years ago, and That's really great info. Where did you learn about that? He said, I learned it from you, Douglas. And I was like, wah, wah, wah. Yeah, but then Brendan brought up I was doing all the good shit back then. I was doing all the cathinone, the adulic catha adulis plant from Africa. Yeah, and I got to get back to smoking that shit so I can forget more. At any rate, this problem that
whatever it was a good cocktail.
Yeah. Oh fuck yeah, damn straight. And yeah. No, the problem.
You could speak intelligently even when you were dozing.
Thank you, honey. You're very kind. What were you?
You would nod out and keep going, and it still worked.
Yeah, that's funny. You're so cute. You're so gracious. You're very gracious.
Sure.
Oh shit! What were you gonna say, Brendan? You're gonna say something about the something else? You said as we speak.
As we speak, Israel is striking Tehran.
There we are. Well, there you
go.
And
they're going full Yahweh again.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna try.
Yeah, it says Israel has announced that it's carrying a series of strikes around the Iranian capital. Mm-hmm. The intended strikes were not immediately disclosed, but they came after Israel had intercepted a suspicious aerial target launched from Iran. There you go.
Thank you.
So,
oh boy.
And it says the IDF advised Iranians, which it should be called the Israeli Attack Force now, yes. IAF, also advised Iranians in the two villages to evacuate the area around Iran's Arak heavy water reactor, which can be used to cool reactors, but also produce plutonium and other nuclear weapons. I mean, come on. Like if they could produce plutonium, I could levitate. You know?
Yeah, thank you. It's all a load of shit. But
hopefully it'll be just a trailer in the desert, like last time.
Yeah, hopefully so. Now the problem I've just articulated, or should we say, the miscommunication between Tulsi Gabbard and Donald Trump was supposed to be solved in his second midterm, or at least his miscommunications between himself and intelligence in general, I mean to say. But of course, Trump's never gotten along with...
Yeah, because remember when he dissed him in Russia?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that? Oh, yeah. That was unforgettable.
Unforgivable as well.
that didn't cause a mass government walkout.
Oh, it's why didn't people walk out on him?
Still blows my mind.
Oh, it's blown my mind that nobody's killed this son of a bitch. But it's all that being said,
only the good ones get killed.
Yeah, there you go.
I swear to God.
There you go. Now, so his idea of solving this kind of problem in his second midterm was by, rather than choosing someone like Dan Coates, a former senator who had experience with intelligence, or his successor, John Ratcliffe, who claimed he did have some experience with intelligence, Trump nominated Tulsi Gabbard, a former Democratic member of Congress who had endorsed him for president. Now, Ratcliffe, having proved his loyalty to Trump in the first midterm, was eventually named CIA director. Gabbard shared a few things with Trump: an odd affinity for Putin's government and a public stance of opposing American intervention. But above all, her qualification for the job was that she, like Trump, bore an enormous, in fact, I'd say pathologically insane grudge against the intelligence agencies, making her an ideal pick in his cabinet of retribution. Now the limits of this approach to appointments are coming into view. Gabbard's beef with the IC, the intelligence community, was her sense that it was too belligerent and interventionist, especially with regard to her pals in places such as Syria, and the Russian Empire. She was also angry because she had reportedly been briefly placed on a government watch list for flying. Gabbard opposes foreign wars, and it appears that she doesn't want intelligence to implicate her friends overseas, or shall we say her sponsors. But when the intelligence points against American intervention, as it does with Iran, she is happy to stand behind it, despite her skepticism of the analysts themselves. Trump, by contrast, doesn't want the intelligence to complicate his choices at all. Any intelligence, human or commonsensical. The president was fine with the IC assessment from earlier this year, when his line was that he opposed wars and would keep the United States out. but now that he has been Judaified, and ergo made a quick shift from trying to restrain Israel from striking Iran to demanding Iran's unconditional surrender. It's like Mortal Kombat, finish him, the fight. It's a baffling demand of a country with which...
Yeah, he wants to use his finishing move at the beginning.
Yeah,
what
yes.
a noob.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, that's what it is. That's what it is. Now let this sink in. Think of how baffling this demand is of a country with which the United States is not even at war. We're not even at war with Iran. That's what, Brent's saying. This is the finishing move before the game even starts.
It's just like...
Yes.
Everyone knows you don't use your special move at the beginning of the fucking battle. Yeah, it's just...
Thank you.
But apparently... This guy does.
Yeah. No, well, you know what? He's as bad a gamer as Elon Musk. They both want to be. Elon Musk keeps wanting to be seen as a gamer, and he's just too fucking old. That's his fucking problem. You know what Elon Musk is? He's so old, and he doesn't get it. He's just an old man, and he wants to portray himself as some young stud. Oh, shit. Yeah, but anyhow, it's obvious that Trump is contemplating American attacks. The conclusion that Iran isn't that close to a bomb is ergo a real hindrance to that act or misact. Political magazine reports that...
Does it matter at this point?
What's that?
I said, does it really matter at this point?
Yeah,
like, obviously, they put all their chips in.
Yeah.
There's no...
True. Good point. Yeah.
Like, they can't walk it back now. They can't say, oh, we were wrong or something. You can't walk it back now.
That's right. Thank you. Yeah. So Political magazine reports that Trump was annoyed by a video Gabbard posted earlier this month in which she warned about political elite and warmongers risking nuclear war. What? Now that's stupid in and of itself. How can you be risking nuclear war when you're attacking a nation that doesn't have nukes? That's like, what the fuck is that? I mean,
you're giving her too much credit.
Thank you. Thank you. But regardless, she was reportedly excluded from a Camp David meeting, the White House having insisted that all principals are on the same page, though Trump's dismissive comments about Gabbard earlier this week say otherwise. Quite literally, vocally say otherwise. Cutting out the DNI at a crucial moment like this is an unusual choice, though the role has never been well defined. Although it was created to sit atop U.S. intelligence agencies and coordinate among them, officials such as the director of the CIA have often wielded more power. Trump's saber-rattling has created rifts within the MAGA coalition, and... Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just a chair in an office.
Yeah. Thank you.
It ain't shit. She ain't doing it. Just like what they did to that poor Bongino guy. He's like, they made me... I'm working every day now. Yeah. They took him to the FBI headquarters and gave him a little corner office, and now he's like going crazy.
Oh, shit.
I have to go to work 9 to 5.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah. Holly,
that's all it is.
It's true. Yes. Yeah, this is what's called a job. That motherfucker, half black, as Troy Bellamy pointed out. He's a brother. Yeah, that clown. Yeah, believe that shit, Holly. V thought she said,
I can't keep my podcast. My podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was upset about that. It's like, why did you say
I'll
yes?
bet he was. I didn't even. I mean, God, he's got more ratings than like CNN and MSNBC put together.
Yeah.
That guy was gigantic, which is so frightening.
It's all groomed. It's like
I don't know, but his numbers were staggering.
Of course, because it's groomed. I mean, all these people, they're fed into people's feeds. They just download it. Yeah. It's not like this.
Okay.
It's not like they're saying anything. In other words, it's not
There's no way like 3 million people watched that guy, or however many did.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know. Well, so I just read about this. This crazy guy, it might have been in England, big old hairy guy, made AI, programmed his AI to generate music for like 1,000 bands, make up their names, and then he would put them all up on TikTok or whatever. And that would result in this tremendous amount of royalty income somehow.
Yeah.
So he, no. What he had to do was then make the AI countless number of bots to like these AI generated TikToks. And he ended up making so much money that he got busted.
Good.
And they took him down. But it's evidence that that is very possible and sure going on. He just started making too many millions from his own little content generating bot farm.
Okay. Yeah.
That's like
It's
They're
fascinating.
By the way, now they're glitching Brendan. So Brendan, say that again.
Oh, I just made a tacky joke. It was nothing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
I said
Fayek is
basically-
eating his.
Basically, he
go
was
ahead.
sucking his own dick. Like,
Yeah, exactly. The snake eating its tail.
Yeah, so that he
And
found
made
a
a shit
loophole
ton
and they
of
got
money.
pissed off. Yeah, he found a loophole and they got pissed off, basically.
Yeah, I love it.
Hit $5 million. It kicked him out,
Oh my
and they
god.
shut him down.
Thank
But there you go.
But-
I mean, imagine.
Yeah. So somebody's asking me about the Iran nuclear facility. So they're saying, stealth aircraft, 30,000-pound bombs. What's so difficult about destroying Iran's nuclear program? Well, what's difficult is that Iran's most advanced and hardened nuclear facility, the Fordo plant in the country's northwest, is a fucking fortress. And
Right.
all that Americans and Jews are fucking used to bombing is civilians who are vulnerable and in the open where they can just massacre them. They're not really good at taking on people who
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Isn't this like the same old shit? Like, pick a weak country and just blow it up. I mean, it's like the same shit every fucking time.
Yes. Yeah.
They never pick the big guns. They never march into Moscow because that's what killed Napoleon. They never hit Beijing. No, it has to be these like freaking banana fucking ass motherfuckers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
pathetic. Like, that doesn't show strength. There's no strength being shown.
Of course. Thank you. Like
Like the Romans would take on like full on barbarian, tribes and shit, and these guys are just hitting nothing. I mean, they're hitting nothing in the desert.
It's true.
And saying, we're winning.
It's
We're
true.
so powerful.
It's true. Yeah. You know what's so ironic about that? It's kind of like what I said after the Romans salted Carthage, so nothing would ever grow there again. The admonition by history was, man has created a desert and called it peace. Whereas the Americans and these coalitions of the willing, they're all bombing deserts that are already deserts and saying that it's a victory. Saying they're winning wars.
Some sick, twisted shit. Yeah.
Let's just bomb these deserts and say we're kicking ass. Yeah,
we're winning.
There you go. No one out there to fight back. In reality, Trump was never the dove that he's made himself out to be. For those in the MAGA coalition that are all disappointed about his new Judeo-interventionism, Trump has consistently backed American involvement overseas for all of you MAGA-tards who never noticed. During the 2016 election, he claimed that he had been against the Iraq war from the start, placing the idea at the center of his campaign, even though there is no evidence for it. As president, he escalated U.S. involvement in Syria, backed the Saudi war in Yemen, and voted Congress's attempt to curtail it. Well, he vetoed that. And in one of his major foreign policy successes, he assassinated the Iranian general Qasem Soleimani. Throughout his first midterm, he treated the troops as a political prop. These tendencies have become more pronounced in his second midterm, though Trump's favorite places to send troops remain within national borders, meaning within our own country, in the streets of Los Angeles, or parading through Washington, D.C. Had to get that in there. He launched a series of major strikes against Yemen's Houthi rebels, despite the misgivings of his dovish vice president, and then abruptly stopped them when it became as clear that no easy victory was forthcoming. This is the crux of the matter with Iran as well. Although he may be hesitant about American involvement overseas, Trump loves displays of strength. He sees one in Israel's attacks on Iran, and he wants in on the action. It's like a gang rape. You see some, football players. They act in a team mentality, like a pack. And one of them's seen raping a cheerleader, and they all join in on the gang rape. It's like that. That's really sick. but it really is the dynamic here. Whether the MAGA doves, if we can call them that, believe that Trump really was one of them or simply hope they could persuade him in the moment is something only they can answer. But of course, they're too retarded to answer that. But his misactions this week show that his real resentment was not toward intervention or even intelligence itself. It was toward anything and anyone who might restrain his caprices. So we are preparing for a wider war. Donald Trump called for the unconditional surrender of Iran 5 days, just a work week's worth of time, after Israel's surprise attack triggered a new war in the Middle East, one which has so far killed hundreds of Iranians and at least dozens of Israelis, according to government officials back when I was checking in on this before I kind of blanked out. Anyhow, what is this? Oh, good God, what the fuck is this? What kind of money is that? Ooh, tell us about this,
It's
Brent.
monopoly money is what it is. Yeah, read the caption.
It's like a joke. Yeah.
It's the BRICS banknote. It's the death of the US dollar.
Oh, really? Yeah,
That's
really.
literally what they.
Yeah. Oh my fucking God! I'm just laughing. The St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, SPIEF, SPIEF, the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, SPIEF, is taking place in Russia today, running through June 21st. At this event, they said, "Behold, the doom of the United States dollar is at hand." And this is the tackiest piece of toilet paper I've ever fucking seen. Iran.
Looks like monopoly money.
It's got the Iranian flag. It says Farsi. Of course, they get the peacock. They got a peacock over them. Got the Chinese with a crane.
That's India. That's India.
Oh, India's got... Well, what do the Chinese got? What's that? That bird.
The crane.
Okay, that's... Yeah, crane. And then India... Whoa. Yeah, what's in... Oh, India's got the peacock.
Africa.
India's got the peacock. Okay.
India's got the peacock.
Yeah, there we are.
Russia has the eagle, or some kind of hawk.
Yeah, there you go. And then look at Brazil. Poor Brazil gets the Toucan Sam from the cereal box.
Yeah, Toucan.
Toucan Sam. And then what's that big thing over South Africa? Some kind of vulture. I presume some kind of vulture.
Pelican.
Oh my God! At any rate, there you go. And it's like it's already. This is like 200. This is like their 200 fuck bill. It's
like $1.
Yeah,
like $1.
Yeah, there you are. BRICS banknote. Jesus Christ! It represents doom. All caps for the mighty US dollar. Yeah. This is a joke. It's
like totally outdated. They're saying the U.S. supports all this LGBT shit, so that's why they're falling.
Oh my God! Yeah, look at this. When the U.S.
You
started,
guys are behind by like hundreds of days at this point.
Yeah, thank you. When the U.S. started telling countries what they must teach their kids, LGBTQ+, who they could buy from, sell to, or face overnight economic ruin if placed under sanctions, it was all too much. It's like, who writes these things? Like maniacal.
Hal Turner. It's like probably some crazy freaking.
Peter Moon is writing this. Hal Turner. It's Peter Moon under a pseudonym. Anyhow, it's like here we are. He says
This dude's from New Jersey or something, so he's just
yeah.
some crazy talking head.
Then the U.S. started pushing garbage like LGBTQ plus and transgender insanity, and began telling other countries they had to adopt such things as well, or they couldn't use our dollar for their trade. It's like now. Here's also something new. What's going on here is tell us, Brendan. What's this latest
That's
thing?
apparently a photo of the new launch. It's some kind of hypersonic trail that they're claiming was shot from Tehran against something.
Okay, we can only hope it does some damage, but I don't think so.
It
Obviously,
didn't do anything if we're not hearing about
obviously not, since the Israelis are striking back. So, shall we say quickly? Heather Holman has joined us. So
It's a little side topic, quickly.
Oh, yeah.
A little side topic. Did you notice that latest CPAC was held in Poland?
CPAC.
That's scary. Conservative Party Action Committee.
Oh, that
those
shit. That's
huge. That shit.
Trump and Putin's man.
It's huge.
Yeah, Trump and Putin's man was installed. That's why. They installed.
Yeah.
And so this makes Poland the enemy again. Germany needs to take Poland out. Yeah, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
And
I'm Polish, so it hurt me.
Dude, I'm with you. I'm with you, honey. I'm with you, honey. So, so here's this Israeli Air Force has just struck. What's Hal Turner saying now? Brendan, what's his trip now? Iranian nuclear reactor using bunker busters.
They hit the heavy water reactor with F-15 laden with bunker busters. Literally happened minutes ago.
Jesus Christ, thank you.
This is Old Testament shit, man.
No.
Old Testament level going on right now.
Thank you. It is.
Oh,
it is.
God.
Heather?
That's all they can operate on.
That, of course, they're stuck.
God in heaven.
Yeah. So, Heather, honey, give us an update, please. A situational status report.
Hi.
Yeah. How are you?
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Heather.
Yeah. How's Vin? How's
I'm
it?
good.
Good.
We're doing great. Yeah.
Good. Welcome aboard. And so, share with us what's on your mind. A little bit of, what brings you here tonight.
I had a question for Brendan.
Yeah, of course. Please ask.
About the 10th Avatar Kalki, and I wanted to know if Brendan thought that was artificial intelligence, or it's actually going to be somebody who's born as a person.
Brendan?
No, it's not artificial intelligence. Yeah.
It's a person? Do you think that they've already been born?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
Wow!
And
Go on. Follow up? Go on, Brendan, please.
Yeah, and in general, Kalki is just like this energy shift. It's a wave. It's this kind of force that will turn the tides, because it's the being that rides the white horse and all of that. So,
What does the white horse represent?
the white horse is that it's the swiftness, of the purity returning to the plane. So.
Okay, I'm learning about that now, and how Kalki was.
I have the Dasha avatar in front of me, so yeah.
And he was instructed to drink the Kadma-Denu milk, right? That's what I'm learning about now.
I mean, Kalki has all that stuff. Like, when the age reaches its nadir and the worst forces have well nigh spent themselves, Vishnu will appear amongst mortals in his sattvic form as Kalki. Riding his celestial horse, he will exterminate by the millions corrupt robbers who bear high positions in life, and will reinforce moral sense and humanitarian views in all good people, till town and countryside will again enjoy peace and security. Then will begin a new cycle of the Yug, with Satyug, truth, at its head, whose human generations will be imbued with the great moral, intellectual, and physical strength, possessing all immaculate attributes. So there you go.
Good stuff.
Many good men walked the earth after the Buddha, who was the 9th avatar, but insignificant was the effect they had against the growing supremacy of evil and the evil ones on earth. With the advance of scientific knowledge, the longevity of man has increased, but the advance in technology, man's life has become a nightmare of hypertensions, pollution, but not all hope is lost, as Kalki is here. There you go.
Wow. Thank
That's
you.
some good news.
That force
That's
is
some
already.
real good news.
So are those the same horses that were in the Bible? The same white horse and the black horse and
You mean the horses of the apocalypse?
I mean,
Huh?
they took
Yeah.
they took that imagery directly and said, the second coming, he'll be on a horse with a sword. It's the same imagery, the same. Kalki has a sword of truth, and he's riding the white horse, and he'll kill all of the ignorance and negativity will be cut, sundered, which we're going through that now. I mean, it's just not.
well, good.
Good
That's
in
good news.
yeah, good in the sense that it will ultimately resolve into something new and better. Yes, is what
Yeah,
heaven
it's the
means.
return of the Vedic, the true knowledge that is the backbone of reality and all of that stuff will return. It's already begun. And the AI, like, it can be used for good as well as evil. It doesn't have to be just like everyone, this like truther stuff is like, oh, it's evil. It's like, it's a tool. Like all technology can be used either direction. It's about the beings who are programming it and all that. That's where it comes in.
Yeah, because this little girl from India, I was watching a YouTube video, and it's this little girl from India, and she's telling the whole story about the avatars and everything, and she's really good, and she says that he's gonna grow up to be really smart in technology, and so he'll probably go like, I'm thinking maybe work for CERN or something big like that.
No, I mean, no, Divine would never work for any of those institutions.
Well, if it's a person and he's got to be technologically advanced, what else?
Yeah,
is
but
he
they're not going to work for the system. They're not going to work for the system. That I can assure you. I can assure you that.
There we are. Yeah.
Like Divine
don't really need any help.
Does things that can't be, it can't be put into a box. It's just like it would never
I'm
work.
still trying to wrap my mind around the whole thing. I mean, is it real? I mean, or is it just a story?
Manjushri serves the same role in Buddhist philosophy. Manjushri and his mighty sword. And it's a quick, fast, hard cut. Yeah, but it must be made.
Same mythology.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I thought of somebody else too, but I forgot. That has that. Anyway, go forth.
Yeah, thank you, Heather. And go on, Brendan. Continue.
No, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, so Heather, anything else on your mind that brings you on tonight?
Oh, I've just been thinking about, my position, my constitutional position, and I'm happy right now.
Oh, great.
Tan. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, my birthday's in a few days.
Oh, you're kidding! Oh, Jesus Christ! Let me make certain. Why isn't this on my calendar?
It is on your calendar.
It is. What day again? Date?
On June the 22nd.
June 22nd. Heather Holm. It's going to be on my calendar now. It may have been on last year, and I forgot to.
Another calendar, maybe.
Yes. Heather Holman birthday. She turns legal age, and Heather Holman B-Day, and oh my God, happy birthday, honey! Happy. What's Vin planning with you? What's Vin planning with you about this?
I don't know. We're gonna go out to dinner, I think, and then go gamble. I don't know.
Wow.
I shouldn't really gamble. It's against my religion.
Oh. Don't hold that against yourself. I mean, we all deserve a little bit of a break here and now.
I just go along for fun. I don't really like spending money or gambling at all. Because I never do that well.
No, but that's okay. You believe me. You're doing fine. And so I've got it on my calendar now. And certainly Sunday night I'll be holding transmission. And both Vin and yourself are welcome if you happen to feel like it. Just drop in on transmission with us, and I'll regale you with a happy birthday song if you want that.
What kind of song?
What's that, honey?
What kind of a song?
You know, happy birthday to you.
Oh, okay.
It's like, I think you both want to be spared that, but still, you're both welcome to drop by. But other
For
than
sure.
yeah, other than that, I'll
Yeah,
certainly.
there's no.
Yeah. What's that, Brendan? Say that, Brendan, again.
Yeah, no need for that.
Yeah.
Unless you want to do it in German.
Yes, there you go. No, it's awful. I couldn't do it in any language. But all such being said, I'll certainly wish you both a happy birthday, whether you appear or not. I'll certainly wish you both a happy birthday on the program and dedicate, the show to you.
You're the best, Douglas.
Oh, thank you. You're the best too, honey. And yeah, so that being said, we just got a wonderful image from Brendan of, oh, there we are, Kalki Avatar. There you go. Take a look at that, honey. And so
The white horse.
yeah.
So let me put it this way: if the Antichrist has been born, so has Kalki. They can't be separated. So there you go.
And he doesn't have a belly button either. There's no navel.
Okay.
I mean, that's just like all conjecture.
Yeah, that I was gonna say, if anything is like that exists, it's almost, how would I say? It's almost irrelevant. I mean, would that matter? That whether they
It's
had?
just a clue.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
Okay.
a clue.
Yeah, understood. Okay. And,
Yeah. I guess people that don't have belly buttons are born out of eggs.
Well, the thing is like there's so much in India that everyone's like, now it's become a big thing over there. Like Kalki's coming, so everyone says they're Kalki.
Interesting.
Just like how everyone says they're like, they're some kind of guru. So now that phase is over, now it's like the next phase of that is everyone says they're Kalki. So it's like you can't believe very much. Like when it comes to the Hindu thing, I mean, there's so many things, like just too much craziness going on there.
And does this have anything to do with
But
the
it
war
did.
that's going on?
Wait, hold on one sec. It did filter into Christianity now in America, especially with all this Jesus is coming back and the end of the Old Testament's coming, and
Yeah, but the problem with that is that they're on the end of the sword. They don't understand that.
no, and I agree completely, but it's just an interesting parallel that, the Lord's going to save us, filtered down for thousands of years, even in a dilute materialistic sense, which America took to the extreme.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, and
Carrie, that was good though. Keep going.
yeah, and so Heather sent an image now. Anything else comes to mind, Heather, before I kind of go back into monologue, which you're always welcome to interject.
Well, I just wondered if any of that has an apocalyptic kind of ideas have anything to do with how do they coincide with what's happening right now in the world.
Yeah, obviously.
Yahweh, baby.
It's part of the thing. Like, yeah.
Old Testament. Oh God, help us all.
Heather, could you explain to us this image that you sent? It's really cute.
Yeah, that's Jagannath. He is also, now this is another question. Kalki's supposed to be called the Lord of the Universe, but Jagannath is also called Lord of the Universe. Are they the same? And that's why they're both Lord of the Universe?
Jagannath just means Lord of the Universe.
Right. Well,
There's
the link that I
difference.
put into the chat, it's saying about Kalki and the belly button thing, and also that what I just said, he's the Lord of the Universe.
But
Yeah, like Vishnu. It's Vishnu. It's just, that's all. It's Krishna, same being.
why does he look
It's
like
God. It's like what you would call God.
Yeah, but why does he look like a kid in a bed with something over his forehead, like he's got a fever? Why does he look like a kid who's
It's
been
like
injured?
some AI nonsense, Doug.
Oh, thank
No,
you.
that is when every 12 years they have to change the
Yeah.
heart out of the Jagannath Puri deity.
This is like one ritual in South India that
Okay.
this image is showing that.
Okay.
but it's like an amalgamation of AI. That's what
Oh,
I'm
because
saying.
he gets sick every 12 years because the wood gets sick, and then so they have to replace it with a brand new idol of the same
Okay.
Lord.
I
Yeah.
see. Ah, that's adorable. That's
Well, yeah.
so cute. Okay, so thank you, and and thank you, Brendan, for answering her question, and thank you, Holly, for your interjections to add context. All of this is appreciated, and people love it. You know, they really appreciate the knowledge. They learn so much, and with that. Yeah, Trump also alluded to the possible assassination of Iran's supreme leader recently, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. In a social media post, the 79-year-old Republican said he didn't want the Iranian leader killed for now. In his first midterm, Trump ordered the targeted killing of a top Iranian general. Trump's all caps call for the country to surrender followed thereafter. Now, the U.S. president's early departure from the G7 meeting in Canada yesterday spurred questions about whether he seeks to end the conflict or escalate it. Today, Trump called for a meeting of his security advisors and has declared Iran cannot have a nuclear weapons program. The United German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, who has been attending the G7 summit as well, told the country's public broadcaster ZDF that a American imperial decision on whether to join the war militarily would come in the course of the day, and said that if Iran doesn't return to the negotiating table, then the complete destruction of Iran's nuclear program may be on the agenda. Trump discarded a previous Iranian nuclear accord reached by President Barack Obama. Whether Trump and Friedrich Merz are kind of double teaming the mullahs as a negotiating tactic or a real threat, the risk of a wider conflict has others in the region taking precautions. The Turkish dictator Recep Tayyip Erdogan ordered officials to increase the production of medium and long-range missiles and acceleration of plans to develop a strong homegrown industry based on death and mass extermination, which is historically generally all the Turks have to offer anyway. Meanwhile, Russia is watching Israel's bombardment of Iran with mounting concern for the survival of a key ally. From Putin to Netanyahu, there's a new Babylonian age of pure power in which the Ukraine and Iran are but trois fronts of a piecemeal world war. As Netanyahu's war recalibrates alliances and redraws red lines, international law fades into irrelevance. The Gaza becomes a background noise, and the West's moral compass spins off course. The Ukrainian war and the Israel-Iran conflict are not separate crises, but interlinked fronts in a piecemeal world war, one that pits these United States against a de facto alliance of Russia, Iran, and the Communist Chinese Empire. Israel's far-reaching attack on Iran is but the latest round in its campaign to eliminate or degrade every one of its regional opponents. In the wake of the Hamas attack in October of 2023, it has waged a brutal campaign to destroy the Palestinian people, not Hamas, but the Palestinians as an ethnos, as a meaningful political force in the world. An effort that has been described as a genocide by all leading human rights organizations and numerous academic experts. It has decimated the leadership of Hezbollah in Lebanon through aerostrikes, booby-trapped cell phones, and by other means. It has attacked the Houthis in Yemen and bombed post-Assad Syria to destroy weapons caches and prevent forces it sees as dangerous from exercising political influence there. And the latest attacks on Iran aim to do more than just damage or destroy that country's nuclear infrastructure. At a minimum, Israel wants to end the negotiations over Iran's nuclear program for all time to come, cripple Iran's ability to respond by killing top Iranian leaders, military officials, diplomats, and scientists, and if possible, drag the United States deeper into the war. At a maximum, it hopes to weaken the regime to the point where it collapses. Given that each of these actions has been at least partially successful, at least in the short term, should we now think of Israel as a regional hegemon? If such a state is defined as the sole great power within a particular region, such that no other states or combination of states could mount a serious defense in an all-out test of military strength, does Israel now qualify? If so, should we also expect its neighbors to act as others have when facing a hegemon? Recognize its superior power and defer to it on matters of vital interest to the hegemon. Consider the never-ending Hunger Games of Gaza, with the IDF killing 70-plus Palestinians trying to get food aid. One witness, qualifying that Israeli troops continued firing on people as they fled, said it was a massacre. With the world's eyes on the escalating Israel-Iran conflict, the Israel Defense Forces on Tuesday killed at least dozens of people waiting for food trucks in the Gaza Strip. Yet another IDF massacre of starving Palestinians seeking humanitarian aid. Just yesterday, within the past 24 hours, eyewitnesses told journalists that while Palestinians were gathered on a route used by humanitarian assistance trucks in Khan Yunis, Israeli forces conducted an aerostrike on a nearby home and then targeted the crowd with gun and tank fire. So to that, I will now provide a link. And this is, of course, unfortunately, the most available links that I have are often via Elon Musk's shitty little platform known as X, because for some reason everyone still seems to go there. And this will provide some context, such providing the context necessary to grasp the enormity, the gravity of the assault. The Gaza Health Ministry and Nasser Hospital initially confirmed that more than half a hundred people were dead and over 200 others were critically injured to the point of needing life support when they had but a single bed available and no life support. Al Jazeera later reported that the ministry said the death toll had risen beyond 70 for obvious reasons that I've just articulated, with the witness Saeed Abu Lebda telling the outlet that people in the crowd were blown to pieces, body parts were scattered all over the place. The number of victims is way more than those brought to the hospital, but no one could reach them to provide any help. At Nasser Hospital itself, a witness named Allah recalled to Reuters that all of a sudden they let us move forward and made everybody gather, and then shells started falling, tank shells. No one is looking at these people with mercy. The people are dying. They are being torn apart to get food for their children. Look at these people. All these people are torn to get flour to feed their children. As the Associated Press reported, and here I read therefrom, Yusef Nofal, an eyewitness, said he saw many people motionless and bleeding on the ground after Israeli forces opened fire. It was a massacre, he said, adding that the soldiers continued firing on people as they fled from the area. Mohammed Abu Keshfa said he heard a loud explosion followed by heavy gunfire and tank shelling. I survived by a miracle, he said. Personally, I wouldn't hold it against him if he just piled all the bodies on top of himself as padding, but it's what I would have done. At any rate, according to the cited Israeli newspaper, a witness who spoke with Haaretz said that the Palestinians were hit in an area that the army considers an active combat zone, and they were not in the vicinity of an established distribution center nearby. Of course, everybody just gathers in a combat zone for food, as opposed to the established distribution center, because the Israelis had already bombed that the day before. Imagine that. The Israeli Defense Forces said in a statement that Earlier today, a gathering was identified adjacent to an aid distribution truck that got stuck in the area of Khan Yunis and in proximity to the IDF troops operating in the area. The IDF is aware of reports regarding a number of injured individuals from IDF fire following the crowd's approach. The details of the incident are under review. The IDF regrets any harm to uninvolved individuals and operates to minimize harm as much as possible to them while maintaining the safety of our troops. The Gaza Health Ministry said that since the Hamas-led October 7th, 2023 attack, the Israeli assault on the Palestinian enclave has killed at least 55,432 people, with many thousands more missing in rubble and presumed dead. Over the past 20 months, the IDF has repeatedly slaughtered Palestinians trying to access food assistance, including at hubs recently set up by the United States and Israel-backed GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, following an Israeli blockade on all aid. And with that, we will provide another link. Oh, our dear Brendan says Guten Nacht. Do come on, dear Brendan, and say that verbally if you would be so kind. And let's see if Brendan does.
Yes. Good night, everybody.
Yes. And, well, you got to do better than that. I mean, that's it. Yeah, good night, everybody. Yeah. It's like, are you wiped out? Like, you're really exhausted? Yeah. Oh, God, I don't blame you.
Yeah, I have things to attend to, and my new schedule has, changed my sleeping pattern, so I will be going.
Okay. Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And you do remember, as relayed by Aaron Tice, one of the last things said by Peter Moon was, Doug's hatred of the Jews will be his undoing. Well, if so, let it be so. I don't see how anyone cannot hate the Jews after what I've just described.
Well, I don't think you really have to harp on it anymore. Everyone is on the same page.
Thank you.
Like, I think 99% of people know, like, it's always the same people, just... There was, like, one of those AI memes where it was, like, the people sitting in a college campus with the change my mind,
Yes.
with the table,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Where they want people to argue with them.
Yeah.
And it was your bio sire, and he had the sign that says, "It's always the same people. Change my mind." Yeah. So there you go.
Thank you.
That's how people feel right now. It's
Thank you.
And I see it all the time in the comments. It's like, maybe he wasn't wrong. Maybe he was right.
Yeah.
Because it's just so obvious. Like, they're just making it to where you can't think anything but that.
Thank you. Yes.
So
deeply appreciate it.
you
Love
go.
you dearly. Stay safe and be
All right.
well. Okay.
Okay.
Blessed dreams.
Oh, and
Yeah.
yeah, and I was gonna tell you, but at my site today, I pull up, right,
Yeah.
and instead of the two sheriffs by the gate, it's a whole squad in the parking lot.
Oh
Like,
man.
I'm talking dozens of sheriffs.
Man.
So
What
so
the
my
fuck?
site is locked down. Like,
Oh.
yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm a brutal sadist. Dear Holly, anything you want to ask Brendan before he leaves? The moment you have to ask him now. Do you want...
No, Brendan, have you seen the Mars Regulus conjunction looking west? If it's
Yeah, I spoke about it earlier.
Oh, I missed it. Yeah, it's
But
gorgeous.
That's why they have chose this time to declare war, because it gives
Ouch.
them the most advantage.
Ouch. Yeah.
Because Mars
Yeah.
is of course, it's the planet of the Martian
Right
planet.
on.
And
Yes.
It being exalted in its own triplicity because it's
Oh.
a fire sign just gives that much more punch. So
Bellicose.
yeah.
It gives me a shiver to see it, but it's an unusual sight, and
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, Mars is very auspicious, very beautiful.
yeah, very beautiful to witness.
Yeah.
Anyway,
great.
good night.
Yes.
Yeah.
Blessed be
All right.
thy dreams
Blessings.
and sweet be thy slumber. And Heather, you're welcome to say goodnight. Give him a little send off if you would be so kind. Let's see if she responds. She might have taken off. She's still on the call. It looks like she is. You're welcome to come off mute, Heather. I guess she's asleep. That's such a cute little, weird little doll that she presented. Okay.
I'm right behind him too, Douglas.
Understood.
So let me ask you something.
Yes, honey.
It's kind of a weird, horrible, I don't know how to describe it, and I don't want to lose my thought here, but that now the Nimitz is steaming into the harbor to protect Israel, to make sure that they get to exterminate Iran. And so what will the rest of the Middle East do about that?
Absolutely
It
nothing.
seems like there's a lot of thumb twiddling. Oh, yeah, bring the popcorn. Is that how this will go or not? I mean, maybe at the top level, but what will all the oppressed peoples below gonna do? They're gonna do shit.
Yeah, I would.
Nabbit.
Well, the oppressed people have no power to do anything. We've seen that. We see it right now, and so there's nobody's going to do anything.
Damn.
Now, many people remember what I had said years ago. Was I said, hey, they're sending in, and I think it was the Nimitz even then. I mean, it's half 100 fucking years old. I mean, the carrier is about due to be deconstructed anyway.
Hey, I get it. Yeah. It's a total show.
Yeah.
A statement.
Yeah, but no, they might be, like I said 10 years ago, I thought then the intent was for, to provoke the Iranians into sinking the goddamn thing. In fact, I went so far as to say...
They'll get the insurance money.
Yeah, in fact, I went so far as to say because the Iranians are so fucked up and incompetent and totally incapable of doing anything, that the Israelis would send in a submarine to take it out. And then they would say the Iranians sunk it. Whether the Americans knew it was the Israelis or not, they would say that the Iranians had sunk it and then
That's
go
right.
in. Yes, so it's it's kind of like the USS Liberty. If they find out the Jews sank it, then it's okay. It's like because they're God's people and they can do with us what they will. It's an act of God when Jews fucking kill us. That's the American perspective on the USS Liberty, and that would be their perspective on the fucking Nimitz. But either way, it would create a bunch of nuclear pollution, a ecocidal catastrophe in the Med or the Gulf, and like Brendan said earlier, it's probably just been sitting there all this time anyway. It's not steaming in at all. It was just always sitting there, and then they're just some other...
I hear that.
Yeah, carriers are moving in. I mean, obviously they're moving in assets to help the Israelis in their various extermination campaigns. But here we are.
Yep.
So our dear Brendan...
But they're pretty damn widespread now.
Yeah. So Brendan says, the USS Gerald R. Ford and ships in its strike group are set to leave their home port at Naval Station Norfolk in Virginia next week on a regularly scheduled deployment that will have them operating in the European Command Theater initially. The official said, the deployment gives the Trump administration an option to tap a third aircraft carrier nearby for operations countering Iran and defending Israel. Thank you, Brendan.
Yeah.
And, yeah, there you go. So, they're all over. They have, there's plenty of targets.
You know what?
Yeah, go on.
To get those trillions of dollars, as you well know, you got to spend those trillions of dollars.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So they are stepping
Yeah, but
right
the Gerald
up.
Ford that's the top dollar one.
Okay. Because the newest. It's the latest.
Really? It
Yeah.
sounds like an old cripple. It sounds like a scout.
I love it.
No.
No, this
shit.
one was floated in 2017. It's top of the line, basically.
Yeah.
Says
And they
it
named
has
him after Gerald Ford. Oh, shit. Why?
weapons stowage, new weapons elevator, more flight deck, new electromagnetic powered aircraft launcher, 3
Wow.
times the electrical generation capacity, and more. There you go.
God. Imagine trying to sleep in your metal bunk.
Apparently, it doesn't. It says it's the
Against your
the
metal
world's largest
walls.
aircraft carrier, which can house 75 aircrafts, but it doesn't have urinals. So there you go.
What?
Yeah.
See, there's no
They
personnel
just piss
on
off the
these.
deck or something. They just piss off the side of the deck.
No. There's
Most
got to
likely.
be heads.
There's probably just a hole in the in the undershaft.
Wow.
They just hang their ass off the poop deck, as they used to call it.
Right.
Yeah, so they can shit. Yeah.
You catch some illegal immigrants on that, boy.
Oh man. Oh, that's hideously funny.
man.
Thank you for sharing that. That's
It says it was docked next to the USS George W. Bush, as well as the USS Truman and the USS Lincoln. So it's the dead president squad group. And we're not
They're
talking about
spending those trillions, so they'll get another trillions next year. You got to spend them to get them.
Yes. Yes. So what was it Heather just sent? She sent some wonderful images. They're so cute. Nice little images of maybe our man Bren would recognize this. But
I need to go to sleep.
Okay. All right. Love you. Yes. Take
Every
care.
time that you see the face of Jagannath, you're supposed to become more spiritually elevated without even trying.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
but these are. I mean, yeah. Okay.
That's what they say about
that's my
Mount
little idol
Kailash.
on my dresser. I just took that picture right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this is your thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Certainly.
I thought it was another that thing like AI.
No, it's a little
Okay.
statue that's on my dresser.
Oh, okay. That's wonderful. All right.
Yeah.
Well, many blessings. Have a good night.
Okay. Take care.
You
Blessed
too.
be thy dream. There you are. Good. That's good, Heather. Thank you. And so all such being said, returning to what little analysis I can provide tonight. Basically, in a lengthy statement delivered yesterday calling for independent and international investigations into yesterday's mass murder and the GHF, that Gaza Health Fund's role in facilitating and executing serious crimes committed against Palestinian civilians, as well as a halt on all financial or logistical support to that foundation, criminal probes against all individuals affiliated therewith, and civil lawsuits for implicated entities and individuals. The Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor said that GHF is directly responsible for the escalating Israeli crimes against starved Palestinian civilians near aid distribution points in central and southern Gaza. The Foundation's operational model involves luring civilians to specific locations coordinated with the Israeli army, where they are subjected to killing, injury, and cruel and degrading treatment. These points have effectively become death traps, abused as tools in Israel's ongoing genocide against the Palestinian population for over 20 months. Euromed Monitor also calls on all states, individually and collectively, to uphold their legal obligations and take urgent action to stop the ongoing genocide in Gaza in all its forms. Finally, Euromed Monitor urges the international community to impose economic, diplomatic, and military sanctions on Israel in response to its systematic and grave violations of international law. Okay, so GHF is viewed by non-profit and independent investigative committees as essentially a tool of the Jews to exterminate helpless people. It's not hard to believe that. That makes perfect sense. Because all aid has been cut to Gaza, who are these guys that somehow are getting aid in? Well, obviously the Jews are letting them in, so they must be fucking Jews, are affiliated with them. So the Israeli government, by such massacres, is making a bid for regional dominance that's unlikely to succeed. Israel cannot be a hegemon. Netanyahu's geopolitical mindset mirrors that of the merciless Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar, as illustrated by the Japanese painter Aoki Shigeru. And let me send that link to everyone to access. And that hopefully will provide you a
I'm grateful for you saying these things.
Thank you, honey. I appreciate
I'm
that.
grateful for you saying these things. even if your audience already knows.
Well, bless you.
It's so rare to hear this on media.
Of course
And
not.
so, man,
you'll never hear it on
yeah.
media. Go on.
I know.
Bless
I
you.
know.
I love you.
But yeah,
Thank you.
it's true.
Yeah,
It really
thank you.
is. Keep going.
So please access that link and take a look at the
Yes.
painting. And that's a painting of Nebuchadnezzar and Daniel, painted by the Japanese artist Aoki Shigeru in 1906. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu's surprise attack on Iran has shaken the Middle East, brought the West back together, and returned Israel to Europe's fickle and rather cynical good graces. Somehow, the Iranian conflict has managed to push the inhuman massacre in Gaza into the shadows, appearing merely as a secondary disturbance, collateral damage, if you will. On the chaotic chessboard of current geopolitical, the fate of Iran's nuclear sites and the cave-dwelling fanaticism of the Ayatollahs carry 1,000 times more weight than the ever-expanding Palestinian graveyard. International law may have died as well, but not everyone sees that as bad news. Vladimir Putin's curious caution seems to confirm this fact, giving credence to the idea, widely floated in international circles, of an unwritten pact with Donald Trump, a temporary hands-off approach to Tehran in exchange for an American imperial pullback in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. And without a doubt, any regime change that decapitates, Iran's revolutionary guards and topples supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, holed up in some bunker in Tehran, would be cheered from Washington to Brussels. Suddenly, the Netanyahu government's brutal excesses seem a bit easier to stomach. Israel's current military assault against Iran might have gone ahead even without the October 7th massacre, but it would have been unthinkable before Russia's aggression in Ukraine on February 24th of 2022. That day marked the true turning point in our recent history, the moment when the illegal abuse of force began to replace international treaties. At first it went unnoticed, but over time the shift became undeniable. These days might make it right. It is a doctrine cemented by the rise of a volatile American president who no longer even tries to cloak his arbitrary decisions in legal rationalizations. We are under the sway of a global black swan event, operating in a fourth dimension, one of uncertainty, lawlessness, and disorder, and there be no swift end. Still, it is hard to deny that 15 years of attempts to dissuade Tehran from going nuclear have failed. Diplomacy has fallen short, and we have to find the courage to face not just what pleases us, but the collapse of what we once believed to be right. Anyone who thinks Netanyahu's war is headed for a swift and predictable resolution is deluding themselves. Israel is in real danger, as is the Iranian regime, an empire far larger and stronger than many assume. By simply targeting ships in the Strait of Hormuz, Iran could throw global trade into chaos and send oil prices through the roof. One crisis would trigger another. So why is Israel striking now? As Gabriel Segre of Le Stampa puts it, the Western sense of time is different from that in Yerushalayim, where the underlying ambition is always to make it to tomorrow. So, is there a final green light here? The Iranian threat is written into the very constitution of the Islamic Republic. Destroy Israel. Invade Al-Makkah. Drive the great American Satan out of the Middle East. That is why they believe the time to act is now. The THAAD missile defense system, transferred from the United States to Israel, was seen as the final green light for any show of strength, whether or not the stammering, unpredictable Donald J. Trump gave it his blessing. A confused businessman who contradicts himself, shouts and whispers, threatens and retreats, and eventually jumps on the winner's bandwagon and boasts, "Great attacks! The next ones will be even more brutal!" Trump has lost all control, so he pretends to have all of it. No occupant of the White House, not even Trump, can afford to distance himself from Jerusalem. Even if, as Bill Emott wrote in World Crunch magazine, the strong voice combined with a limited attention span leads to inconsistency on the strategic level. So we have here someone who is both bold and unreliable. The American president may be bold, but he is beyond unreliable. He is completely erratic. Netanyahu, with whom he shares a kind of animal instinctive bond, knows this. There be no point in imagining a role for Europe. It has none. Even less for Italy, whose prime minister, by default, aligns with whatever decision the White House makes. None of this is new, and none of it is pleasant. In terms of, shall we say, my son's own travels in photography, Ed Beth was not too long ago, recently in the ancient arena of Verona, to watch a futuristic staging of Verdi's opera, Nabucco, directed by Stefano Poda. The audience erupted with applause during Va Pensiero and closed with a thunderous standing ovation. The work tells the story from 6 centuries before Christ, when King Nebuchadnezzar besieges Jerusalem and enslaves the Jewish people already on the brink of extinction. Poda's direction features a massive steel hourglass at the center of the stage, inscribed with the word Vanitas, a monument to the folly of all humanity, indifferent to the passage of time. In Act 1, Nebuchadnezzar declares, "My fury no longer constrained. Make atrocious havoc of the vanquished. Plunder, burn the temple. Mercy will be a crime." Today, it is Benjamin Netanyahu caught between realpolitik and delusions of grandeur, who thinks like that Babylonian king. And no one, not even those who could, wants to stop him. The violence of the Israeli dictator indeed suits the people themselves of Israel, Zionists and mass murderers all, his willing executioners. "I am no longer a king. I am God!" That kind of leap flattens every trace of humanity and reduces the world to a brutal state of self-interest, whatever the price and whatever the means. Here we are again. Mercy becometh a crime. In today's new geopolitical playbook, distrust counts for more than trust, or law, as trust by now smacks of naivete. Politics has vanished from the table. The cold calculation of Babylon's kings wins the day. This is once again the spirit of our age. Alas, Babylon! Faced with a choice between a bad deal and a beautiful idea, we take the deal. The dead, the oppression, we accept them as a given. The disappearance of an individual might stir a sigh at most. We live like dulled turtles inside our shells and keep calling it life. We pull back, shut ourselves in, and suffocate slowly, hoping the iron fist of the strong doesn't come down upon our heads this time. As I speak these very words, an international news agency reports the latest headline: 60 dead, including 20 children, as building hit by Israel. And so, in this daily disaster, we can turn to the Austrian poetess Rainer Maria Rilke's words, a favorite of Adolf Hitler's. Perhaps we cling to our demons because we are afraid of losing our angels. Even if, today, we've begun to wonder where those angels might be hiding.
Well, and Douglas, let me say, the cup that says veritas means truth, right?
Veritas is, in a sense, it's truth. Yes. Go on. It can be.
Truth, right?
Yeah.
And so the very thing that we have lost, I'm going to say, well, I don't know how exactly long, but we've lost it almost totally very quickly, in my view, is this notion of objective truth.
Yes. Yes.
And now we're navigating in that world. And that world has been fueled by our wonderful World Wide Web.
Yes. Yes.
Where Veritas is gone.
Thank you. Thank you.
So what will we do to function in that world? That's how shattered this world has, at least like 20 past. It only's taken 20 years.
Yes.
To shatter the notion of objective truth. And was objective truth ever real? I believe so. I've always been pretty rationalist.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, you continue, please.
No. It's awful hard to face a world with that gone.
Yes. Well,
and I don't know how to do it.
Oh, well, I know how.
Right.
Amy Como and yourself, of course, were wondering why I was gigglish over over the twain of you.
Dance in the ashes.
Well, beyond that, I mean, you were both wondering why I was gigglish when both of you were bringing up how these kids are addicted to their cell phones and you can't pry them away. It's a problem we don't have with the Blood Boys on the estates because we keep all cellular phones away from them unless we're taking any trips. Or if we feel it's necessary for them to communicate, if we have them scattered over the campus. But other than...
Because Daddy's a tech magnet.
That's right.
They know how to raise their kids.
There you go. He knows.
They all know.
Yeah.
And now they smugly tell us, oh, you shouldn't use that stuff.
There you go.
It's embedded in your phone whether you want it or not.
Yeah.
It's a hijack.
Yeah.
And not that it makes any sense. It's all whoever gets first to market.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sells the most.
Yeah, it sells the most.
So
what you said, just repeating that for our listeners because you got kind of garbled with the last sentence when you said.
I keep driving my Ferrari into the same brick wall.
What's this from Brendan?
But
Russian dictator Vladimir Putin said he is ready to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The Russian dictator is also open to talking with the Deutschen Kanzler, the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. It's like, so he wants to meet with the Germans and the Ukrainians because he knows they're both on the same side. He's just like, what a joke.
Oh, and he's having the best days of his whole career.
Yeah.
Capturing the attention of the world as a great diplomat.
Yeah, there
He's got the Trump ticket. I'll make this war go away.
Yeah, I love it. He's caught the Trump.
Yeah.
He's caught the Trump virus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got the TV presence now.
Yes.
He's getting ratings.
Yeah.
Providing content.
Definitely. But for what people know, my solution about the internet is no child, any more than you would allow a child to drive a car on the highway, the physical freeway. No child should be allowed on the information highway. Not until they're 18 years of age to do so alone. That's for sure. Just like a child in a car with an adult would never take the wheel or should never take the wheel and is only allowed in a car as a passenger, children must only be allowed on the information superhighway with an adult in the driver's seat. End of fucking story. And any adult with a child at the wheel would be arrested. And for God's sake, any adult who allows their child unsupervised on the internet should be arrested. That's my fucking solution. That there should be no computers. They would be like firearms. If you have children in the home, firearms must be maintained in a locker, a locked cabinet, something that cannot be child accessible. The same with a computer. A computer is a firearm that you point directly at your head and pull the trigger, and it goes, it blows a bullet into your fucking brain every time you sit down. Until you're an adult who can handle those bullets in your brain, you should not be on the internet, must not be on the internet, because a child behind the wheel is a danger to us all, including other children who are passengers in other vehicles. So no children on the internet without adult supervision, only in controlled environment, as if you were teaching them to fire a firearm on a firing range or how to drive in a fucking crash car. What do we call those little things? Doofus from the NASCAR opened up a new, they have those like go-karts. So you can go to go-kart places where kids can get used to speed. Yeah, that there need to be computer facilities similar to go-kart facilities where you have adult supervision when kids are cruising on them and they have a limited range and speed, obviously. So, and Brendan is saying, but everyone would claim that would be fascist. No shit. That's fascism. Yes. And so then when a child is of legal age, between 16 to 18 years of age, and their parents give them a sign off, and the parents sign off that they are responsible for everything their child does on the internet until the age of 18, these children must not be allowed on. And so there you go. That's how to solve the problem, because then we have an objective truth return. The problem on the internet is everyone tells you there is no objective truth. So the internet keeps saying, oh, that's their truth, this is my truth, this is your truth. No, you don't have a choice. There is one truth, right? Holly, there. Do we understand? You get
Hello, Douglas.
Yes, and
yes,
welcome
I'm
aboard.
on. Hello.
Yes.
Thank you so much for having me on. Yes, Douglas.
Thank you.
I really appreciate you saying all that. Thank you so much.
And thank you.
Yes,
I appreciate your listening in. So tell people about the Antarctic radio codes and what you understand about the situation, please.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm so glad that, you did check that the link that I sent you, Douglas, the article. I think I just screenshotted it. Oh, hello
yes,
there,
do
Holly.
say hello
Yes,
to all
nice
the
to
ladies,
speak
George.
to you. Yes.
Totally excited
And
to hear
Heather.
about that.
Yes.
Yes,
And Douglas,
thank you.
I appreciate you confirming my last dying hope that there is such a thing as objective reality. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And
for doing
course,
that.
Yes.
And before George brings up the radio,
right,
Thank
it
you.
should be a course.
Thank you.
But I gotta walk.
Oh,
I'm
before
gonna
you
keep
walk,
going
honey,
on,
just so you understand, when somebody has asked me what do we do about this return to the Kings of Babylon situation. So, as I will say, as some people argue, the only deterrence against nuclear weapons is to possess your own. The only defense against firearms is to have your own. I do say it's a time to recognize constitutional monarchs to combat this Babylonian kingship. It's time, in this case, for the Shah. So I will get into that when we return to monologue, dear Holly. And
very good.
Yes,
very
bless
good.
you, love you, and bless you.
Wonderful night. I'm following.
Okay.
Thank you, George.
Yes.
Can't wait. All right, I'll be following right along. Okay.
Bless you, honey. Thank you so much.
All right.
So, dear George, and let us
Douglas.
give us first off a little situation report, status report in general, whatever you feel comfortable sharing about yourself. How are things going?
Yes, no, very well, thank you, Douglas. It's extremely hot here in the UK at the moment. Temperatures reaching as high as 33 degrees Celsius, so it's very, very hot at this moment.
Wow.
Obviously, the temperatures in the UK, unlike when you go abroad on holiday for a vacation, it's very, very humid. Humidity is very, very high. When you go abroad and as temperatures reach that high, you get a breeze and you cool down and you don't sweat so much. Here in the UK, you just sweat it all out. So it's vital to have sunscreen on and plenty of water during these periods. So, and stay in the shade as much as possible just to keep cool. But thankfully, during the day, I've got a work van now with air conditioning, thank God. Like in Saudi Arabia, like we've, stated in the past, Douglas, it is mandatory and by law to have air conditioning units in your vehicle.
Right.
So, yes. And so, I'm extremely grateful that I have air conditioning now, whereas my previous fan didn't have any aircon at all.
Oh,
And
man.
I remember a
God
couple of
damn.
years ago, I passed out almost. Yeah, coming
Yes.
on the show.
But oh
Just
Jesus, was that
well
the time was that different from the time you almost had the heat stroke, or actually did suffer?
Oh
heat
yeah, that was a separate time, Douglas. Separate occasion that was. I remember coming on in my break, and yeah, it was so hot. The actual yeah, because our phones, if it reaches the temperature, it shuts down. That's how hot it was.
Jesus
The
Christ.
devices shut down because it was just too hot. So I felt, oh my God. But yeah, other than that, Douglas, I'm just staying safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God damn.
So
It's
yes,
and well, you
taking
should.
precautions.
Yeah.
Yes,
Don't forget,
yes.
you're a necessary asset. Don't risk yourself
Mhm. No.
unnecessarily. Yes.
Yes, much appreciated, Douglas.
Oh,
Yes.
oh my
Other than that,
God.
I'm all good, thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
Good.
other than that.
Good. Thank God. You
Yes,
sound good. You sound good.
yes, thank you. And
yeah.
yes, and this is a great time to come on because it's you know, obviously before my work day starts, and it's cool at the moment. I'm in the shade,
God.
but the sun's rising, but the temperature's not so high yet. It's in the mid to early 20s at the moment outside in the shade. So yeah, yeah, give it mid-morning, it's going to be rising temperatures so high.
That's
It'll be
incredible.
unbearable.
It
Yeah.
is. This is something, and yeah, and also for people who are skeptical about the potential relocation of the British capital,
Yes.
understand
Yes.
that the scientists who have been investigating are saying that the Gulf Stream is not only
Yes.
weakening, it's like they're predicting like it could collapse at any moment. And even though they're
Yes.
trying to prevent panic by saying, "Oh, this might not happen until the next century," the real scientists who had put the study together actually said that they're predicting within years. And you know, such having been said, there's a number of things
Yes,
to
Douglas.
address, and you know, we'll start with Antarctica and let people know about the general
Yes.
situation behind that, please. Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, which was obviously it's one of those things that come up from time to time, where they will project this or propagandize these signals that they detect, and most of the time they'll say, "Oh, it comes from out there. It comes from above us, as opposed to beneath us." And yeah, with that article that I shared with you, Douglas, that screenshot, it relayed that some of these signals that get intercepted every interval, every period of time. Usually there's a cycle, an interval period where they'll receive a signal every few, it could be any number of minutes or every number of hours or days. They get a burst transmission of these signals, but they relayed in their article that they thought it was coming from above us, but it was actually coming beneath us. So they try to project the trope or agenda that there is life out there and we are intercepting signals from out there, but they're misconceiving the public with
They're
that information.
misdirecting, yes, and
Directly misdirecting, yes, either disingenuous or they are doing it deliberately. And so yeah, when I see this, I know better, and like yourself, Douglas, you know better. But yeah, they're completely deceiving the public by saying that. People buy into that, and this is just to go back to relay what you were just saying about the internet. This is the reason why the misinformation is so it's out there. So
it's a sewer of shit. It's a sewer of shit.
It's the information sewer, just absolute garbage, and that's the problem. Children, especially, with their what do you want to call it, the naivety of their minds and their interests of the world, they'll jump on and they'll believe anything they read or believe anything they hear. I know many people like that, and they say, well, I only relay what I get told. I hear that often, so many times. They don't conduct their own due diligence, which is what I've always done, to verify and vet everything I get told or hear. So you know what the objective truth is. Most people don't do that, the majority. And this is the reason why, like you said, Douglas, there should be laws in place where, you know, you have to, like when you're driving a vehicle on the road behind a wheel, when you're a responsible driver, because like we've brought up before, that cars kill more people than guns do.
Oh, absolutely.
Every second, yeah, it's far more dangerous. But you have to reach a mature age and go through the proper training, and then you have to be accredited, tested, and then you get a license in order just to show you're competent enough to be responsible behind a wheel. And it's like the internet itself. Obviously, when Michael Aquino helped assist with the release of the internet back in the 90s, there was no laws in place, and there was no foreseeing that. But that was obviously
well, he foresaw it. That was their whole intent, was to fuck out people's
whole intent was. Yeah, exactly, to project misinformation as the man responsible for deceiving the public with psychological operations.
This was going to be his 24-hour-a-day cyber war. Tell them. Yeah.
This is it. This
mind
is
war.
It, Douglas.
Yeah.
Exactly. This is his mind war. That's outlined in his book that he's written. And he's written several volumes of these books. But yeah, it's that was the whole intent of the internet, to be published to the general public, so they can access the information highway, the information as an information consumer, deliberately to misinform the public of what's going on in the world. We could go on about so many aspects of that, Douglas, just to bring credence and reinforce everything we've said. But that was the whole purpose of that internet, the whole release of that. It's so people are misinformed and they don't know the objective truth. And this is what we're exposing. And when you come to us, you get that objective truth. And there are people out there to try to discredit us. There's a campaign that's going on, that's always going on, to try and discredit us. Yeah.
And that too is part of the mind war. That's part of the mind war.
Yeah, exactly. What they call it, and then you got all these these people, these groups of people out there. What they call it, info wars.
Yeah. Piece of shit.
You've got all these people out there. Yeah. Oh God, Douglas, it just makes your eyes roll back, and
Oh, it's disgusting. And they think they're conducting. They get on the internet and they swim in the sewer shit, and they think they're conducting quote unquote research. And of course, it's research. If you say, for instance, you're George Knight, you're doing the work that George Knight does. George Knight has to go through incredible safety standard procedures to make certain that he is not taken out by the very work he's performing. And so if George Knight were instead working with civil engineering, in the sense that he was working with sewers, George Knight would be wearing a hazardous materials suit. He would absolutely be trying to protect himself from all manner of infection while working in those sewers of shit. So these people are diving naked into these sewers of shit, and it absorbs all through their epidermis all these diseases, and they think they're being enlightened. They think that when they're just they're just becoming infected. You're not enlightened. You're infected.
Yes.
And you're not trained like a civil engineer. You're not meant to be doing this. The fact that you are doing this shows us how stupid you are. If we saw you going into a sewer naked, we'd say, damn, you crazy. But that's what people are doing every time they dive on the internet, because they don't have the training. People should be doing this with the level of training that a civil engineer would have. So otherwise, you should just basically be very careful and don't go into the sewer. Stay in areas where you know you're safe. It's like, of course, we all need to use toilets. Without flush toilets, we'd be drowning in our own shit. So you're dependent on that sewer system. So the same way with your internet. Think of your internet like that. There's a certain area you go to where you maintain yourself safely in the internet. But for God's sakes, you count on experts to do the deep dives. Okay? You're not trained in that regard. No. Don't think you are. But there, So the other
Exactly,
aspect,
Douglas.
yeah, the other aspect of what our dear George Knight brought up, understand that basically after the nuclear war in Antarctica, and if everybody just
Hmm.
goes blank, like, oh, this
Yes.
guy's off the deep edge, when the Americans launched 3 nuclear weapons, yeah,
Yes.
in Antarctica, they have
Yes.
been trying to monitor the radiation levels ever since. And as a result, they developed collateral to that over the years.
Yep.
A floating array. Remember, they originally tried to attack Antarctica with the dirigible systems, the delivery mechanisms of the Japanese.
Yes.
Later on, they modified these for science. So above Antarctica, there is this floating array called the ANITA, ANITA, or the Antarctic Impulsive Transient Antenna. So this is basically a group of balloons, and they're high-flying balloons, and they're meant to detect radio waves, but they're really focusing on neutrinos. These radio waves from Antarctica, they say that the radio pulses, their words, from the source here is the journal Physical Review Letters. So I'm going to see if I can locate that for our friend George. So,
Hmm.
see if I can find this link here. So here we are. So I'm going to give this to you, George, and I'm going to put this inside of the link box right here, and I will put
Thank
it
you.
as well into your private messages. As well, I will give this to our listeners because in the chat in a matter of moments, because most of you will be unable to really interpret this anyway. But there is something very distinctive about this situation. And
Hmm.
when it comes to the situation itself, let me see if I can remember how, do open that link and tell me what
Yeah,
your
thank you.
impression is. And let me enter this into our studio live stream here. And okay, this is for our listeners. So
Hmm.
my analysis of what this says is that basically the physicists say, per this study, that the radio impulses appear inconsistent with
Yeah.
the standard model of particle physics. So the Third Reich's breakaway civilization is so advanced, they're operating on a different model of physics.
Yes. Yes, of
So
course.
that's
Yes.
that's what they're saying. But this is their own words. If you take a look in that journal study right there, the
Yes.
anomalous readings appear inconsistent with the standard model of particle physics.
Yes.
So these are radio pulses that are operating on a advanced physics that we would call a hyperphysics. That would be the term
Yes.
that was
Yes.
used by Michael Aquino in terms of the breakaway
Yes.
civilization of the Third Reich.
Yes. Like the physics. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
And it's like,
yeah.
yes. Yes, absolutely,
So
Douglas. That's my understanding
yeah,
of it.
and the
Yes.
only reason that they're intercepting these at all is through Anita's radio antenna balloons that are
Yeah.
pointed. Yeah, they're actually now redirected where they're pointed back down to the ice.
Yes.
So, and they say they're doing that
Against the ice.
because they say,
Yes.
oh, that way there's very little chance of signal interference.
Yes.
You like that?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Of course we buy that. Yes.
Yeah, yes. So again, ANITA is an acronym. As a matter of fact, let me write this down
Yeah.
for
The
our
Antarctic.
Impulsive
Yes.
Transient Antenna.
Antenna.
Let me
Yes.
see if I can find a link to that for. Here we are. Here's a good link for that. So here I will put this again for our dear George in our
Yes.
phone call here, and I will give it to him in private messages as well, and then I will provide it to our listeners. And if you take a quick look at this, access that link, please, and then give us your own impression. The first thing you see when you scroll down is this real dorky looking kid who's, I guess, one of their Wonder Kids or Wonder Boys. And I will now share this with, of course, the live stream itself. And this will give people... See, this is evidence. See, I'm not pulling this shit out of my ass. People think, oh,
Yes.
you're just good at making up neat-sounding acronyms, like the Man from U.N.C.L.E. and shit. No, this is all real,
No.
okay? Another
Yeah.
acronym, AMOC. Get used to that. The basically The AMOC is the fuck. What is it an acronym for? AOMC. Aside from in its meaning, the original Malay, it's a noun and it means a berserker. But AMOC as AMOC is the Atlantic Meridional, the Atlantic
Yes.
Meridional overturning circulation.
Circulation, yes.
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 And it was discovered with a bucket and a rope. It was Captain Henry Ellis, the English slave trader, who was sweating under the brutal Caribbean sun, and he dropped Reverend Halles's sea gauge into the deep. It's a rudimentary device. It was drifting in the subtropical Atlantic in the 1751, and they lowered it not out of any scientific pursuit but colonial convenience. They were using this simple rope and valve system, and he hauled water from the ocean's depths back to the deck, where a built-in thermometer revealed its temperature. And even though the sea was warm and felt warm, the water he pulled up from nearly a mile down came out bone cold. So it was like the rope had dropped into a buried memory. So this is something that was the discovery by the British slave trade of the Atlantic current. And what's happening now is that as that begins to weaken and will ultimately fail, your world's going to change. Basically, when climate change meets Atlantic collapse, the English homeland plunges into a new ice age. You've got warming, or rather global burning, and cooling, and AMOC collapse. This is what's all going to hit at once. And that's why they're building the new city in Egypt. And that is ultimately truly going to be an Anglo-Egyptian Sudan culture. This is like a new civilization in the Mediterranean will be born. But back to our dear George Knight. So your
Yes,
return on all of this, your own thoughts on everything, please.
Yes, and the other thing we didn't bring up the other day that I remembered afterwards was the other aspect of Britain establishing a third British Empire was the connection, the bridge between Europe and Africa across the Gibraltar Strait, in connection to Morocco. That was the other aspect that I didn't bring up with. We have a lot of the sheiks that are trained at Sandhurst, which is just down the road for where I live. And
they even call them the Sheiks of Sandhurst. They even call them the Sheiks of Sandhurst, right?
Yes, exactly, Douglas. Yes, I'm actually surrounded by a lot of military towns and cities, actually, where I'm actually located. And even with Vladimir Putin's generals, they've outlined with all these leaks, and they call them leaks, releases of their targets. A lot of them are surrounding me.
That makes sense.
Where I live.
Holy shit.
Yes, which makes perfect sense. Yes. Southampton, Portsmouth, Aldershot. There's so many. Sandhurst, the Academy. There's so many targets that are all surrounding me. I should say. And so, this is one of the great reasons why, Britain has such prominent or prevalent, I would say a Muslim presence or relationship with Morocco, and even with under Boris Johnson's administration, he outlined the plans for a connection bridge. You could, but it would be a tunnel, like the channel, not a tunnel, but a channel that's underneath which is underneath the seabed. A connection line between Europe and Africa, from Gibraltar, in Spain, which is a British territory, which Britain will never ever lose that.
Or must never lose that. Must never lose
it. Yes, just like that in the Falklands. These are choke points or connection. These are what they call the outlets to vital sea territories. I would say international waters, entering waters that that British hold a what do you want to call it? Not a subsidiary, but a vital asset of British territory, a vital British. I would say a vital British asset.
We could just say it's integral. It's integral to British It's integral British territory necessary for the survival of British culture. We'll just say that because it's beyond simply survival of the nation at this point, because the nation in large part is going to have to relocate due to environmental collapse. So, and even if this never happens, we have to prepare for the worst. And honestly, we can't just wish it away. We can't just ignore it. This is something that you have to prepare for. Yeah, sure. Hopefully it never happens. But unfortunately, it's very likely going to have to happen. Matter of fact, I'll see if I can point out something by a map here that I'll enter for our friend George. But yeah, do continue. Continue with what you're saying, George, by all means.
No, thank you so much, Douglas. And and I noticed a lot of people in the UK, they go to Morocco for their holidays, and so that just tells you everything. And it's so ironic with the whole because the majority of people now, they're buying into that whole anti-immigration stance. They're following that side. Against anti-Muslim, but yet when people go on vacation, they go to Muslim nations.
Yeah, isn't that bizarre?
So bizarre to me. And you got these men like Tommy Robinson, who's just been released in the last, say, fortnight, 2 weeks. He's just been released, Douglas. Say 2 to 3 weeks he's been released now from prison. And he was he's come back out again, and he's on that. The problem with Britain is we're getting an influx of immigrants. And
really?
And he's
Jesus Christ.
And he's saying I'm a decade ahead of everyone, and now people are finally waking up to the problems.
You mean they've been listening to so much of that Russian propaganda by diving into that sewer that cybernetic sewer shit?
Exactly, Douglas. Exactly. It's not even, to me, it's bare not. Why invest so much energy into, there's no point, but you have to expose these individuals. They're just, full of crap. Honestly, just full of crap. And, the fact that, this man, Tommy Robinson, he speaks out against immigration and against Muslims. But yet he is the what do you want to call it? It's just so despicable.
You lose words. I mean, honestly, you're left without words.
This guy, the guy's an outspoken. He's an outspoken Zionist. He speaks about,
Of course. What else would he be? Because you know what? Because the Zionists are as racist as he is. That's what it comes down to.
Yes. And it's a militant movement. It's it's the guy's just so hypocrite. It's just hypocrisy to the ultimate standard, the ultimate level. And he's telling the British public, it's Muslims, it's the immigration that's the problem. And
just understand how valuable those Muslims will be, because they're acclimating Britain to their new homeland of where they're going to be
in Egypt.
And
Morocco. Yes, exactly. So thank God of the Muslim presence in the UK. Thank God that we are building up such a great relationship. And this is where the people go to on their vacation. They'll go to the United Arab Emirates. They'll go to Morocco. They will go to Egypt. They go there for their vacations.
Yes.
They will go to they'll go to Asia. They'll go to the Philippines. They'll go to all these Muslim nations. Yes.
And the funny thing is how they're able to, shall we say, enjoy that, and it's like their disconnect is and yet you don't want these people working for you. But when are you going to be doing the work that they're doing? It's like most of these people are doing work that
Yes.
Yeah,
I know where I was going with it now, Douglas. I
yeah,
was
go on.
mentioning the fact that Tommy Robinson was saying that immigration is the problem. When you come to this show listening to you, Douglas, then you find out where the problems really lie. Then you find out where Britain went wrong, why Britain is no longer great.
Thank you.
What they say, yes.
Yeah.
Then you find out what really is going on and what the real solution is. It's not to stop the boat entering our shores. It's what people need to realize is who the enemy actually is, and to realize that the global burning and climate change is very real. And once you realize that, then you can start to realize what the solution is and how to save Britain, how to save yourselves. And it's not these immigrants that are coming over that causing all these problems. And it's just and I could shut people down automatically. It's like, well, if you didn't have all these these workers and these immigrants coming over, then who's going to pick the fields? Because you're not going to do it. You can't. Like I've just outlined earlier, the temperatures of the sun in Britain, the temperatures here are so excruciating. You can't even bear to work an hour or two a day in the sun, let alone 8 to 9 hours.
Absolutely. And this is one of the reasons why I've always emphasized that Britain's real investment in technology really needs to go all out into GMOs, or genetically modified organismal foods, so that they can have crops that grow in the new climate in England, in Egypt, everywhere. And this way Britain can help to feed the world and therefore become a greater British Empire that is truly a blessing to the world in this incarnation. And now you'll notice, if you take a look at the maps that I sent you, and these were based on old strategic maps that used to be used back in the Department of Defense, that then got sold on the market. And these are the really old school. The old school that I'm with, they got sold on the market after modification. And you'll notice that in the first map, Britain is almost like a open territory, as is Japan. The other map shows Britain as a participant power, more like its own superpower, based on a reincarnation of the old British Empire. They're thinking in terms of India, Australia, Singapore, in Malaysia, Canada as well, as compared to the other powers on the map. In order to give the Russians a fighting chance in this strategic scenario, which was later on, after all of the, shall we say, information was taken out that was of any security relevance, they released it as a game, or people who used to work with the DoD were allowed to release it as a game for their own contract industries, which are usually think tanks, and the think tanks create, basically, for our listeners to understand, they create front companies where they can just make private profits off of what they've designed. But to give the Russians a fighting chance, they integrated Japan as basically having colonized Russia, what I recommend for the British to do. So in this case, they have Japan colonizing Russia and basically turning Russia into their resource basin, where Japan's technology makes them a superpower competitive level with the oil bloc and China and America and the Europeans and the British. But all these scenarios are such. If you take a look at the other map before that, you'll notice that there's Britain. Can you make it larger? I don't know if you have the capacity to make it larger.
Can.
So you'll notice in Spain. You'll notice that Spain is divided in two. Britain is divided in two. Japan's divided in two. In Spain, you have an entire section, which is basically the eastern half of Spain, is labeled Gibraltar. It's simply Gibraltar.
Right.
Yeah, and beneath that is Morocco. So that this helps to emphasize the overarching strategic importance of these areas. It's something that I'll explain the nuances of later. They were trying to game these core areas. The core areas are colored, and each core area is colored. One is, if you take a look in Europe, the middle is Germany, is this big triangle. Italy's beneath it, and top is the Ruhr, which includes Denmark. And that is like a power on its own. If that were a player, they still considered Russia such at the time. Honestly, I would consider that basically, see that Kola Peninsula, how it's outlined? that would be the
Yes.
area that I perceive would be the location for a greater British White Sea Company, just based on their historical Hudson Bay Company, based on their historical British East India Company. That would be a White Sea Company that would basically essentially run the new British Raj, which would be Russia. And you would have that connected through Norway, which would be part of the United Kingdoms. And Norway is the land belt really to Russia itself, because Norway and the Kola Peninsula geographically connect. They are literally connected by land. So you have through Norway a direct land bridge into Russia itself. There's nothing that I'm saying that is in any way inconvenient, even just geographically. It's all quite logical. So wanted to share that with our dear. Any questions you have about it later, you can always ask me, and we'll talk about. Oh shit! What did I just do? Okay, I might have hung up the call by accident. If so, I'll have to start a second call. Shit. Okay, so at least the stream is still ongoing. Let's see if he answers the second call. This is my problem. I'm still getting used to the clunky. This is what happens when I get in over involved in my thought processes. Okay, so they're gonna start the system again. We'll see if I can join the infinite call. We'll hope that loads. In the interim, we're doing our best to carry out a transmission, and with all of that, you have to tolerate some of my foibles, and I've got plenty of them. Not exactly the most technically brilliant person in the world. Okay, good. Okay, we're coming up. They say we're setting things up for you. And hopefully with that I can get back into call. There we are. So let me jump back into call here. Okay, we're going to press the infinite call, and going to join the all options audio call, and we'll see if this works. Okay, we're trying to connect back in and see who answers. George Knight or the rest. If not, I'll go back to the monologue. There we are, Aristides. Thank you so much. Oh my God. I hung up the call. I hung up the call by mistake. Yes, I did by mistake.
Okay.
So bless
it
you.
happens.
Yes, thank you. It's a clunky system, and I was trying to share images. You'll see the images later, and so hopefully others will join us back on this. So I'll tell our friend George Knight that in particular. Let me go send him something in the private messages here, see if I can get that up. And so I'll tell him, George Knight, here we are. Please join me on the new call. Please join me on the new call. Join on new call. New call. All right. And hopefully he's already done that. And if not, okay, hopefully he sees this. Please join on the call. All right, so there. Hopefully he gets that message. And with that, we'll continue with monologue for a little bit until we get back into a group call or a round table. Thank you so much, Aristides. Love you dearly. Okay, so with that, hopefully when George jumps on, he lets me know that he's on. And basically, as I said, it is time for the Shah. 48 hours. That is how long America has given the Iranian leadership to stop their apocalyptic rhetoric and surrender. Surrender! So by now they must have less than 24 hours left. In the meantime, America has moved critical military assets to within range of Iran and told the leadership that they know where they are hiding and that we can reach them. We have even seen the son of the former Shah of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, comes forward to talk about regime change and the restoration of an Iran that would be an ally to the world instead of an aggressor. He said, to quote his verbatim, "The end of the Islamic Republic is the end of its 46-year war against the Iranian nation. Now is the time to rise." It's hard to imagine he said that without some sort of deal in place with America. According to the Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Maria Zakharova, the United States has canceled the next round of talks with Russia on restoring diplomatic relations. It remains to be seen whether this marks the end of the peace talks or if it's just a temporary pause while the United States focuses its energies elsewhere. It is on the rapidly escalating Israel-Iran conflict. But one thing is clear. So far, the negotiations have fallen flat. Donald Trump's effort to broker a peace deal in Ukraine faltered not simply because of flawed diplomacy, but due to a convergence of political constraints, institutional resistance, and fundamental misreadings of the conflict's nature. What was billed as a bold initiative to end the war has instead exposed the limits of Trump's foreign policy instincts and left the United States more entangled than ever. From the outset, Trump underestimated how politically untenable compromise would be for both Europe and Ukraine. For European leaders, the war has become a legitimizing force, one that justifies economic sacrifices, centralized governance, and increasingly authoritarian policies. Any deal that recognized the Russian territorial gains would amount to a political admission of failure, emboldening domestic opposition. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky faced even higher stakes. A peace deal, particularly one seen as capitulation, would mean the end of his presidency or even threats to his personal safety. These domestic realities made any serious negotiations unlikely, unless the United States exerted overwhelming pressure, which it chose not to do. By the way, our dear friend Troy Bellamy says, went to bed early tonight, but I have been listening. Good monologue. Thank you so much, sir, and I appreciate that profoundly. So let me give him a big thank you. Here we are, in caps no less. Thank you, Troy Bellamy. And there we are. Okay. And hopefully our dear friend... George catches my message and rejoins us, and definitely always appreciate our time with him. And these mistakes do happen, however, when I'm working with a system as clunky as this. Hopefully he avails himself and then calls myself. What did I just do again? Jesus Christ, I've got to stop doing this. This is like... it's just, I guess I was just meant to do total monologue tonight, and that's it. I've fucked myself over twice with this fucking system. It is beginning to, it's really beginning to do me in. The system, I've got to adapt to this, and I was doing so well with it for nights, but okay, we'll go on with monologue. At any rate, So, as I was saying, even if Trump had pushed harder, his efforts would still have run aground on the shoals of American politics. Within Washington, the national security establishment, including many within Trump's own misadministration, remained firmly committed to prolonging the conflict. Despite Trump's rhetorical break from bipartisan interventionism, he faced deep institutional resistance. Ultimately, he lacked the political will to challenge this entrenched consensus, assuming he ever really even wanted to. Compounding these difficulties was a key miscalculation. Trump appears to have believed that recognition of Russia's territorial gains would be enough to secure a breakthrough. But from Moscow's perspective, the war has never been solely about Ukraine. Russia's demands include a new European security architecture, limits on NATO expansion, and recognition of a multipolar world order, one in which Western dominance giveth way to a new global architecture based on what the Russians propagandize, so ironically, as indivisible security and sovereign equality. In other words, every man for himself. A world of savage barbarism, the kings of Babylon. In this context, Trump's push for an immediate ceasefire before addressing broader issues was a non-starter. So too were proposals such as deploying European peacekeepers in Ukraine, or endorsing frameworks like the Kellogg Plan, which envisioned frozen conflict. Which, of course, if you don't know, the Kellogg Plan of yesteryear, before World War II, was meant to end all war. By the way, I'm going to check in on the call and see if I'm still even on a call. If not, hopefully George Knight calls me. So try calling me, George. Let's say that. And all right, there we go. All right, hopefully he gets that. And hopefully we can spend a few more minutes with him. Otherwise, okay, it's just you and me, kids. All right, now, how would I have expressed this? The United States also made strategic missteps on the Ukrainian side, including pressuring Kiev to formally accept Russian control over the Crimea, a politically impossible move that only deepened mistrust. What the situation required was a gradual, carefully phased process, slow normalization of relations with the Russian Empire, calibrated reduction of support for Ukraine, and years-long negotiations grounded in trust building. Instead, Trump had tried to compress the entire process into an arbitrary 100-day window. Meanwhile, the American empire repositioned itself as a neutral mediator rather than a direct party to the conflict, despite continuing its military and intelligence support to the Ukraine following a brief pause. That contradiction was always bound to undermine the negotiation process. As Michael Brenner wrote, and here I read therefrom, the U.S. has been a belligerent from day one. The Ukrainian military was financed, trained, armed, and prepared for a war to regain control of the territories that seceded after the 2014 coup d'etat or directly invaded and annexed by the Russian Empire, such as the Crimea, by Washington. Meaning the forces were trained by Washington to counter the Russian invasion of the Crim, or the Crimean Peninsula. The Pentagon, to continue reading Brenner's writ, the Pentagon and CIA have had thousands of personnel in the country running intelligence operations, providing tactical advice, servicing sophisticated equipment, and operating Western systems like HIMAR, which the Ukrainian army would be unable to do on their own. It's not that they would be unable to do on their own. The Americans didn't let them. To continue reading his writ, last week's audacious drone strikes depended crucially on American electronic intelligence and guidance. Moreover, we now know that the big offensives of June in 2023 around Kherson, the amphibious operation across the Dnieper in the Kherson Oblast, and the Kursk inclusion were planned and directed from the Pentagon. Those abject, costly failures do not nullify their significance as telling evidence that this has been an American war on Russia throughout. Now, to full disclosure here, to qualify everything Michael Brenner says, he is a Russian propagandist. So when I read his writ, I am giving you the perspective of the enemy. Bear that in mind. The result, of course, regardless, was never a diplomatic breakthrough, but a diplomatic collapse. The failure wasn't just tactical. It revealed deeper contradictions within Trump's America First doctrine. While he rhetorically distanced himself from the interventionist orthodoxy of previous administrations, his approach still assumed American global supremacy. As such, he was never truly prepared to accommodate Russia's vision of a multipolar world, and neither was the broader American imperial foreign policy establishment. So here, Brenner, in a sense, hit the nail on the head. So I'll read his writ in a moment. I'm first going to hydrate myself. And to read Mr. Brenner's writ, resolution on Russian terms would be experienced by all as a humiliating Western defeat, above all, defeat for the United States that instigated and directed the war as the culmination of a strategy conceived in 2008 and born in 2014 to force Russia into a box on the periphery of Europe from which it would never break free. America's ego has become too fragile, its diffuse sense of vulnerability too acute. Its compulsive need to demonstrate that it is still the world's number one has a too tenacious hold on its political elite, including Trump personally, for American elites to tolerate the stigma of such a defeat. The United States that was resilient, self-confident enough to absorb the blow of defeat in Vietnam 60 years ago, is gone forever. In the end, Trump's peace initiative has not only failed, it has deepened America's stake in the war. While he lacks the appetite to pursue a Biden-style escalation, he also chose not to fully disengage. In doing so, he has made the conflict his own. Ironically, the much-criticized mineral deal he helped broker may end up benefiting Ukraine more than these United States by ensuring continued American involvement and preventing a total abandonment of Kiev, even if the mineral assets turn out to be overstated. It now appears like United States, or I would say myself, American imperial military aid is about to cease, with Europe stepping in to partially fill the gap. In coordination with these United States, one has to assume at this point. But this is unlikely to change Ukraine's trajectory. A Russian breakthrough and a potential Ukrainian collapse remains a possibility, all the more distinct under the misadministration of President Trump. Whether such an outcome would force a return to the negotiating table or lead to further escalation is, at this point, completely unclear. What is clear, however, is that deep mutual distrust ensures any peace agreement would be fragile and subject to reversal. Meanwhile, the Russian Empire is likely to maintain a strong military posture in the region, particularly in response to European rearmament and increasingly aggressive rhetoric. This dynamic will almost certainly provoke new rounds of countermeasures, keeping both sides locked in a toxic cycle of escalation. The eruption of open conflict between Israel and Iran has only deepened the geopolitical fracture lines that were already widening in Ukraine. Though these wars appear geographically and politically distinct, they are in truth interlinked fronts in what increasingly resembles a piecemeal world war, one that pits the United States against a de facto alliance of Russia, Iran, and the Communist Chinese Empire. This informal bloc, often described as a strategic partnership rather than any formal alliance, now features comprehensive military and economic integration. Russia and Red China conduct regular joint patrols across the Pacific and, together with Iran, stage increasingly frequent naval and military exercises in the Arabian Sea. Their cooperation extends to trade, logistics, energy, and, crucially, arms and technology transfers. Financially, they are rapidly de-dollarizing their transactions, shifting to rubles and renminbi in an effort to insulate themselves from Western financial pressure. For those of you who don't know what the renminbi is and feel that it's you only understand the yuan, which is the internationally traded communist Chinese currency, understand that they actually have a federal currency which is used to fund all of their internal transactions, the RMB or the renminbi. It's like if we had two currencies here, one for international use and one for federal contracts. Imagine that. That's how weird the communist Chinese economy is. At any rate, what unites these three powers is not merely opposition to specific American imperial policies, but a shared conviction that the era of American-led global hegemony must end. Their vision is one of a multipolar order based on sovereign equality, regional power balances, and the containment, or outright rejection, of what they, perhaps justifiably in some regards, see as imperial overreach by these United States and our allies. This vision now has real teeth, or baby teeth, if you will. If the United States escalates its military campaign against Iran, it risks not only igniting a broader regional war, but raising the stakes in the ongoing de facto world war. Indeed, as Tariq Ali has noted, Trump's threats against Iran should be seen as part of a wider plan against Communist China on the Asian mainland. So, to read from his writ, and for those of you who do not know him, Tariq Ali is a Pakistani British political activist, writer, journalist, historian, filmmaker, public intellectual, basically another fucking packy propagandist. He's a member of the editorial committee on the New Left Review and Sin Permiso. He contributes to The Guardian and Counterpunch and the London Review of Books. He's 81 fucking years old, but he's got 3 kids. It's like, I guess he started late. At any rate, graduate of Oxford, what do you know? The main purpose, to read from his writ, the writ of Tariq Ali, the main purpose for destabilizing Iran is to get concessions from them. And the concessions are not simply on nuclear reactors. I think there's a more serious plan, to which it is to make it impossible for Iran, as a sovereign state, to negotiate and sell oil and gas directly to Red China. The US would like to be the power that determines to whom energy is sold and under what conditions. It's part of their big plan to surround and lay siege to Red China. They are concerned and worried about the development of Red China as a major economic power, and they want to control it. So in my opinion, the threats against Iran are more to do with that than anything else. That's very astute. In such a scenario, the Russian and Communist Chinese empires would likely respond, not necessarily with direct military intervention, but by flooding Iran with weapons, intelligence, and possibly extending a nuclear umbrella as a deterrent. Indeed, the monolithic Communist Chinese superstate is already backing Iran, as one ex-user noted. And here I read therefrom from his post. Iran's recent missile strikes have become notably more precise, largely due to Red China granting it access to the advanced BeiDou satellite navigation system. If Pakistan is visibly supporting Iran, it's unlikely to be acting alone. Red China supplies most of Pakistan's military hardware, and its logistical and technical backing is essential to any sustained Pakistani operation. Thus, the Ukraine war and the Israel-Iran conflict are not separate crises, but nodes in a single systemic breakdown of unipolar order. The American empire finds itself simultaneously overcommitted and under-resourced, confronting adversaries that now act in coordinated defense of a shared strategic objective, the dismantling of American imperial primacy. For now, the most plausible outcome remains prolonged conflict, rising costs, and widening divisions, not only between Russia and the West, but within the West itself. Peace will remain elusive until Washington and its allies reckon with the core issue, the unwillingness to relinquish a hegemonic doctrine that tolerates no rivals. Until then, war will remain the mechanism by which global order is contested, and Donald Trump, whether he intended it or not, may go down not as the president who ended global war, but as the one who inherited it and let it burn. In early June, the dominant news story in these United States was President Donald Trump's bitter feud with Tesla/SpaceX leader Elon Musk. But that quickly changed when large, intense protests over Trump's immigration policies broke out in downtown Los Angeles. And that period of tension continued with everything from Trump's Saturday, June 14th military/birthday parade in Washington, D.C. to the more than 2,000 protests held in opposition thereunto. Last weekend, Americans turned out against Donald Trump in historic numbers. The arrest of Brad Lander in New York was but the latest incident in a pattern of increasingly aggressive actions that the misadministration has taken against Democrats. But the Democratic Party is as uninspired and stuck as ever. The Trump misadministration is handcuffing politicians. The shootings of a pair of state lawmakers in Minnesota on June 14th only added to the tension and anxiety. Yet the Democratic Party has slid into irrelevance as violence is coming to define American political life. Spectacular violence like Trump's military parade and real violence like Melissa Hortman's assassination are part of a growing trend: the Trump crackdown on elected officials. Brad Lander, the New York City comptroller emerged from the Jacob K. Javits building, the federal building, the Jacob K. Javits Federal Building in Lower Manhattan on Tuesday, just yesterday, looking sheepish and relieved. Cutting through the anxious mood that settled in around the drab tower all afternoon since Lander was forcibly detained by federal agents while attempting to shield people from immigration and customs enforcement officers after immigration hearings, he joked with reporters, "I lost a button." Video and photos of the arrest, the besooted Lander straining as he's whipped around by masked men, has gone instantly viral, and protesters, immigration activists, and elected officials held a snap rally in Foley Square across the street from the building. An ICE official had issued a statement accusing Lander of assaulting law enforcement. It was the kind of inflammatory and false rhetoric that has become normal to hear from federal officials in the current environment, said seemingly with no consequences or concern for reality. The footage of the arrest showed nothing close to violence from Lander, and after several hours spent in a room without his phone, the second highest ranking official in New York City was released with no charges filed. Lander said, "I'm happy to report I'm just fined. I don't have to worry about my due process rights." His wife, he said, had gotten in touch with an attorney just in case. Lander is running for mayor, and if you believe the polls, he's in third place in the city's Democratic primary, which is why they had to take him down. Oh, thank God. So, there we are. We're still together, I think. That you, George?
Douglas,
yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, so what happened was I pressed the wrong button and shut everything down.
Yes.
And so thank God you called. It was a nightmare.
Yes.
Then I restarted the call and Aristides
Yes.
answered, but then that call got shut down when I pressed the wrong button again. It's just a new and clunky system and I'm still getting used to it. So I really fucked up tonight. But anyhow, yes.
No,
Yeah,
not
so
at
sorry
all.
about that. Yeah, so go on,
not at all,
keep talking.
Douglas.
Yeah, I want you to now talk. Now, let's enjoy what little time we have left with you and take it away.
Yes. I was going to say, we are still live, aren't we, Douglas?
Yes, of course. Yeah, we're streaming. Yeah, I monologued
streaming, thank God.
Yeah,
yes.
I monologued until you called back. Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much. I am surrounded by a lot of people, so I'm sorry if I'm a bit quiet, but I don't want people to overhear anything or to draw any attention. But but no, I can speak for a few minutes, Douglas. Thank you. I just wanted to join back just to hope that everything was okay. Yes.
Oh, thank you. It was just me.
Yes.
I was the problem. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's kind of like that.
Easily
Who's that guy, Thomas whatever? He's the problem, not the immigrants, the guy you were talking about.
Tommy Robinson. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Douglas. I was going to say, because usually when we speak about maps or anything like that, usually that's when we'll get cut off at that point.
So true.
At that point, usually.
Yeah.
Yes. But no. Thank you for sharing that. No, and I was going to say I don't have many questions, but luckily I saved those maps about when we're speaking about the future prospects of Israel, with the drawing of the line and the separation and the governing of both North and South, both by the German government and the British government, by Britain and Germany. I have saved those, Douglas.
Excellent. Well, you should download all my maps, of course. You should download.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've got a large majority of them. Yes. But yes, thank you so much. I don't know if there was anything else. I don't have anything else I wanted to relay at this point in time. But I just wanted to check with you. Is there anything else you needed to share with me whilst I'm here with you, whilst I'm graced with you being here, Douglas?
I
don't know if there was anything else.
Well, I'm going to be
to cover.
Yeah, just nothing really. I'll be too busy to speak until after this weekend. But when I'm back on Sunday, by that time I'll be in a much more accessible mode.
Yes.
And hopefully you and I will speak privately thereather, just to catch up with each other, because we've got a lot to catch up on, I'm sure.
Yes.
And
just to share with you, Douglas, there is a date that's slowly approaching, but it's literally on the horizon where we can be together for a longer period of time, for several hours.
Excellent.
So that's approaching. Slowly, but it's rapid as well. So yes, I'm looking forward to that, Douglas. But yeah, I'll let you know the dates privately. I don't want to share it publicly, just in case of who's listening, and
Absolutely.
Yes, you never know. But thank you so much, and I appreciate you having me on as always. And yes, is the plan now to go into your monologue into Karen speaking about current affairs, especially with Israel? I know that was what you were speaking of before I joined.
Oh yeah,
Going into
of
Bibi
course,
Netanyahu.
that's inescapable.
Yes.
I will say, however, that because of everything that I have to prepare for Juneteenth, that the lads having to teach them about this civil service holiday in a way that's engaging, and we're going to have a bit of a party and barbecue involved with all that. They'll get an idea of what black soul food is like, or what actually constitutes soul food, which is essentially fried chicken, barbecue, a number of other cuisine that has become a staple for all Americans. So with all that undergoing planning, I won't carry on too much tonight. I'll basically maintain for a short while longer, doing a monologue, and then close transmission tonight, but Sunday we should be back towards a more fuller transmission. Hopefully.
Wonderful. And I will join you for a short period on Sunday as well. Thank you. Monday my time, but Sunday's transmission. But look forward to it, Douglas. And I'll stay in touch, and I'll look out for the incoming messages privately. So look after yourself, Douglas, and please take care. And and everyone listening, please support Douglas. That anything you can spare goes to a very great cause, and I look forward to joining you on Sunday, Douglas. Thank you, and all the best.
It's the cause of humanity. It's the cause of humanity.
Yes, absolutely.
We all love you dearly.
Yes. Thank you. Take care of yourself. All the best. Bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye for now. Take care. So that's George Knight, and he's our man, and thank God he got back to us. Okay, with that, we've basically ended the call. We are no longer on a call. We're on live stream. I've managed to shut down all of the calls like an idiot. And I'm fucking brilliant. All that being said, okay. Lander, as I said, they felt they had to shut him down because he's heading up towards the finish. And a few weeks ago, Landers started showing up at the Javits building, where activists had been observing immigration court on the 12th floor and escorting immigrants out after their hearings on the theory that ICE might be wary of snatching them if it risked becoming a spectacle. The theory, well, that theory might need revising. Oh, now, minutes before Lander was detained, a reporter for the news outlet The City reportedly heard one agent ask another, "Do you want to arrest the comptroller?" ICE didn't seem too bothered that 5 of Lander's fellow mayoral candidates, including Zoran Mobdani, showed up within minutes of his arrest to address the outraged crowd outside the building. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo, the front-runner in the race, didn't make any appearance, although he issued a statement calling the federal agents' behavior thuggish. Mayor Eric Adams, who has aligned himself with President Donald Trump's immigration priorities, was nowhere to be seen. As Lander pointed out, the man he was accompanying when he was detained, whom he knew only as Edgardo, is now in the maw of the country's federal detention network. Lander said, "I'm gonna sleep in my bed tonight, safe with my family. Edgardo is in ICE detention, and he's not going to sleep in his bed tonight." In the mayoral race, the most explicit issues that have been hashed out between the candidates have been public safety and affordability. But the race has been, well, it's taken place against the backdrop of the new Trump misadministration, and particularly its crackdown on immigrants. Yesterday, Lander said that his experience had reminded him once again that New York City is a city of immigrants, himself observing that, including, for what it's worth, the 2 ICE agents who detained me. See, one was from Pakistan. Remember I said that fucking hairline? They got the terminally receding hairline. The other was from Guyana. Oh, man. What a bunch of running dog colored coon cadre house niggers. Last Thursday afternoon, the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, stood smiling in a hallway of the Capitol as he deflected reporters' questions about the week's most recent outrage. A few hours earlier, in Los Angeles, Alex Padilla, the senior Democratic senator from California, had interrupted a press conference held by Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Homeland Security, then was thrown to the ground and handcuffed by federal agents. In a video of the incident, Padilla, in dark slacks and a windbreaker, identifies himself before asking Noem about the misadministration's deployment of the National Guard and federal troops to police protests in Los Angeles. I saw the same video. A very brief video that I think many people did. This is quoting Johnson himself. Everybody can draw their own conclusions. Johnson going on to say that he would support a motion to censure Padilla, who, he added with a smirk, had acted inappropriately. Shortly after the video went viral, the Trump misadministration responded with its usual mendacity. Noem blamed Padilla for not identifying himself, even though the footage refuted all her claims. In a subsequent interview, Padilla, who had arrived at the federal building in Los Angeles that day for a different meeting, said, "From the moment I entered the building, I'm being escorted by a member of the National Guard and an FBI agent. I asked, well, since we're waiting, can we go listen in to the press conference? They opened the door for me." The Department of Homeland Security went on to post a statement on X in which it claimed, quite falsely, that Padilla had lunged toward Secretary Noem and did not comply with the officer's repeated commands, adding, to compound their felony, that the Secret Service thought he was an attacker and officers acted appropriately. At the time, the arrest of a United States Senator in Los Angeles was the latest incident in a pattern of increasingly aggressive actions that the misadministration has taken against elected Democrats and our allies. Each instance has been tied to Trump's immigration crackdown. In late April, the FBI arrested and charged a Wisconsin county judge, a judgess, Hannah Dugan, for allegedly aiding an undocumented immigrant in evading immigration and customs enforcement officers at a local courthouse. She has since pleaded not guilty. On May 9th, ICE agents arrested the mayor of Newark, Ras Baraka, and LaMonica McIver, a United States congresswoman, outside an immigration jail in New Jersey. Baraka, who was accused of trespassing on private property, was held for 5 hours before being released. The charges were dropped, and a few weeks later, Baraka filed a defamation lawsuit against Alina Habba, Trump's former personal attorney and the interim United States attorney for New Jersey. Said suit citing a stream of misleading claims that Habba had posted on social media about Baraka's actions, saying, among other things, that he has willingly chosen to disregard the law. McIver was charged with assaulting a federal officer in the chaos surrounding Baraka's arrest and indicted on June 10th. McIver has said, "The charges against me are purely political. They mischaracterize and distort my actions. If convicted, she faces up to 8 years in prison." On May 28th, Department of Homeland Security agents barged into the New York City office of the veteran Democratic United States Congressman Gerald Nadler in pursuit of alleged rioters who had protested while ICE officers arrested immigrants outside a courtroom. Moments after the agents reached the door, they handcuffed a staffer, claiming when they had demanded entry without a warrant, she had physically impeded them. On June 17th, less than a week after Padilla's arrest, ICE agents tackled and handcuffed Brad Lander, the New York City comptroller and candidate for mayor, as he accompanied a person outside an immigration court. According to a recording, an agent told him, "You are obstructing!" Lander, as he was being cuffed near an elevator, replied, "I'm not obstructing. I'm standing right here in the hallway." DHS later charged him with assaulting law enforcement and impeding a federal officer. The incidents involving lawmakers all have something in common. In each case, video evidence directly contradicted or undermined the misadministration's account of what happened. The charges against Representative Fis MacGyver are without question the most serious, yet she and 12 other representatives, Rob Menendez and Bonnie Watson-Coleman, both New Jersey Democrats, traveled to the facility on May 9th to exercise an uncontroversial prerogative. Members of Congress are allowed to visit and inspect immigration detention facilities unannounced as part of their oversight role. The practice has become fairly common in recent years. The facility in Newark, called Delaney Hall, opened the first week of May, a few months after DHS signed a $1.2 billion contract with the private prison company GEO to operate it. Baraka, who at the time was running for governor, had objected to the contract and raised questions about aspects of the building permit. When he had tried to visit the facility in the past, GEO employees turned him away. The three members of Congress arrived on May 9th around noon. To enter the facility, visitors passed through an outer gate and into an interior parking lot that leads to the main compound. They had been waiting for about an hour when Menendez noted a number of armed ICE agents exiting the building into the parking lot, himself telling the press, "I've never really seen a handful of armed officers at a detention center. These guys were showing up clearly, like the way you'd expect them to if they were about to go out into the field." He remembered thinking, "What's about to go down?" It was then that Menendez realized Baraka had shown up, but that hardly explained why there would be so many agents, himself saying, "I honestly thought that there literally was going to be a major raid, because I've never seen this many armed agents." According to Baraka's lawsuit, Representative MacGyver had invited him to meet with the congressional delegation outside the facility after their tour, but at 1:50 p.m., a guard stationed at the outer gate invited Baraka inside, claiming that it would calm the crowd that had gathered outside to protest. About 45 minutes later, a senior DHS agent approached Baraka and ordered him to leave. He lingered, but only briefly. By then, the Congress members had seen Baraka inside the gate and walked over to confer with him. The agent returned and threatened to arrest Baraka, who exited the premises onto public property outside. What happened next is less clear. Menendez says he overheard part of a phone conversation in which a DHS agent, apparently speaking to a superior, said something about a decision to arrest Baraka. A large group of agents then left the facility. Per Menendez, "We were ready to go do the tour. The mayor walked out. The situation was over. That's when they decide to open the gate, where they knew there were all these people who were on public property protesting. It was inevitable that the situation would escalate. Armed federal agents were converging on a crowd outside the grounds of the facility. The representatives went to join Baraka. The videos show them getting jostled and pushed in the scrum. There's little question that MacGyver made physical contact with a federal agent, but the footage hardly demonstrates what she's been accused of. She appears to be getting shoved herself. At one point, MacGyver can be heard saying, "You can't talk to a congresswoman like that." A DHS spokesperson later claimed, without evidence, that the members of Congress were part of a mob and were assaulting our ICE enforcement officers, including body slamming a female ICE officer. Well, if a cunt can't take it, don't wear the uniform. Robert Goldheim, Nadler's chief of staff, was stunned by the government's inflated descriptions of its confrontations with public officials, himself saying, "You exercise your rights, they do what they want, then you figure it out after the fact." The immigration court in Manhattan is on the 5th floor of the federal building at 201 Varick Street. Nadler's office is on the 6th floor. On the afternoon of May 28th, ICE officers had shown up on the 5th floor with photos of immigrants who were scheduled to appear in court. As the misadministration has intensified its arrest operations at courthouses and at routine check-in appointments at ICE offices, demonstrators and clergy have shown up to document their activity. 12 members of Nadler's staff had gone downstairs to observe and, when tensions flared, invited the activists upstairs to defuse the situation. Officers from the Federal Protective Service, a DHS agency that guards government property and personnel, followed them to Nadler's office. The initial video of the encounter, shot on a witness's phone and obtained by Gothamist, opens with the sounds of Nadler's staffer sobbing as an officer cuffs her hands behind her back. Another officer says, "She pushed him back." I mean, really? Of course she gets pushed. She pushes back. Someone off camera says, "No, she did not. That is not what happened." So she didn't even do that. Nadler's office later released additional security footage that shows more of the exchange. 12 officers enter the outer vestibule of Nadler's office, while a third, with a dog, stands by the door. There's no sound on the video, but Nadler's staffer appears to have a conversation with the two officers before walking over to an interior door leading into the office that requires a code to open. As soon as she punches it, one of the officers grabs her. The government initially threatened to charge the staffer with assaulting a federal officer. Gotheim was in Italy with his family at the time. He received a call from a ranking officer at the Federal Protective Service, the FPS, who told him that a staffer had committed an assault. Gotheim said, "Where? In our office?" According to Gotheim, the officer then said that he could charge her with disorderly conduct, saying, "I said you're going to give her disorderly conduct while she was in her own office? I need to get the congressman on the phone." The staffer, who has not been identified, was eventually released without charges. Publicly, DHS claimed that it claimed to have been investigating rioters on the premises. There was no mention of any alleged assault. Gotheim said, "In the beginning, we were not sure what they were going to do. Then they released the statement. It really angered us. It was a total fabrication." The misadministration's political calculus seems aimed at punishing and intimidating Democrats who challenge the president's agenda. Earlier this week, following a day of nationwide No Kings protests, Trump ordered ICE to increase arrests and mass deportations in New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. On Truth Social, he wrote, "ICE officers are herewith ordered by notice of this truth," all caps, "to do all in their power to achieve this very important goal of delivering the single largest mass deportation program in history." That DHS personnel are unencumbered in targeting members of Congress marks a further and unprecedented escalation. It also capitalizes on the fact that many protections against such retaliation are grounded in norms rather than laws. Pushing the boundaries of acceptable political conduct is easier when those lines are inherently blurry. A senior congressional aide told the press, "Members themselves have some limited or arguable protections under the speech and debate clause, but a lot of those protections, mostly due to case law over the years, don't extend to staff and don't apply when staff or offices are doing immigration casework. Such outreach generally falls under the category of constituent services," with the aide saying, "But we have no immunity in any of those situations." In a statement, the White House spokesperson said, "It's alarming Democrats think they can obstruct federal law enforcement, assault ICE agents, or physically push law enforcement officers while charging a cabinet secretary without consequence." It's even more alarming that the New Yorker is encouraging this lawless behavior. There are increasingly urgent reasons for congressional oversight of immigration jails, which have always been notorious for their abysmal conditions. Now, with the misadministration expanding its enforcement operations in radical new ways, there are 51,000 people in ICE custody nationwide. On Friday, 4 detainees escaped from Delaney Hall in the midst of rolling protests inside the facility among immigrants who described a persistent lack of food and sweltering heat. The wife of one of the escaped detainees told The Times, "People were desperate, breaking doors, banging on walls." A GEO representative said, "There has been no widespread unrest at the facility." Last week, as thousands of people marched in the streets of Los Angeles and New York in response to immigration raids, 5 members of Congress in California and New York were barred from touring detention facilities housing those who had been arrested in the enforcement sweeps. A House aide told the Fourth Estate it's a direct violation of federal law. Since 2019, annual appropriation bills have included a provision explicitly making funding for immigration jails contingent on the ability of congressional appropriations to check on their investment. There are 3 months left in the current fiscal year, and by some estimates, ICE is already $1 billion over budget. Yesterday, or last week, members of the House Appropriations Committee issued a report detailing its concerns. The report saying, ICE began spending more than its appropriated level shortly after the congressional year commenced, and operations now far exceed available resources. The Trump misadministration's one big, beautiful bill, which passed in the House on May 22nd, increases ICE's funding for enforcement by $75 billion. The actions of ICE and its partner agencies thus far have been extreme, but this would almost certainly supercharge their operations in the year ahead. One of the more surreal aspects of the misadministration's unapologetic aggression toward members of Congress is that Trump is also demanding their support to expand the very power that's being used against them. Abused against them, I should say. Andrea Flores, the Vice Presidentress of Immigration Policy at the nonprofit FWD.US, forward.us, and a former aide to Democrats in both the White House and the Senate, said they're targeting senators at the same time that these senators are being asked to triple the administration's enforcement budget. They're trying to criminalize legally protected congressional activity. It's terrifying for any legislator trying to do their job right now. The White House has called for this bill's passage by the 4th of July. But America reached its apex of self-parody shortly after 7 p.m. on the 14th day of June in 2025. In that moment, the background band at Donald Trump's military parade segued from Jump by Van Halen to Fortunate Son by Creedence Clearwater Revival, just after the announcer explained that M777 or M777 howitzers are made out of titanium. Nobody apparently had considered the lyrics. Some folks are born made to wave the flag. They're red, white, and blue. And when the band plays Hail to the Chief, they point the cannon at you. If this was some kind of surreptitious protest by the musicians, I salute them. But given the time and place, sheer obliviousness is a better explanation. The crowd, pretty thin, did their best imitation of a cheer. And by the way, let me cheer you up by taking you to a link that, provides you to the ability to participate in reformation of our immigration and criminal justice systems. So here we are with that. I'm putting that inside of our little chat room here, and then I'm going to put that in. Fuck, there is no infinite call. So here we are, infinite call here, and might as well put that in there. Man, do I feel how would I say it? There's no describing it. Ha! At any rate, how many people want me to continue with this? I really should give myself a rest, prepare for what I'm going to, do throughout the weekend, and we'll take it back from here again next week. It's let's just put it this way: as Sammy Romero has observed, the United States does not know how to do an authoritarian military parade at all. Again, your participation is asked. How many people want me to go on a little while longer? How many people are willing to give me a break so I can retreat until the weekend? Our man. There's Holly. So Holly, what do you want? What do you want me to do? Want me to go on for a little while longer?
No. I just wanted to say thank you.
Yeah.
For these things that you are saying.
Oh, bless you. Well, I'll take
really
that as
do,
encouragement
Douglas.
to go on longer. I'll take that as encouragement to go on a little longer.
If you wanna.
Yeah.
I was just getting ready to check out for good, but
Okay.
all I can say is countless thank yous.
Oh, bless you, honey. I love you.
For these things you are saying.
Thank you. Oh, dude.
Because you're saying them.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I entreat everyone to support this voice.
Bless you.
Because it's so rare. I'm going to start crying. Seriously.
Okay. Thank you.
Another magnificent night.
Bless you, honey. I love you dearly, and most blessed be thy dreams and sweet be thy slumber. Thank you for your encouraging others to support myself. And
man, oh man.
With that, I'll end the transmission. Then I'll end the stream for tonight so we can both get our rest. How's that?
I really don't blame you for doing that.
Okay.
Your words are precious treasure.
Oh, bless you.
But tonight, you can take a rest.
Okay. Well, thank
Whatever that looks like.
You know me too well. Okay.
Oh, man. Enjoy yourself. You've earned it 10,000-fold.
Well,
as far as I'm concerned.
You're an angel. You're
right,
you're one of my guardian angels, honey, overlooking my shoulder. All right.
I mean it. I'm looking. Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Nobody's going to mess with you.
Thank you.
Right.
I hear you. I hear you, and I believe you.
Okay,
honey.
yes.
Love you dearly.
Yes.
All right, we'll both get some sleep now then. Okay, bye for now. I'll see you in your dreams. All right. Okay, let's everybody check out now. We'll all be back on Sunday night, and we'll just take off from where we left off. All right, everyone. Love everyone who supports myself, and damned be our enemies, because my enemies are your own. Believe me on that. If not, you'll find out the hard way from the enemies of us all. All right, let's end stream. Same time and place. What was it our dear Amy Como said about how I signed off last time? Here we are. Let me grab her little cell phone here and see what she took to be a sign off. Okay. And here we are. Amy Como said, nice exit last show. Gather around the fire! Sign off. Yeah, thank you. It is now, honey. So, everyone, the world is burning. Join us back on Sunday, same time, same place, so we can gather around the fire. Okay. Ending stream.